Loading the game. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 26. The Lost Atlantis. 01 did not have the most pits and only pits. There is also the bottom line, written as pending privilege. Yi Rangshu, fatal injury and pain. Rewards 10 times. Zitao saw the privilege of fatal injury and pain, and the mouth couldn't help but pump it. This suggests that it is too obvious. He has to unlock a new death posture. Sure enough, there is a huge pit in front. The rewards are turned 10 times, and Xie ignores them. In fact, this privilege is very tempting. Turning 100,000 silver coins and turning it 10 times will really make people take risks and try to die. Zitao is too low now, and he can't afford to spend money, so he regards money as dirt. But not everyone has the opportunity to brave the S-level quasi world with the primary title. Once the level is up, unlocking all the functions. The use of this bonus is overwhelming. From skill to talent to the various treasures in the mall, you have to use the money. The so-called man-made dead bird is a food and death. If the level of Zitao is too low, he will have to hesitate on this privilege. However, now he has no such concerns. He is keeping an eye on Yi Rang and fatal injuries. The latter is an old friend. What is the former? Easy capacity. Is this suggesting that he may need multiple identities? Or do you need to hide this face now? Zitao always has a bad feeling. Look at the fatal injury and pain. This is still very important. The game that can read the file has a high mortality rate. If it is not painful, frequent death will not be able to withstand the spirit. Which one to choose? Zitao looked at the game again, and it was no different from the previous two. It was a vague paragraph, but the mermaid bubble made him care a little. He couldn't help but think of the beautiful fairy tale of the daughter of the sea. Lost Atlantis. Is it the underwater world? Zitao made a psychological preparation for himself to be a mermaid. Look at the mainline task. Collect the love of the 6 princes. Zitao is speechless. The collector is really a mess and collects some broken things. Why do you even collect the love of others? I don't know what the 6 princes are. Looking at this main task, Zitao always has such a simple feeling. I hope it is an illusion. The squad task showed that it was to be refreshed. Z clicked on it, and the small funnel turned and turned. After a while, the purple light flashed, and a line of words came out. Collect 100,000 tons of garbage. Xie. What? Broken mission. Why is a garbage collection task a purple grade? Zitao consumed 300 silver coins and refreshed the branch task. After the small funnel was turned, it was a flash of purple light, collecting 200,000 tons of garbage. Xie rubbed his eyes. Did he have no eyes? This tonnage has risen. Broken game. Break the mission. Broken designer. Xie was not reconciled and spent 300 silver coins or a purple mission, and the content became collecting 300,000 tons of garbage. Xie. Now it is still too late to abandon the tour. Do you want to continue brushing? If it rises to 40 tons, is he spending money to find Sin? Zitao pondered for a while, decided to brush again, and finally once, the small funnel turned and turned, and Zitao had never abandoned his good luck like never before. The small funnel stopped, and the golden light flashed. Xian's eyes lit up, thinking that the task was of higher grade, and might be a good task. Collect 1 million tons of garbage. Xie. How many ellipses are there? How many degrees of inclination of the river **** are reduced? Zitao didn't want to brush anymore. He was afraid to brush out 1 million tons, to make himself angry. In fact, this is only a sideline task, and it can be done without finishing. But knowing the truth about the quasi world, Zitao always hopes to reach the customs clearance conditions, so that it will become a complete world, free from **** and free development. That's it. After all, it's a golden mission, probably a core mission. Zitao entered the quasi world with the seemingly pit-red main task of collecting the love of the 6 princes and the seemingly more collecting 1 million tons of garbage. Welcome to the Lost Atlantis. At the moment when the writing disappeared, Xie opened his eyes. This perspective is too strange, and everything we see is weird. His first feeling is, are you squatting? Wait, what about his hand? What about the legs? What happened? Zitao wanted to blink his eyes and found that even the blink of an eye could not be done. He shook his body and felt an unspeakable awkwardness. His legs are gone and replaced by a fishtail. Become a mermaid? The problem is that the mermaid also has a hand. Zitao wants to bow, but finds that the body is very heavy and it is not low at all. If you want to stand up, it is even more delusional, but it hurts the belly. A bad thought rises in my heart. He won't be a fish. As if to confirm his thoughts, his shadow reflected on the transparent glass window across the road. A big white shark. It is 5 or 6 meters long and has a huge body. It is twisted and twisted on the street with a large mouth. Zitao is full of grass. Mud horses. Thousands of calculations, not counting himself, will become a big shark, but also his mother is a big shark on the shore. In an instant, as if a switch was pressed, the scream sounded. People fled around, and they were not afraid of death, and took out their mobile phones to start taking pictures. Xie, where is the sea? He wants to die of thirsty. I haven't fully integrated into this body yet. At this time, it is a series of 5 senses. It is thirsty, hungry, and painful, and it doesn't make you feel bad. He put his tail on the ground and moved on the land. Hurry and move, Zen thought. Anyway, you have to swim to the sea first. Which is this on land? When I turned back, I was shot and killed. Who is he looking for? Xie struggling to shake his tail and saw his reflection from the window. How scary and horrified this picture is. Can you imagine? A great white shark twisted and swayed on the shore with a big mouth. He was as chaotic as a headless fly and suddenly saw a bright green spot. A hint also appears in the lower right corner of the line of sight. Find the archive point. Whether it is archived. Nonsense. Zitao quickly swam in the past and ran into the archive point. Coincidentally, there is a mother next to a little girl. The little girl burst into tears, and her mother was so scared that she was pale, and she had protected her child. Zitao was also shocked. He tried to move the bulky body and stay away from her. At this time, the street is already in chaos. The more Xie is worried, the more unsmooth the tell is. Where does he know where the sea is? I can only go straight and swim to the beach with intuition. After doing this for up to 5 minutes, Xie was thirsty and fainted. The sun took it big and the street was so hot. He really had to be sundried. Even worse, he is still hungry, and hungry. The 2 eyes are dim, and the pedestrians on the side of the road have turned into hot chicken legs. Hold back. Although Zitao entered the body of the great white shark, but it is a personal. How can I eat people? Although those people look exactly the same as roast chicken legs, they are still smoking hot smoke and emitting aroma. Zen shook his head and forced himself to swim forward. Hurry and leave this ghost place. First go back to the sea and say. Zitao did not know how long he had swim. When he saw the vast ocean, he was as affectionate as he returned to his warm home. The great white shark jumped up and ignored the screaming people on the beach and plunged into the sea. It's so good to be surrounded by water. He just breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't enjoy enough. He felt a strong pulling feeling. Immediately after, his eyes lit up. A female voice shook his face and said, "You are funny. You can also compete for the royal asterisk at this level." He turned his head and saw a young woman with dazzling blonde hair, only 2 shells in the upper body and a graceful fishtail in the lower body. People, fish, you, kid. The woman squatted and cleared her throat. It's good to be long, but this level of professionalism is too bad. You spent an hour on the 10-minute journey. A human being did not eat halfway. Half of the bonus points have not been touched, and this combat power. Or don't be embarrassed, Tao has never returned to God. Is he not a great white shark? Again. He looked down at his hand. Young woman said, "Okay, don't delay time." Next, Tao discovered that he was sitting in a cabin. He walked out of it and was quickly pushed into the corner. A male mermaid swam over and said to the young woman, "Before, no 862 report." The young woman said, "The test begins." The male mermaid lay in the elliptical cabin where Xie had been lying. After thanking him for a while, he finally inferred from the words of the people next to him, "It's so tight. The royal asterisk recruits for 3 years. If you can pass the test, you may be able to serve the princess. You don't think too much. You can enter the asterisk and fight the miscellaneous fish. It's so hard. At least 90 minutes to get through. How can I be stronger than the one just now? I have a 0 score. I really don't know who gave him the courage to sign up. Xie Xi. His mood at this moment does not know what language to use to describe it. He finally accepted the reality that he became a great white shark, and the result was just a test similar to a holographic game. Listening to their talks, it seems that they can enter the royal asterisk as soon as they pass the test. This is obviously an important clue. He wants to collect the love of the 6 princes, and he must find a way to approach him. Being a guard is definitely the best choice. It seems. He has to read the file. The moment Zitao returned to the shark's body, she couldn't help but burst into a thick sentence. At the same time. In the central garden, Xie Xi laughed and smoked. The old evil is really a asterisk cow, and the loss of a small rose is very good for you. If the feeling is too low, come out and try your best. Stimulated, the game became a shark, and the result is that the game is in the game. River slope, Xie Xi looks more funny. Little Rose reads the file. Oh, mom, the first time I think the shark is so cute. Jiang crossed his fingers and closed the water curtain. Zao. Why, the key moment. Jiang slanted a few times on the water curtain and kicked Xie Xi out of the team. Xie Xi stunned. Hey, don't show it. He left the team and he didn't have permission to watch live. Jiang Shili said. He didn't wear clothes. You kept staring at what to look at. Xie Xi, you to wear a dress for the shark. The author has something to say. Oops. The last chapter really has a small angel found the key. 23,333. Poor little Rose has not realized it. I don't know who to order wax for a while. Chapter 27 Lost Atlantis 02 Surprised, Scared, QNM. Zizao, who is not wearing clothes, is shaking his head. After one experience, the second time he was not so confused, not so nervous, because he turned into a shark. He still has time to seriously observe the experience. This test is very powerful. The holographic simulation is perfect. He has no feeling that this is the game. The whole person is completely integrated into it. It seems to have become a shark. Of course, Zitao has never been a shark. I don't know if it really becomes what is the taste of sharks. He shook his tail and slammed into the sea. The shark's thirst and hunger were too real, making him breathless and dizzy, and also reduced his physical strength. As he was hungry, the pedestrians on the road became fragrant. Hold on. This is just a game in the game. Zitao tried to avoid pedestrians and jumped into the sea at the fastest speed. It was a sense of pulling. When Xie opened her eyes, she saw the young mermaid. Miss Mermaid does not hide the sarcasm of the corner. 4. You still want to join the royal asterisk at this level. You are simply insulting the dignity of the royal family. Xie Xi, come out. Don't waste everyone's time. Miss Mermaid stared at her eyes and looked at the salted fish much more lazy. Zitao came out. The man named 862 Lane. This time, Zitao was not in a hurry to read the file. He watched for a while and found his own problem. The content of this test is very simple. Just find the way to the beach in a strange map. But it is said that this contains a number of important tests which are crucial for Mermaid. For example, the mermaid's fear of the land, such as the ability of the mermaid to resist in harsh environments, such as the mermaid's sense of the sea. The test of the project listed a lot. The head is the road, but unfortunately as a human being, Xie Xi cannot get it. Only feel powerless. Everyone's map is different, so even if you can see how others pass the test, you can't help yourself. The map of the 862 mermaid brother is in a seaside town with another strange terrain. He ran rampant, seeing people eating, never escaping, and finally scored 78 points, which is much higher than Xie Xi, but not qualified. Zitao heard the people next to him whispering, it's still a lot of people to eat, and it's more to eat people. Xie Xi. Sure enough, his question is not eating people, even if it is a game. Knowing that it is not a real person, Xie Xi does not open his mouth. The game feels too real to imagine the feeling of eating. Zitao looked at it for a while, and the bottom right corner actually reminded Please note that the archive point will disappear after 1 minute. Z Wendy. Rely on, you know that it is not so simple. This archive point is actually time effective. In other words, either he quickly read the file to complete the test and successfully joined the royal escort, or he gave up this route and took a different approach to the six princes. Can't give up so easily. The ghost knows what abyss pits are behind. Xie Tao chose to read the file. He has to try again, since the archive point is given. It shows that this road is relatively correct and should not be abandoned. The great white shark fell on the land again. This time, Xie Zhen did not delay for a second while remembering the road and swimming towards the beach. He has a cheat for reading files. You can always brush the same map and you can try the shortest route sooner or later. Out of the cabin, Miss Mermaid looks complicated. 83 points, sure. Enough, as long as you choose the right path. You can make up for the scores that are lost because you don't eat people. Miss Mermaid did not look like this at all. She was a pitiful face. You only need to eat 2 people along the road and the score will be up to standard. Xie Tao did not say anything. He can read the file again, but the person present does not know that he has already tested it 3 times. He only thought that he had such an amazing result for the first time, whispering one by one, "It's amazing." His sense of smell is too sharp, and he is going straight to the beach. He is too calm. This is a 100% simulated reality test. When I saw the shore scene in the cabin, the whole fish was stupid. His speed and explosiveness are also great. The great white shark is a clumsy figure, but he swims like in the water. It's a pity that he can pass the test as long as he eats 2 people. Why doesn't he eat people? He won't be a pro-land party. Pro-land? Xie Tao noticed the word point when these 3 words come out, just like throwing some news on the internet. The whole fish is boiling. I hate the Virgin of the Lupe. Yeah, humans are doing this to us. Why should we live in peace with them? Yes, humans are all scum. Eating them is purifying the earth. The reason why it boils is because there are different sounds. Let's shut up your militant group. Do you have a long brain? Is there 6 or 7 billion human beings? Do you eat light? I only know the stupid fish that kills and kills. Do you know humans? Do you know the extent of their technological development? What about that? The ocean is much wider than the land. This earth belongs to the ocean. I don't care. I have to eat humans. They haven't finished eating big fish prawns all day. Why can't we eat people? Xie Wendy. Some fish said a fair word. Humans can't eat mermaid. There are fish who are dissatisfied. They are not enough for us to be miserable. In the past 2 years of marine pollution, we all off the grandson. The countdown to the archives appeared again. Xie Tao did not dare to delay and quickly clicked on the file point. He became a great white shark, but after many experiences, he saved more time and rushed into the sea at the shortest speed point. After leaving the cabin, the face of the mermaid has changed into shock and admiration. 91 points, 861. You are amazing. Xie Wen's number is 861 points. Xie breathed. He tried so many times, and if he didn't succeed, it was really stupid. Congratulations to you. Miss Mermaid smiled sweetly and passed the test. When she said this, there was a burst of cheers from outside. The arrogance. All aspects of quality are against the sky. He didn't eat anyone and passed it. It is enough to prove how powerful he is. A group of mermaids quickly blown him into a fish, and Xie's cheating fish sounded awkward. This time, there was no battle between pro-land and warrior. Under the perfect performance of Xie Tao, relying on cannibalism has become a shameful act. After passing the test, Xie Tao was not so uneasy when he saw that the archive point was about to disappear. This route should be correct. With this, you can enter the royal and you can get close to the 6 princes. Xie Tao was taken away by a mermaid dressed in a service uniform. He walked out of the house and thanked him. When he saw the outside scene point, he guessed that he was on the bottom of the sea, but did not expect the seafloor to be so beautiful. The fluttering jellyfish is a star of the water. The colorful coral is the most beautiful embellishment on the seafloor, and the towering building that rises from the ground has the grandeur and majesty on the land. Xie Tao barely felt the existence of water. They were like the air on the land. They wrapped him in the air and had already merged with him. The mermaid underwater is much more free than the human on the shore. Humans cannot fly in the wind, but mermaids can fly freely in the water. The male mermaid who walked in front asked Xie, "What is your name?" "Thanks to Xie," he said. Xie Hall. The English name that he can think of at a time is also this. The male mermaid also introduced himself to himself. "My name is Thomas Monroe, and I will call Thomas Thomas." Zmo is silent, and I will remember the Thomas train. Thomas seems to appreciate him very much. "You are very capable, and the guards must behave well, Xie." Well, he should say, "I will train well and do my job well." Thomas's heart longevity, but I advise you a few words. Don't rush to stand up. Zitao caught the key point and asked humbly, "How do you say, Thomas?" Probably saw his excellent performance in the test. He thought that he had a great future and wanted to have a good relationship with him in advance, so he gave him a popular science. Now the 6 princes and the 2 princesses of the royal family are all grown up, and their body is not as good as one day. The prince has not been determined, and everything is hard to say. When Zitao saw the main task, she thought that the mermaid king was very good, but he did not expect him to have 12 children in one breath, and the mother of each child was different. Even worse, the prince and the youngest princess were only 6 years old. The mermaid king perfected the feat of life for 2 years. The children were okay when they were young, and all of them were cute and lovable, and the old king was proud. Time flies. The children grow up, each is excellent, and the old king begins to swear. The boss is calm. The second child gets the hearts of the people. The third child can lead the army to fight. The other few have their own merits. Who is this throne to pass to? It is reasonable to say that the pass to the eldest son, but the eldest son is not the queen. Then it should be passed to the nephew, but the nephew is the least suitable for inheriting the throne in several children. The old king hesitated and gave the princes many ideas. When the old king realized that the situation was not good, he had to ride the tiger when he wanted to set up the king. And he couldn't open his mouth. Thomas said, "Our guards guard the entire royal family. You must be careful not to get involved in these things." Zen thought, it is impossible to think about not getting involved. He wants to collect the love of the 6 princes, and he must be close to the 6 princes. It seems that this task is mainly to help the 6 princes seize the throne. This is more like a serious task, more than what collects the love of the 6 princes. Zitao was temporarily settled in the escort. The palace on the bottom of the sea is decorated with Islamic style. The huge blue dome seems to recreate a sky on the seabed. The white buildings are all unknown jade, which is durable and durable. Can withstand long-term soaking of sea water. Xie Gang joined the escort, only familiar with the environment, and participated in the training. He takes it seriously and wants to take the opportunity to improve his combat effectiveness. Maybe he will use the heroes to save the United States to impress the 6 princes and get his love. He has the heart to inquire about some of the 6 princes, but because of the royal party disputes, the guards did not talk about the prince, and they were careful and cautious, and never dared to speak. Zitao did not dare to ask too much and avoid more trouble. After waiting for 5 days, the incubation time of the elf eggs has passed. More than half, and Zitao finally left the training camp and officially took office. His assigned work is to stay outside the house of deliberation. There is no risk in this work. The only requirement is to have a positive zaozeng. After all, it is the place where the aristocrats of the royal family travel, and they cannot humiliate the royal family. Zitao's face is 100% standard, so it was arranged here. Zitao is quite satisfied with this job. The adult prince will enter and leave the chamber every day. He can just look at the 6 princes in advance and look for opportunities to approach him. Who knows that this first day of service, let him want to strike. The guards are not the shrimps and crabs. They don't have to bow their heads, but they have to hold the guns alone, stand straight, and the sights are to follow the pedestrians. So when the shrimp soldiers summoned, the Great Hall is coming. Xie saw the long-haired man with a black dress and a unilateral eye. He has a rare black hair, black handsome facial features, calm face, step by step. The gas field is far from comparable to the surrounding mermaid. He has legs, This is not the point. The point is how he is holding a face of the butler Andy. That's right. The great prince of the underwater kingdom. Looks like love to the left or right inside the butler Andy, almost exactly the same. Xie Xi, perhaps. Because his sight was too abrupt, the big prince looked over and looked at each other. Xie Xi quickly moved his eyes. The big prince seems to have paused and seems to have seen nothing. Point. If you see the housekeeper Andy let Xie surprised. Then when the shrimp soldiers called, 2 halls 2, he was already scared. Point. The man who walked straight has a dazzling silver hair. A pure white dress will make his 5-legged carvings dreamlike. His manners are elegant. His eyebrows are like laughing and laughing. And his heart and soul have been hooked up. Point. It's a vampire axe. Xiu's face was expressionless, and the hand holding the pistol forced the joint to whiten. Point. The shrimp soldier shouted again, 3 halls are coming. When I saw wearing a red military uniform, with a saber at the waist, short hair and a small volume, my eyes were big but deep, and my lips were beautiful, but with their asterisk of the servant guard. Zitao was already strange. Point. The big prince is the butler Andy. Point. The second prince is the vampire axe. Point. The 3 princes are maids. Xie _carrot. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28 The Lost Atlantis 03 Mission is 1%. I really want to kill the designer. Xie is very arrogant. He certainly knows that there are X souls in this game, and even suspects that the 6 princes are his soul, but never imagined that these 3 princes are all X souls. He won't admit his mistakes, especially after summoning X's dolls. It's easy to tell. Point. These people have similarities with X in some details, and now they have become brothers. Zitao Faint has a very bad hunch. The 4 princes will not be Cousin Greenton, even if it doesn't matter. His heart is not wavering. Point. The 3 princes saw Xie Xi at a glance, and the lips were slightly raised. They asked with interest, what's new? He walked over to Zizen and provoked his chin like a disciple. Point. Xie Xi, I drafted my uncle. The 3 princes were born exactly the same as Gare, but far from the weakness of the little maid. He was dressed up in a sharp contrast with the delicate facial features, which invisibly brought out a trace of arrogance and evil. Name, Xie. Tao didn't want to tell him his name. He even wanted to kick him. The second prince smiled at the sight. His voice was melodious and charming. The third brother has to grab someone with me. As soon as he spoke, the 3 princes glanced at him and released Xie Xi. Oh, the second brother wants him. The second prince was also just arrived, and he did not even say a word to Zizen. He said, yeah, I will be in the middle of him. I'm going to ask his wishes. You will come to the third brother. What? Is the blink of an eye. The performance of the second prince. Point. Zitao didn't want to provoke these neuropathy at all. He looked away from the line and tried to reduce his sense of existence. Point. The second prince did not intend to let him go. He looked at Zizen, his eyebrows bent, and he looked like a smile. Would you like to come to me? The 3 princes' eyes narrowed, and they stared at Zizen. Xie Xi. At this moment, Zizai remembered the horror that was dominated by an arrow. Point. How to do. No one wants to provoke, but if you don't answer, is it going to die? He has no archive points, and there is nowhere to read the files. The level of the crisis of life and death. The big prince, who has been silent for a moment, said, what do you do for a newcomer? He glanced at the 3 princes and looked at the second prince again. The black scorpion had the meaning of being appropriate. Point. The 3 princes raised their eyebrows, cut a sigh, and strode into the chamber of deputies. The second prince is still smiling, with Zhang Fenghua's face in the face of the generation, saying, the Little Mermaid, my palace is always open for you. He is whispering in the ear of Zizen, the beautiful voice of the voice. The ordinary mermaid is afraid of blushing heartbeat. Dear chaos. As for Xie Xi, he spent a lot of effort to kill him without a shot. Well, the 3 neuropathers were sent away. When they left, the second prince asked casually, the 4 brothers are not coming. The big prince also whispered, the 4th child's body is not comfortable. A shrimp soldier trembled back and forth. It is a headache. Please take 3 days of sick leave. The great prince said to his mermaid guard, go in the afternoon to see the 4 halls. The mermaid guard should come down. Yes. The second prince floated out inadvertently. Big brother can really have a long brother style. I can't hear the words behind. I can only feel the waves between the 3 princes when I listen to this point. I really don't want anyone to see anyone. I have already torn my face. Not only did the 4 princes not come, but the 5 princes and the 6 princes did not show up. Xie stood for a whole day, and there was no shadow in the mission goal, but he was stimulated by 3 neuropathy to escape the palace. Seeing more people coming and going, Xie also understands the setting of this underwater kingdom. Ordinary residents are in the form of mermaid. Only the royal family can turn the fishtail into 2 legs. This is a powerful symbol of mana. The earlier the legs are changed, the better the prince's qualifications are. Like the prince of the 2 princes and the 3 princes, they changed their legs when they were 3 years old. The 4 princes were weak and sick until they were 7 years old. The 5 emperors and the 6 emperors were 4 and 5 years old, although they were slower than the first 3 princes. But still the pride of the sky. Be aware that the princes and princesses of the previous generation were mostly in their teens and even in adulthood. In addition to 8 adult children, the 4 youngest sons of the old king heard that one can turn their tails into legs only at the age of 6. I have to say that the standard of this royal family is very high, and the top one is excellent, and it is not too hard for the old king to work hard. When Xie was about to quit his job, the 3 princes first came out of the house of the Senate. His eyebrows were wrinkled, and the look of his face was difficult to hide. The close-fitting guards behind him did not dare to speak out, and his low eyebrows were very pleasing. He strode out of the parliament, and the clothes swayed with a stream of water, showing the owner's anger. Xie was nervous. I hope that I can turn into one of the most inconspicuous small shells under the water. However, the 3 princes still saw him at a glance. He slammed his feet and calmly came to Xie. He is half height than Xie, and his shoulders are wider, especially in a military uniform, more like a sheathed sword, sharp and sharp. Name. The sound was also cold like a sharp blade. Xie did not squint. Xie Hall. The 3 princes stared at him. Would you like to go to X's palace? X is the second prince. Xie is full of pain. This is not only looks like, even the name is the same. In the end is a soul is too lazy or X is too lazy. He did not say anything, and seemed to anger the 3 princes. When the Goldang maid was temperamental, he became a prince of the military prince, and he was even more tempered. He held Xie's cheek. Low. Channel. Speak. Xie. Tao's eyelashes trembled and barely opened. 3 halls. The royal guards of the royal family will not go anywhere. The 3 princes deep scorpion locked him. Come to me. I will give you a better future. In several princes, the 3rd child can play the most. He has a very high voice in the military, like Xie is small the guards. If they can get into his camp, the future is really immeasurable. Xie lowered his eyes and whispered, thank you for your love under the 3 halls. It is only the guard of the royal family. Very clear ejection. Xie didn't want to deal with neuropathy at all. He just wanted to see the 6 princes soon, collecting his love and leaving quickly. The 3 princes were not angry at all. He smiled a little, and his body was reduced a lot. He loosened Xie and said, so, see you tomorrow, Xie. Yan's face was respectful and respected, and she thought about the old and the dead. When the 3 princes left, the second prince also came out. He smiled, but unfortunately there was no trace of temperature in the eyes. Xie had to be worth the price, and had to wait for him to go before it was rotated. The second prince stood in front of him and said warmly, open your mouth, Xie. Tao is not clear. The second prince took out a small fruit like the trick, only the size of the little finger, crystal clear, sweet and delicious at first glance. Xie. The second prince stripped off the transparent thin skin on the outer layer and put it on Xiu's mouth. It's very sweet, Xie. Wei does not want to eat. He is afraid of poison. The second prince blinked his eyes. If you don't eat, I won't leave today, Xie. Tao was even more afraid of this neuropathy, so he opened his mouth. The bright little fruit is sweeter than imagined, and the entrance is instant. It is difficult to describe what it is, but it is sure to be delicious. The second prince's eyes were slightly curved. Is it delicious, Xie? The second prince said again, go to my palace and feed you every day. Eat. Your sister, Xie can't afford him. Please don't be joking with your subordinates. I didn't make a joke. The second prince smiled and said, I really invite you. Really? A ghost? Even the asterisk fish whose name is not asked. Where is the true heart? Zen does not say anything. The second prince knows how to swear. His voice is gentle and gentle. Don't worry, I'm waiting for you, Z. Where? And other ghosts go. When the second prince left, Z was busy with the underground value. Although the big prince looks normal, but when he thinks that it is a housekeeper Andy, Zen does not dare to underestimate. To know that in the game of love to the left or right, the housekeeper Andy also looked very normal at first. He also trusted him very much. The result? In a word, I don't pick up my head, and I'm more violent than others. On the first day of Zitao's value, he was favored by the two princes. The guards with him were far away from him, and his sight was strange. Z when he was innocent, and immediately went to find Captain Thomas to apply for a change of position. Thomas also knew about the daytime, and sighed and asked, is it worth a night shift, Z? Where he quickly asked, yes, the bottom of the sea also has a day and night. Of course, it is artificially controlled. After all, the mermaid also needs rest. The next day, Zitao changed to a night value. The first night was very quiet, and the next night was safe, until the third day. Thomas found him. Say, can you run for me, Z? Tao has always been taken care of by him, and is not good to refuse. The captain please say, Thomas said, you sent these medicines to the palace of the four princes. He has been sick for a long time, and his majesty is very worried, Z. I should say, okay, he has no interest in the four princes. Unfortunately, the six princes have never shown up. He wants to get close and can't start. He can only take a step and see. The entire royal complex covers an extremely large area, and the old king and his 12 children live here, but each has its own palace, which is far apart. Zitao went all the way to the palace of the four princes. I thought that the medicine was put down, and it was finished. Who knows that the shrimp soldier actually said the adults should stay, and the highness would say thank you personally. Z. Tao did not want to see the four south, but unfortunately this situation, he said no. Under the guidance of the shrimp soldiers, he bypassed a corridor and walked through a coral grove to a very quiet place. There was a harp in front of it, and Zitao passed through the crystal curtain and saw a dreamlike scene. Numerous blisters simulate the fireworks on the horizon. With the beautiful strings of the harp, they are sometimes scattered and scattered. The colors are radiant and the action is like a cloud. In this quiet place, the beauty of the wonderland is danced. Z when he was awkward. When the music stopped, the blisters slowly dispersed. A man in white looked at him quietly. He had long hair and was sloppy. He only loosened it at the waist. The large chest was exposed to the outside, and he didn't care, but he looked lazy and sexy. Z then recognized this face. He and X are so beautiful and like, is this the four princes? A light cough rang. Z then found that there was another person after the harp. He wore a cyan long dress, and was neatly dressed. The man with eyebrows and talent had a 6 or 7 point image, but he was more rigorous. His neckline was tied to his chin. His lip color was very light, and it seemed to be somewhat morbid, but he could have a pair of scorpions but endless power. It's really hard for the little guard to give medicine. The tingly man stood up. He was tall, and looked slim and thin. He could look at it, and found that he was not thinner than the man on his side. Instead, his body was too straight. There is a kind of cold in the cold mountains and pines. Zitao understands that this should be the four princes. He made a big gift and bowed his head. I don't dare to act, just obey orders. The four princes came down. His pace was very slow, but he was not weak. Instead, there was a kind of free and easy flow. I don't know what to call. Z. Tao said, the name is Sane Hall. 4 princes said, it turned out to be the whole family. At this time, the harp stunned, and the four princes looked back at the lazy man. You are always close to the whole family. Don't know if you know that. Turned out to be the 5 princes. The voice of the 5 princes was low, like the bass area of the piano. He said, look up and see. Z. Tao just looked up, but the pupil suddenly shrank. A small line appeared in the lower right corner of his line of sight. 1% of the mission progress. What happened? Why did it suddenly rise? 6 princes are not here? Chapter 29 The Lost Atlantis 046 Princes gathered together. Xie was upset by this progress bar, and his eyes could not help but feel a little dazed. At this time, he just looked at the 5 princes, which brought another meaning. He was born exquisite and delicate, and his eyes were relatively rare black, and black, like obsidian with dew. He was so foggy, and he felt strange feelings in his heart, as if he had waited for a long time and finally met. I haven't seen him. The 5 princes spit out these 5 words. The 4 princes said, Hall's family is flourishing, not a shackle. You don't know it, Xie. Is still staring at the 5 princes, because the writing in the lower right corner of his line of sight has become 2% of the mission progress hell. Xie was shocked to return to God. Is this 5 prince actually a 6 prince? Or is the 4 princes actually 6 princes? What is wrong? The 5 princes' fingers were dialed on the harp and chuckled. I look good, Xie. The 5 princes got up, and the clothes that were originally worn were dragged directly on the ground. The cross-section of the v-neck was almost wide open to the waist. The clean chest was revealed with walking, and even faintly could still see. Xie's head touched 4 words. The bells and whistles. It is the soul of the ex-Persian cat that is right, little sane. The 5 princes did not know when they had leaned over to his ear. It's rude to keep staring at people like this, Xie. He was stunned to find that the progress of the mission has increased by 1%. What is the problem? Is the system out of the bug, or he is blind? In fact, there is still a possibility, but Xie is just a simple 19-year-old youth. I really can't think of such a terrible thing. The 4 princes coughed and said to the 5 princes, Mr. Hall is the guard of the palace. Don't tease him. The 5 princes seemed to have a good relationship with the 4 princes. He smiled thinly and said, Wang Xiang is not right. It is obvious that this little guy is provoking me. You look at his eyes and put my whole person in it. The shocked Xie finally returned to God, and there was a layer of goosebumps on his arm. Almost from the instinct, Xie took a 3-step retreat and quickly opened the distance with the 5 princes. It is a pity that this move is too hasty, but there is something to be said. The 5 princes smiled deeper. It's better for me to ask you later. Before he finished, the outside shrimp soldiers preached, His Royal Highness aches, His Royal Highness, the Big Prince, the second prince, and the 3 princes came together. 5 souls gathered together. Xie only wanted to run the road. It is a pity that the princes are faster than him and have arrived. The 4 princes greeted them and saluted. Let the brothers bother. The mermaid who served with the princes put down the gifts brought by the princes, and the 4 princes were thankful again. The big prince asked him, Is the body better in recent days? The 4 princes covered their mouths and coughed down. The voice was dumb and said, It's much better. The second prince also said, The father has been very worried about you. I have been told by you several times that I want to see you. When the 4 princes were in a hurry, they coughed up again. His pale cheeks had some sorrowful blush. It is the filial piety of the children, and the father is worried about it. The second prince Wen Sheng comforted him. You don't worry, raise your body. The father can be relieved. The 4 princes nodded and looked at the 3 princes. The 3 princes seemed to have a relationship with everyone. His eyes are slightly pressed, and the words are also yin and yang. It's still good for the 4th child. Yu Yin, the beautiful woman, is on the side, and the gods are better than nothing. Not waiting for the opening of the 4 princes, the 5 princes raised their eyebrows. If the 3rd brother wants to listen to the song, tell the younger brother that it is so. Why is it sour here? The 3 princes looked at him. The 5 brothers only play for the people they like. Can I deserve it? The 5 princes are also a thorn, but they only smiled and did not answer, and they had a gesture of self-knowledge. Staying among the 5 brothers, Xie's scalp is numb, and I can't wait to shrink myself into an inch. How fast will it be possible to slip out? Some people refused to let him go. The second prince was surprised. Is this not the little guard of the House of Parliament? Xie's secret voice is not good. The sight of the 3 princes has been burned like a soldering iron. Xie received it accurately, but my heart was in the mother-in-law. We don't have a relationship with your fart. What do you mean by catching the girl's eyes? The 4 princes said. The sane guards took the order of the father and came to deliver the medicine. The 5 princes will protect Xie from the side and look at the second prince. Do you know him? The second prince looked at the 3 princes and smiled. This is the heart of the third brother. How dare I know? In a word, the 5 princes stared at the 3 princes. The 3 princes are not vegetarian. Isn't the second brother to take him to his temple? The second prince still smiled. He refused to go with me. I didn't see it every other day. I thought it was the third brother who took it back. The 3 princes looked at Xie Xi, who was next to the 5 princes, and sneered. There is a heart for others. Why should I be strong? After listening to a whole journey of Xie Tao, full of heart is a neuropathy. Whoever provokes him is to stand in the middle of this group of dramas. Xie Tao wants to leave the ceremony, but she does not think that the big prince said, "Small 6 come in, always stand outside and do what?" The 4 princes were surprised. "Small 6 is coming, why don't you come in?" The second prince said, "He was standing there when we came, and I don't know what I'm looking at." The 4 princes coughed and went out to meet him. "Come in and come in. What do you do outside?" As the curtain opened, a tall man walked in. Xie Zhen wanted to leave, but this time he could not move his legs. It turned out that the 6 princes arrived early. It turned out that he has been outside, so the progress of the mission just now is because of him. Xie breathed a sigh of relief and looked up at the mysterious 6 princes. He is dressed in blue and white clothes. The service of the seabed kingdom is mostly tight. The elegant robes like the 5 princes are different. After all, in the water, the clothes of ordinary materials will be in a mess, and they will not float. Under normal circumstances, the aristocrats will wear the corresponding status of the dress, although the dress is not the kind of cumbersome, but more material, up to the shoulder, chest or waist to get some pendant. The 6 princes are of good shape, and they don't want to give up with a few brothers, but when he looks up, the temperament is completely different. The character of the great prince is calm, the second prince is elegant and charming, the 3 princes are Zhang Yang, the 4 princes are quiet, and the 5 princes are romantic and romantic. The 6 princes give people a kind of loneliness from the deep sea. He has a handsome face, but because of a pair of different eyes under the eyelashes, it shows a state of depression. Xie Tao only looked at him and felt a shudder and deep sea phobia. The 6 princes did not look at him, nor did they open their mouths. They only slightly decapitated, and they were like a few brothers. Several other princes seem to have been used to it for a long time. Xie Zhen has some drums in his heart. The 6 princes don't look too good. Although the 4 princes coughed from time to time, they looked very good. He said, "Our brothers have not gathered for a long time. It is better to use a light meal together." The great prince said, "Okay." After all, he is the eldest brother. After he should be down, everyone else will give some face and leave. The second prince bent his eyes and looked at Xie Xi. Small Sane left. Xie Zhen hard spit. "You are fine." The 4 princes invited Xie Tao. If the sane guards do not disregard, it is better to leave a meal. If the 6 princes are not there, how far can Xie run? 100%. But now, he sighed, how can you be subordinate? Before he finished, the 5 princes said, "The hall is my mother. You are the same name, Hall. That is my cousin. What can be humble?" Xie Tao didn't want to go, and daringly said that respectful is better than death. 5 princes smiled. Why? Xie when he found that the progress of the mission had risen a bit, and it became 4%. He couldn't help but sneak a peek at the 6 princes. He thought he wanted to stay too. It seems that this task is not too difficult. Xie Tao had confidence and did not realize that she was almost surrounded by the 5 princes after the seat. 1, 2, 3, sitting on the left side. 4 or 5, sitting on the right side. Xie Tao was placed next to the 5 princes, and on the other side was the 6 princes. This arrangement is very good. Thank you very much. After the banquet began, the 5 princes took special care of Xie Tao. Xie Tao felt that the 5 princes were good. Although they were also members of SYNOPSIS, they did not seem so sick. If it were not for him, Xie Tao had no chance to approach the 6 princes. Xiaomi said to the 5 princes, "Thank you." The 5 princes were slightly stunned, and the corner of their eyes bent. "Try this again. It is delicious." Xie Tao nodded. He peeked at the 6 princes and was surprised to find that the mission progress rose to 5%. Interesting. Can you collect the love of the 6 princes without doing anything? Then, if you said something to him and offered something to be diligent, could he leave this horrible quasi world immediately? Zhao is very heartwarming. He is not good at dealing with people. Before entering the game, his friends are few and far between, and even going downstairs to the convenience store will not say a word with the cashier after the baptism of love to the left or the right. He has been much better, at least lighting up the skills of seeing people and talking about ghosts. This is delicious. Xie Wei whispered. The 5 princes are smiling, just saying, eat more and eat more. Zhao has already selected a piece and carefully placed it on a plate of the 6 princes. The 6 halls tasted good. After he finished laughing at the 6 princes, he was embarrassed. 6 princes. Zhao's head back. To do such a thing, I feel embarrassed. However, in order to leave the world, you will be embarrassed. It's worth it. He looked at the lower right corner of the line of sight. He thought that there would be a qualitative leap in the progress of the mission. As a result, the progress of the task, which had risen to 5%, actually fell a bit and became 4%. Xie Wei, what happened? I don't care if the 6 princes can collect love, but they can't collect it. Zhao does not believe in evil and asks the 6 princes, do not want to eat under the 6th hall. The 6th prince turned to look at him and asked him, what is your name, Xie? Yi. The 6 princes quickly regained their sight and said, I don't want to say it, Xie. Wei didn't want to, but the progress of the task went back one more time and became 3%. Why? What is the problem? Zhao cautiously said, Xian Hall. The 6th prince nodded and said, thank you, Xie. Tao watched the progress of the mission plummet to 100%. The author has something to say. 5 princes. Vinegar has to fly. Heavy Jiang oblique support. No eyes. Chapter 30. How can the Lost Atlantis 05 progress bar have 2 colors? Question mark. Seeing that the progress bar that rose up quickly fell into this way, Zen was so upset. Does the 6 princes do not like to eat? Did he just choose what he hated most? This is the face of the 6 princes. Xie Yushan was afraid that the orange progress bar would be 0 and he would sit upright and not close. Sure enough, the task of metamorphosis X is not so simple. It seems that the character of the 6 princes very weird. How to ask for the love of a eccentric man. Xie has no normal love experience, and I want to understand. He did not dare to take care of the 6 princes, only to notice that the other 5 princes were snoring. He had a good sense of the 5 princes. In the mood of reciprocating, he got up and helped the 5 princes empty the wine glasses. The 5 princes looked up at him, and Zhao smiled politely at him. The 5 princes hardly opened their eyes and said, this is the life of the next person. You don't have to do it, Xie. Wei lowered his voice and said only the volume he could hear. There should be alcoholism on one side, and it is the magnanimity of His Royal Highness. Only then will he have the opportunity to taste this gourmet food. The 5 princes bent their mouths and bent their eyes. The Hall's family was honored. You shouldn't be arrogant. That is also the shackles. Just rushing to thank the fishtail. It shows that his blood is not pure, but also aristocrats. It is estimated that the name is not Hall. Xie Gang smiled and was dumbfounded. The progress of the mission has dropped from 1% to 3%. This progress bar is a long line, and the progress of 3% is very small, but because it is bright orange, it is very conspicuous and easy to see. How did it rise again? Zitao's eyes aimed at the next 6 princes. The 6 princes are as stable as station, eating seriously, and they are not in the air. Is it only if you ignore him will the feelings rise? Zitao understands incompetence. The 6 princes and 80% of their brains are sick. Turning to think that this is the soul of X, and relieved, the master is so nerve. The soul as an immature consciousness will only be more nerves. Since this can increase the progress, then ignore him. Zitao did not look at the 6 princes completely and said that the 5 princes were laughing. Let Zhao laugh and cry. The end of a meal. Xie did not give the 6 princes a look, but the progress bar has risen to 8%. At the time of the banquet, the 5 princes said to him, I have time to go find me to play, Xie. I should say, okay. In fact, my heart is very perfunctory. You are not living with the 6 princes. I'm looking for you to play point as a senior singer. The second prince looked at Xie Xi and then looked at the 5 princes. He smiled and said, the beauty is matched with the talented person, and the small singer has a true vision. Xie Xi, go to your mother's beauty. The 3 princes passed by and were full of anger. Watery poplar, Xie Xi. How good a young man is. He is tempered by this group of neurotic diseases. The 5 princes maintained him very well. He said, don't say this to him. Sane is a god of the royal family. He is very talented. When he didn't finish it, the second prince took a cool message and said, yes, not those who look like a prince. I heard that the mother of the 3 princes was a waiter on the side of the queen. She was seen by the old king because she was beautiful, and she was admitted to the harem and gave birth to the 3 princes. The second prince said this. The 3 princes really fried. His eyes were scarlet, thin lips into a line, staring at the 2 princes and the 5 princes. Incidentally implicated Xiao point Xie Xi. Roll. You are blocking the 6 princes. The 4 princes coughed softly and broke the arrogant atmosphere. It is a bad brother, and the hospitality is not good, and the brothers are not happy. The second prince chuckled. How come? The 4th is beautiful and secluded. The wine is constantly cherished, and my brother is very happy. The 3 princes were not even provoked by the second prince to go to the 4 princes. He snorted and went away. As soon as the 3 princes left, the second prince glanced at Xie and smiled at him and left. Zhao couldn't help but swear. The bells and whistles. After returning to the royal family, Zhao broke the contact with the 6 princes and the mission progress stopped at 8%. However, Zhao feels that this progress has been very good. Only when she sees this side has risen by nearly 1/10. After being thoroughly familiar with it, is it not just a matter of completing the task? Xie Xi looked at the orange progress bar, satisfied, just got a rest, and received a reminder elf eggs are hatched successfully. Please charge. Finally hatched? Xian's eyes lit up and sat up cross-legged. He shouted in his heart, receive. Then the light flashed. A little white thing fell on his palm. Zhao only felt that the palm of his hand was soft, and then he fixed his eyes and looked at it. The slap up little guy's furry white hair seems to have fallen into the stars shining. Xian reached out and poked it. The little guy twisted, and the body that formed the ball gradually stretched. Looked like this. Is it a little milk cat? Xie Benben thought that this elf would be the kind of villain in the cartoon, but I didn't expect it to be a small animal. He likes small animals and is especially resistant to this furry. He couldn't help but poke it. Who knows that the little milk cat had a pair of white wings on his back. The little guy fluttered and flew up. The short legs were hanging and the eyes were brushed open. Xie Xi. Hey mom. The little milk cat's milk slammed into the arms of Xie Xi. Mom. The little milk cat looked up, and the big eyes of the water stared at him with a big eye. May. Mom, you look a bit ugly, but it doesn't matter. I don't want to give up. You don't want to abandon me. Xie picked up this little guy and stared at it for a while. This pair of kittens have a pair of eyes. The pupil is blue in the sky, the other is a red in the sunset. Together, a splendid Persian cat. Zhao endured a few forbearance and then resisted not throwing it out. The little milk cat was unaware of it and asked him with a squint, Mom, what is my name? Xie Xi. Little milk cat. Mom. Xie's mouth pumped. Fork. X should be read as X, but he is reading in his heart as a fork. Little milk cat. Fork. Xie Xi. Pork. The little milk cat is silent and struggling to survive. Can you change it? It's hard to hear. Zhao is ruthless. No, little milk cat tears her eyes. Mom, it is not okay. And one called Xie is more determined. My name is Xie Xi, male, not your mother. Little milk cat. Oh, now it's called a barbecued pork, and it's a grievance. The elves are very rare. Don't you all take the elves as baby? Xie Xi asked. We. Yeah. The pork roast bag cried. The hatching training course has been written. We will turn into a mother's way of thinking and be pampered. This life only needs to eat, drink, sleep, and occasionally sprinkle. Different. Xie Xi. He doesn't care about its asterisk hatching course, and his mind is full of words. It will be replaced by a mother's miss. Will he miss this fancy Persian cat? Oh, I think so much. I want to kill him. Zitao wants to come to the air and ask it, what use do you have? The pork roast has a big eyes. Isn't it cute? I don't like it. It also turned a circle. The furry look is really cute, but unfortunately it is white. Isn't it my mother's favorite look? Xie. He squatted down, and the game was in the nest point. He remembered the tips in the props bar. Gold grade. Hurry to sell. Change money is more cost effective than raising this stuff. He should sell it for money, and X will not give him anything good. The pork roast has a small head. Every quasi world, I can help you with 3 fatal injuries. This mother is not normal. It must be difficult to survive cack. Xie asked it, what else? The pork boiled bag has a pair of watercolored eyes. Also, it will sell Meng. Xie. The pork roast is crying. Is it not a matter of selling? Say good. As long as you sell good, you are not afraid to travel all over the world. The training course is wrong. Xie was sleepy, put it in his arms, and found that it was too small. Even when the pillow was not suitable. The barbecued pork bag didn't move until he heard his even breathing sound. When he just wanted to climb out, he listened to his mother and said, I knew I sold it for money. The pork roast is shrinking, and I dare not move. This is not the same as saying tat. An. Is the golden elves not a local tyrant? How do you feel that your mother is a little poor? Zitao used 2 days to study and understand this pork burnt pack. This name is not wrong. This use is also a top burn. The only active skill. The fatal injury is immunized 3 times. The advantage is that the fatal wound is immune to it and has a pain-free effect. The skill effect is reset after leaving the quasi world, which means that the next quasi world can be reused. There is also a passive skill, that is stealth in the quasi world. As long as he does not want to, everyone can't see this pork roast. Has 4 other abilities. Think 1. Zitao hatched him and signed an episode with him, so it unconditionally relied on Zen. Zitao did not want it, and it could not survive. Pork roast. Mom. Tao looked at him. The pork roast package changed. Dat. Z. UK 19. Do not want to be awkward. Call my name. The braised pork bag didn't dare. I thought for a long time and hid the title. I'm still young and can evolve after growing up. Evolution? The pork boiled package quickly said, yes, as long as you raise it well, it can evolve very well. Xie asked, how is a powerful law? Barbecued pork. Did not write in the training course. It is written to sell cute, eat spicy and spicy. But the asterisk doesn't eat and sell this set. The pork roast is stuttering. You can know when you enter and evolve. Xie smiled. The pork roast wowed out and cried, really? It will really become amazing. Zitao broke it into his collar. The small head of the pork boiled bag hung on his collar and felt a warmth. Although the mother was a bit fierce, it didn't seem to show it so much. When Xie met Thomas, Thomas's eyes lit up and told him, there is just a errand to find someone to help. Tao quickly said, the captain please order. Thomas smiled and said, it's coming to the holy day. Your majesty has prepared gifts for the temples. If you are not busy, you can help. The old king gave birth too much, and it was enough to make it 1 by 1. This is an opportunity. Zitao immediately said, I will help. Thomas said, well, then you look at it. Everything is the same. After you have finished putting a brand, you can do it there. There are many princes and princesses in the palace. Everyone is busy. Xie should be down. He took a gift and thought about going to the palace of the 6 princes. How can he miss the opportunity to brush the progress of the task? Because there is work. Xie received a brand. The brand is very high tech. Comes with a small navigator. He followed the prompt to go forward. The charcoal package probes the brain. Mom. Cough. Where are we going? Will the addition of a word change? Xie. Sell you. Barbecued. Pork. Half a slap. It reacted. This is a quasi world. Who can afford it? Hey, mom is good or bad cack? Xiu's mouth swelled and his chin inadvertently licked the furry little fool. The barbecued pork bag didn't dare to scream. The palace of the 6 princes was very depressed. Half a mermaid was not seen along the way. Even the shrimp soldiers were gone, like a cold palace. Xie Tao also vaguely knows some heterologism was considered unclear. When the 6 princes were born, they gave birth to their mothers. After that, the entire motherland died and died. Even the servants who served were not living for a long time. Over time, the entire palace was escaping from him. The old king had a pile of women and children. He still remembered him. Later, no one mentioned it. Even the old king had forgotten at point the mother is gone. No matter what, the days of the 6 princes are so miserable. Xie Tao knows that after blaming him, he can understand his strange character not easy. Xie Tao walked straight in and screamed, "Six Highness," with a click. What broke this sound in the dark and secluded palace? Extra harsh. Xie Tao saw the 6 princes written on the case. The 6 princes were straight and long hairs, and they hanged very close to the side. He wore a very common singlet and his cuffs hang down at the wrists, revealing that the skin is white, but not thin. His slender fingers held a pen and the pen broke. Xie Tao gave him a gift. 6 princes looked at him. What is it? Xie Tao raised the gift over her head. The holy day is coming, and the gift that you have prepared for you. The 6 princes apparently collapsed. He got up and walked down. Father, Xiu's heart is tight, and there is a illusion that this is the first time the 6 princes received a gift. It's hard for you. The 6 princes helped Xie Zhen, and his voice was dumb. Get up, Xie. Tao looked up and looked at him. Seeing this pair of eyes, I feel that he is as pitiful as a pork roast. 6 princes Wei, are you saying God? Xie Zhao smiled and said, the 6 princes are good at remembering, and remember the names they belong to. The 6 princes laughed and greeted him. Sit, I'm called a tea. Xie Zhen's wants to say no, but slammed. There has been a change in the lower right corner of his line of sight. The progress of the mission has gone up from 8% to 12%, but the color has changed. 8% of the top is orange, and 4% of the top is blue. How come there are 2 colors? The 6 princes perceive his strangeness. Xian's bodyguard, Xie Tao slammed back to God and barely smiled. The subordinates will not disturb the temple. 6 princes look calm. Okay, that 4% of the progress has dropped a bit. Xie Zhen suppressed the absurd thoughts raised in the bottom of his heart and said, I have to go to other temples to give gifts, and please ask the 6 halls to forgive me. 6 princes squinted. You haven't been to your brother yet? Yes, Xie Tao said with a hard scalp. This is the first time you come to your highness. He watched as the blue progress bar went up a bit. 6 princes said, go ahead, don't delay the business. Xie Tao took the ceremony, and after leaving, the whole person was in a state of safari. Why are there 2 colors? 8% of the orange and 4% of the blue. What does this mean? Xie Tao has a very ridiculous thought. Isn't that orange progress not given to him by the 6 princes? Who is that? At the banquet, the 5 princes rushed to him. No way. Xie Wen's heart is playing drums. Isn't it so Pit? The task is clearly written. It is the 6 princes. The barbecued pork bag felt that my mother's mood was wrong. He whispered, are you cold? He said that he pressed his little body to him. Xie Tao suddenly returned to God. Is that the case? It is easy to test it out. He just has to send a wave of gifts to him. Chapter 35 The Lost Atlantis 066 Princes. Not the 6th prince, but the 6 princes. Xie Tao was shocked by this possibility. This is true. Can he really accomplish this task? Xie Wei sighed and calmed his emotions and decided not to scare himself. How is the truth? Try it and you will know. He went to get a gift and turned to the palace of the 5 princes. A barbecued pork hangs in his neckline. Your heart is jumping fast. Xie Zhen did not say anything, was so frightened. Can it be unhappy? The pork burnt bag asks again, is it because I met my sweetheart? Xie Wen's footsteps. Who is the sweetheart? The pork roast said, the handsome guy just now. A pair of eyes is really handsome. Xie Tao thinks that the pork roast bag is too ugly when he hatched, although he can't feel it himself, but others said that he also knows that he looks ugly and ugly. So, is this aesthetic of pork burnt in the eyes? Xie Wei was afraid that it was cranky and explained, that is not my sweetheart. The pork burnt bag asks again, is the heartbeat accelerated because I'm going to see my sweetheart? What is messy? Xie Tao chin tops his head. Shut up. The pork roast was afraid of being out of this quasi world and was sold. I dare not ask more. The residence of the 5 princes is far enough. This palace is as big as a town. Losing the mermaid is to swim. If you use 2 legs to go, afraid not to leave the dead. To tell the truth, even if it is a tour, it is very tired, and Xie still is swaying and squeezing. Finally, I went to the palace of the 5 princes. Xie only took a look and felt the luxury that was quite different from the 6 princes palace. It is obviously the same architectural style. One is too gloomy because of too much depression, and the other is magnificent because of the shining lights. The characters of these 2 brothers are also very different. A lonely, a passion, as shown on the progress bar. One is deep blue, one is hot orange. Xie stunned his brain. He didn't want to accept the guess, refused to admit that the different colors on the progress bar represent different princes. The birth of the 5 princes is the queen of the underwater kingdom. He is the only prince of the shackles. It is reasonable to say that he should inherit the throne. There is nothing to hesitate. It is a pity that the 5 princes were extremely disgusted with the church and hated political affairs. Instead, they were quite accomplished in art and became famous artists on the seabed. Such a prince, if there are no other brothers, must inherit the throne. However, his 4 brothers and even a younger brother are very good. Don't look at the 4 princes who are sick, and the 6 princes are different. They have a clear mind and are extremely good at government affairs. A powerful man is the only one who has tamed the Lord of the Abyss, not to mention the princes of the first 2, 3. Each has its own supporters, and the voice is extremely high. In contrast, the 5 princes, who are the shackles of the 5 princes, have the highest popularity in the most noble bloodlines of the royal family, but even his most enthusiastic fans feel that he is not suitable for inheriting the throne. Of course, no matter whether he can become a king, his treatment as a shackle is excellent, so the palace will be so gorgeous. When Xie arrived, she was received by a beautiful female mermaid. There are people who have worked as a guardian because it is a reward for his majesty. According to etiquette, as long as the prince is in the temple, he must come forward to meet and thank you in person. Xie said to the maid, "The trouble is reported." The maid responded, "Please wait for the adults." After a while, the maid came out and thanked Xie. "I'm pleased." Xie gave the gift to the shrimp soldier beside him, followed the maid, and walked into the well-deserved crystal palace. Even if you see the dream of the bottom of the sea, the scene in front of you is still beautiful. The coral groves have beautiful colors that have never been seen on land, and the colorful little fish swim freely, like beautiful butterflies flying in the flowers. Not to mention the pure white porch with the pearly luster. The carvings are too fine, and the squid on the top stretches, as if to keep the shining jellyfish flying. This way, Xie is like Liu Wei, who entered the Grand View Garden. Waiting until the main hall. After seeing the inside of the scene, I actually feel that the luxury of the outside is nothing but the embellishment. The man who fiddled with the harp was drooping, and the sound of the sound was swaying. In an instant, there were countless flowers blooming. In the wide hall, there seemed to be a beautiful dancer dancing. Xie saw his eyes, and he was amazed. The sound of the piano stopped, and the illusion disappeared. The 5 princes got up and walked straight to him, like. Xie returned to God and took a courtesy. "I have seen the 5 halls." The 5 princes helped him up and asked, "I don't like it. The song is nice, and there is a kind of temptation that cannot be said." However, under normal circumstances, Xie is very difficult to say what he likes, but now, he hangs his head and whispers, like. After that, he felt that the back molars hurt. The 5 princes took his hand. "There is another one I wrote for you, Xie. We only met once. What ghost songs you wrote?" Seeing the orange progress bar at the progress of the mission went up again, his mood was complicated. Is this still an explanation? Can this continue to deceive yourself? Xie was not reconciled and tried it again. "There are still orders in the body, and I will go to other temples in a while." Woo. Prince said, "There is no one in the Guardian's office? Why do you have to let you go? It's your own collar." Xie's heart crossed and bite his teeth. "If it weren't for this errand, you couldn't hear the sound of the sacred voice of your highness. The implication is that I'm taking this job for you!" Exclamation mark. His voice just fell. The orange progress bar slammed and went up. Xie. I drafted Grandpa X. The 5 princes stretched their eyes and said, I haven't thought about it. I should have sent someone to pick you up. Xie Tao said, his honor is honorable. Why remember these little things? He said a word. The orange progress bar suddenly snarled. To a certain extent, the prince of the prince is really simple. 5 princes said, don't go toss. I can't make it. Zen patiently explained. The genus has just entered the palace. Neither identity nor background, based on hardships, but also hopes that His Royal Highness will understand. 5 princes frowned and said, you come to me. I will take care of you. Xie Tao said, if you really appreciate me, can you wait for my position to be high? You can apply for deployment, and it is more logical to serve you again. 5 princes stared at him and looked at him for a long while. Well, listen to you, Xie. He is playing drums in his heart. Why is he doing this? Finally, I can leave. When I left, the 5 princes asked, have you been there in the 6th brother? Xie. I didn't understand it before, now I understand. Is he thinking about the banquet? Xie Tao is a young man, and he realizes that the scum man is in a dilemma. He did not say anything, and the 5 princes were more subtle. Xie Tao's head turned very fast, and this kind of thing couldn't be passed. If the 5 princes had the heart to check it, it would be more unclear. Xie Tao first said, I have been there, sure. Enough. The orange progress bar with a good momentum fell out. Xie Tao swears X in his heart. Wu Prince said, why go to him first? Zen's strength in the interpretation of the scum man was forced out. In the past years, some people neglected their duties and did not go to the 6 princes. This year, they specifically told them to go to the 6 princes. Half of his words. The orange progress bar has risen again. Xie Tao is a bit guilty. Don't be so good. The very good 5 princes also distressed. It's hard for you, Xie. If he doesn't leave, he won't be able to hold it. From the 5 princes here, Xie looked at the progress bar, and my heart was already the same point. Although several other princes have not yet gone there, the facts in front of them are very illustrative. If there is only an orange progress bar, you can also suspect that the 5 princes and the 6 princes have lost their bags. The 6 princes also have a blue progress bar. What does this mean? It means collecting the love of the 6 princes, not collecting the love of the 6th prince, but collecting the love of the 6 princes. 6th and 6th. X. Your language mathematics is taught by physical education teachers. Central Garden. The river is sloping, and there is snow in the garden. He has been watching the live broadcast, naturally knowing what Xie Tao has experienced. If Yan Xie Xi is present, he must pat him on the thigh and ridicule him. The old evil is yours. You are green. You are on your own, and you are on the pole. Are you kicking your head? 80% will follow the sentence. You don't want to fall in love and want to go crazy. Jiang is not like this. Before he met Xie Tao, he did not think about love. After he met him, he was really very excited. He really wanted to get along with him. Cannot be stupid like this. This is not just a pit in the pit, but also in the strength pit yourself. Don't mention it. Look at the good feeling of flying down 3,000 feet. To know how bad he is. Why are these 2 worlds going to look like this? Things are a bit complicated. The Lost Atlantis is a very complete quasi-world. Not only the seabed is designed in great detail, but also a whole structure on the shore. Although Jiangxi only designed a planet, if it is cleared, the missing part of the causal law will spontaneously fill up over time. In such a complete world, Jiangxi poured a lot of effort, and the number of souls left there will be known. There are only 3 souls in love to the left or right, but there are 6 in this world. The quasi-world was released after the review of Zone, because of the soul. Until Xie met the conditions, was activated after being selected. The core tasks of the quasi-world are mostly derived from the strongest will of the quasi-world. If it is not Xie, but someone else to clear the world, it may be a very serious task for the prince to seize the position. The seabed competition, ethnic conflicts, and marine protection. It is Xie who can come in. The souls are in some sense the slant of the river. They completely inherit the autonomous people and are very concerned about Xie Tao. The will of the previous 3 souls is still weaker. The love to the left or the right, the quasi world, wants to fall into the Devilsane Hall, so the task is to survive for 7 days. There are 6 souls in the lost Atlantis, and the 6 souls want to be close to Xie. This will be too powerful, and after the upper hand, it will become collecting the love of the 6 princes. They are eager to fall in love with Xie, so they have such a core mission. The river looked at the appearance of Xie Tao's 3 views in the water curtain, and he was distressed and guilty. How to do. Waiting for Xie Wei to pass the customs. Can you listen to him? Just rushing to this asterisk feeling. The little guy is afraid that even Smirk is too lazy to give him. Chapter 31 Lost Atlantis 07X. Be a personal one. Xie Zhen does not give up. He never knew that he would have a day when he did not see the coffin. Without seeing the progress bar of the 3rd color, he never believed that the task was to collect the love of 6 princes. Maybe the 5 princes and the 6 princes are the same person. Well, this is impossible. In short, is not to die, is not willing to accept such a terrible task. Xie Wei posted a half-day psychological construction in the corner. The pork boiled bag licks him with a furry head. Xie Zhen's heart is soft and quite useful. He touched his head. When he was cured, he saw it with a blink of an eye. The pork roast that was twisted by his head. Why, Ben is so ugly. Xie Tao sighed with relief and remembered the password of Yi Rangshu. When he entered the world, he hesitated again and again. The final choice was Yi Rangshu. It was a fatal injury that helped him through the first pothole game. But Xie Momo tried to figure out how to make this easy operation difficult. If you can solve the problem if you die, what do you want to do? The task is to collect the love of the 6 princes. Why do you need Yi Rong? At first, Xie Tao was skeptical that she was not suitable for the prince's appetite. She wanted to change her face with Yi Rong, such as more feminine. Now it seems the adjective of the ghost, its greatest use is the golden shell. Unshelling it, a face can be 6 people. One face collects the love of 6 people. Who can do it? Who can do what he wants to do this task well? Xie Tao sang another sentence. He has been through himself for so many years. Of course, when he was a child, he assured his mother, Xie Su, and then he lost it. He took Sun Muking as a good friend and finally proved that he was too stupid. He hasn't put anyone in his heart for 19 years, and now it's good. The name of X, he remembers forever. Xie Tao thought about it with a grin. Try again. What if he misunderstood him? In case the big designer still wants to be a personal one, Xie Tao sneaked back to the residence and stood in front of the mirror to try Yi Rong. This privilege is an active skill that can be activated by a password. After activation, there will be a prompt in the lower right corner of the line of sight whether to use the easy capacity. Xie Tao nodded, and the next moment he saw that he changed his face. This is far from the imagination, but the eyebrows have changed, the tail of the eyes has been lengthened, and the nose and mouth have changed a little. Although the change is not big, thank you is another appearance. Xie Zhen asked the barbecued pork in the air. Good looking? He couldn't feel it himself. Except for some strangers, he didn't feel much. The char-grilled bag is focused and caressing. Ugly, Xie Wei. The pork boiled bag has a strong desire for survival. Mom. No, Dad likes what I like, and ugly doesn't matter. Xie Tao was not comforted. He stared carefully and tried to analyze the face. A pair of eyes, a nose and a mouth. Aren't people like this? Oh, silly X is not the same. He has a pair of blinks. After all, Persian cat. The river in front of the water curtain looked slightly and could not help but cough. In fact, this easy 2 capacity technique is more similar to Macup. However, it is the fine-tuning of Xie Wei's facial features which makes the original temperament mature, especially the elongated tail. The soul must be ticked away. Xie Tao is very uncertain. Can this face get to the neuropathy? Now think about it. The 6 princes he has seen. The 5 princes are simply cheating. The 6 princes seem to be more naive, and trying to send warmth should work. As for the other princes, the 4 princes did not have much contact, and did not make an evaluation for the time being. The great prince is a housekeeper Andy, who seems to be silent, who knows what color is inside. The second prince is a vampire axe, with a sweet talk on his mouth, and the progress is not moving. It is a squid that, even if the name is not asked. The 3 princes are maids, and they are very arrogant, have a bad temper, and the progress bar has not moved. I don't know what I'm thinking. Can this face touch them? Xie can't see why. Just have to change his face. And try. He continued to use Yi Rong, and he changed his appearance in the mirror. At this time, his eyes became bigger, his lips were much lighter, and he was a little childish. Zitao thinks his face is a bit stupid, like a barbecued pork. An old driver coughed again, and was cute. The pork roast bag knows that there is nothing. It only sees that Zitao is constantly make up. He thinks that he is ugly, and makes his mother feel inferior. So he comforted him. It doesn't matter, it looks like me. Unparalleled eyes are rare. Mom, Dad don't want to be stubborn. Xie. Of course it is rare. You are both around the world. A silly fork. A barbecued pork. I really didn't have the strength to irritate this pork. And Zitao tried to change her face again. Who knows that the bottom right corner of the line of sight actually prompts. The original appearance is empty. Do you use the reserve face? What is this? Zitao faintly has some unpredictable feelings. What does it mean to be original and empty? What does it mean to reserve a face? Zizen chose to use, and the bottom right corner prompts again. Please choose the face type. Then there was a pile of faces in front of him who had seen him in this underwater world. There are 6 princes, there are Thomas captains, and there are also trained guards, even the ministers who have seen in the Chamber of Deputies, even the faces of the group of passers-by who first met in the test room are, in fact, these. Thanks. I can't remember myself. Zizen chose Thomas captain, and in the next moment he completely became the captain of Thomas. The One Piece dress changed, and even more amazing is that he was generally in a demeanor. Xie said, pork. The pork roast wraps his ears and slams his ears. It's a bad voice. Zitao does not think that the voice of Captain Thomas is hard to hear. Very good ordinary male voice, with an accent that doesn't know where to come. Very kind. Yes, he not only turned his face into Thomas, but his voice was exactly the same. Zitao feels interesting, and has changed. I found that even the maids I saw at the 5 princes today can easily change, including body size. Of course, Zitao will not look at the scene under the clothes. This easy to use technique is quite easy to use, and it can be turned into a person's appearance at random, so that he will be much more convenient. Zitao's resentment against X barely faded. In the next moment, Zitao realized a very serious problem. There are only 2 original faces. Zitao received the heart and listened carefully. It doesn't matter if you look at it, you want to kill X. After reading it. There are only 2 original faces, others are reserve faces. Does this mean that there are only 2 faces used to collect love? Oh, plus his face is just 3. Why are there only 3? There are obviously 6 people. Is it difficult for him to use 3 faces to collect the love of 6 people? Is this the rhythm of having to pedal 2 boats? Ziyuxin is tight. He has tried to accept the fact that it is 6 people ready to use Yi Rong Shu, a face to collect 1. He has 3 lives of a barbecued pork, plus 2 lives of uniforms. Just 5 deaths can complete the task. But now this asterisk Yi Rong Shu told him that there are only 2 original faces, which means he must use 2 faces to fix the 2 princes. Where is the ex-old thief? Come out and die. Obviously, Xie underestimated the difficulty of this quasi world. Such a complete world, such a high degree of completion, such a top grade. Even if there is a soul shelter, where is it so easy to complete the core tasks? When Zitao put on the number 1 appearance, there was a hint in the lower right corner. The original face uses the remaining time. 29 days 23 hours 59 minutes 10 seconds. Xie he immediately changed face too, and the same countdown appeared in the lower right corner. Zizen burst into a thick sentence. The barbecued pork bag was shocked. Dad, why are you yelling at me? Xie. He really didn't have the heart to lick the kitten. The remaining time in front of him made his scalp numb. Yi Rong has only 2 new faces, and this new face has a countdown, which means he must collect the love of 6 princes within 30 days. When the easy 2 capacity technique cannot be used, his mission will be declared a failure. If you can't complete the task, you will be trapped in this world of neurosis forever. Zizen absolutely. Zitao couldn't help but turn his mind to the reserve face. Although these are the people who actually exist in the world, there is a certain chance to wear it. but he can go to find someone who the 6 princes can't reach and become the person's appearance, so that this thought just flashed and he was a heartbeat point. There are also countdowns under the reserve face. Current reserve face remaining time 30 minutes. A reserve face can only be used for 30 minutes. 30 minutes to collect the love of a person. Even if the asterisk of love came to the world cannot do it. Zitao is a pit that knows this task point. The first is a word game. It is necessary to collect 6 princes instead of the 6th prince. Secondly, it is a privileged pit. If you choose a fatal injury and a reward 10 times, this is almost an unfinished task. Then it is easy. The limitations of the surgery. Even if you have the privilege of choosing the right privilege, don't want to use the golden shackle to easily complete the task, because only 2 faces are provided. The last is the time limit. The original face can only be used for 30 days. He can't even have 2 ways. Collected can only go hand in hand point. Even if he acts together, he will run off his legs in just 30 days. Xian stared at his fishtail with no expression. He felt that he should not be a mermaid. It should be an octopus. How is 1 leg enough? At least 8.6 boating. 2 boating. Chapter 32 Lost Atlantis 08. He reached out and squeezed Xie and Ash 039's cheek. Although Zitao said that it is irritating, it will not just complain point. Since he entered this quasi world and accepted this task, he will go all out point. It's hard to be difficult. Metamorphosis is perverted, and when he is amazing, he will definitely let a big designer taste this taste too. The so-called sharpening knife does not mistakenly cut the woodwork. Zitao has carefully studied this easy capacity point. The original appearance is a 30-day countdown, and the elapsed time from the moment of activation will not stop, because it is not used point. Although the reserve face is only 30 minutes, the advantage is that it will not pass away as long as it is not used, and it will only start counting down when it is used. This seems to be very useful, and it can do a lot of things with reasonable use of these 30 minutes. Zitao is more puzzled. After the countdown is over, he will go to see this person again. Can he re-record it? Of course. Even if he can re-record him, he can't use the reserve face to collect love point. Imagine that he went to a prince and just waited for half an hour and said, "Wait a minute, let me go out. Then I went to a place some 108,000 miles away to record the face, and then ran back and collected love. 2 eyes to you." Therefore, this easy 2 capacity technique is limited to death and can only be used for original appearance point in 1 month. Get 6 people. Zweni took a deep breath and her eyes were firm. Come on. Can't be trapped here anyway. Time is so tight. He no longer delays time. This gift is still to be well grasped. Let's take a chance to run around and see their preferences. The 5 princes and the 6 princes use their own faces. As for how to distribute them in 1, 2, 3, 4, let's try. Zitao asked the barbecued pork bag, which face do you prefer? He looked at the more mature one and the tenderer one on the second point. This can ruin the kitten. What should I say? It's ugly. It's hard to tell point. Zitao is waiting for its advice. Well, the pork roast can only be blinded one by one. This one. Hey, mother is not easy. Grow into this. How to marry out point. Zitao stared at the tender face number 2 in the mirror and said, let's do it. Use this first. He hurried back to get the gift, grabbed it with a hand, and got the number 3 point. Yes. Go to the meeting. 3 princes first point. Zitao came to the palace of the 3 princes without much trouble. If you want to understand the situation of these people's character, you can see the palace point. Unlike the luxury of the 6 princes depression 5 princes, the 3 princes palace is solemn point like a sharp sword tied to the bottom of the sea. The majestic killing of the gas seems to open the sea point. The 3 princes are not easy. His origins are extremely poor. Just like the 2nd prince is ironic. His mother is a slave who has no face except a face. After seduce the old king, he was not able to be sealed. Later he was pregnant and got settled point. Nowadays, no one naturally dares to discuss these things, but it is extremely difficult to think about the situation of this mother and child point. Later, the 3 princes were willing to go their own way. They had to follow the army. I thought that this delicate prince would kill himself. who knows that he had made a lot of world and got the support of the army. It is also his enthusiasm, and now no one dares to mention his mother's affairs, and will not even scorn the prince. Z when he came over and received him with a light armor. What's up, Z? Tao said, the holy day is coming. This is the reward that his majesty has sent to the temples. The guard looked at him for a while and said, come with me, Z. Tao is not nervous. The royal palace is heavily guarded. Ordinary people simply can't touch it. Besides, the palace is huge, and the scale is comparable to a town. It is impossible for the guards to know each other. Along the way, Tao did not dare to look around. The atmosphere here is very different from that of the 5 princes. A row of straight-backed guards is like a knife that is sharpened and will be cut to the aggressor at any time. You did not squint after walking through the long aisle, stopped in front of the main hall. The guard said, wait a minute, I will report. Before he finished, he listened to a sharp and fragile fragrance in the temple, which was the sound of the collision of gold and stone. Like Zizomori, he glanced at the guards around him. The guardian brother looked like a dish and didn't get in. Just listen to the temple and scream, roll, get out of me. Then came the footsteps. A man in a military uniform opened the temple door and ran out. The guards quickly let go and gave a ceremony. Hello. The Lord was grey-faced and hurriedly nodded, and he couldn't watch these eyes and hesitated. Waste. A bunch of waste. The young prince in the temple is still in anger. Another ping pong sound. It is estimated that a lot of things. The guards looked at Zizen, and the voice did not dare to come out. They only dared to make a look. The general idea was, your highness is on the head. Not as good as. Tao also felt that the timing was wrong and wanted to change to a prince to explore. Who knows that the 3 princes who are angry are very good at seeing people who are stuck in the doorway. What are you doing there? Come in, bodyguard. Z. Wary. The guards trembled in front of them, and their legs trembled like sieves. The temple, your highness. This ritual is going straight down. Tao lowered his head and could only see a mess on the ground. The sound of the former Jinshi should be that the golden tea set was smashed on the jade floor. Here is the bottom of the sea. It is not going to make such a loud noise when things fall. It is enough to see how strong the 3 princes are and how much strength they use. Tao felt a sharp sight on him, followed by the crisp but murmur of Ghana. What is this, Z? Tao bowed and repeated the previous words in the face of the wrath of the prince. All the people present were afraid to make a sound, and it seemed that even the longbow hanging in the temple was quiet. Only thank you for breathing at a constant speed. The sound is calm and soothing, and although the words are respectful, they are not afraid. The guards on his side couldn't help but sneak at him and admire him. After a short silence, the 3 princes whispered, let's put it down, Z. Tao Gong said, yes. He said that he handed the gift to the guards of the 3 princes and was ready to quit. He didn't look up from beginning to end, and he didn't say much. Now, after finishing the errands, it is a look that is going to go. Wait, just as Tao was about to quit, the 3 princes opened and shouted at him. Tao still maintains a respectful attitude. What else is your royal highness? The 3 princes stood on the steps and walked high. Look up, Z. Where he sighed and let himself relax and looked up. The 4 eyes are opposite, and the 3 princes have a pair of deep scorpions like the beasts that lock the prey, staring at them with impunity. It is reasonable to say that it is very uncomfortable to be looked at by people. If Tao is not to collect love, he will turn around and leave. So fierce. Who wants to see you? What is it? The 3 princes asked him. Tao had already thought of the name of number 2 face, Hall. Hall is the big surname of the underwater world, similar to the old king of his former world, taking little trouble. The 3 princes sneered. Do you know Sane Hall, Z? Tao dared to name this. Naturally, there are counts. He was puzzled and said, go back to the temple, the subordinates have not heard. The 3 princes stared at him, and they didn't say anything for a long time. Tao explained, there are a lot of people in the bodyguards who are surnamed Hall. They are basically not their own. Hall's surname is very honorable, but not everyone is honorable. Of course, these 3 princes knew that he had raised his lips and shimmered in the twilight. You look a little like him, Z. Tao is ignorant. My heart is stunned. No, this is easy to have a bug. Fortunately, it is still not that pit. The three princes said again. If you look closely, you don't feel like it. Xie Xi breathed, whispered, if you have nothing to do with your highness, you will go back first. The three princes did not say anything. Xie bowed his head and was ready to leave. The three princes grabbed his wrist and Xie stunned and looked up at him. His Royal Highness. The three princes did not hesitate to inherit the soul of the name of Gare. The neuropathy did not make much more. He reached out and squeezed Xie's cheek. Xie, just now I was too angry to marry the three princes of the entire palace. At this moment, I laughed. A pair of small tiger teeth. Soft. It was softer than I thought. Soft. You paralyzed. Xian's face hurts, but he can only suppress the murderous, revealing a blank expression. The three princes loosed their hands and coldened their faces, as if they had just been nervous. Go busy, Xie. He took the ceremony and left the palace of the three princes. Xie Tao touched her face, hurting and sucking. Spicy chicken soul, hands so heavy. What made him angry was that the progress bar didn't respond. It seems that the three princes don't like the second face. Just thinking about it, he saw a small red square on the progress bar. Okay, there is a delay. Xie Tao turned out the small book and carefully wrote down. Orange 5 Princes Sane Hall, 11% progress. Blue 6 Princes Sane Hall, 4% progress. Red 3 Princes Colin Hall, 1% progress. The overall progress is 16%. The charcoal package probes the brain. What is mom and dad writing? Xie put away the books, looking far away. Silly fork raiders, barbecued pork. Bullying. It is illiterate. There is no fork. Xie continued to arrest. This time the second prince was selected. It doesn't matter. No matter which one can't fall anyway. Let's go to the second prince who will be the butterfly. The second prince is the most popular person. He entered the Ministry of Finance as a young man, and with his savvy mind and sleek way of doing things, he has become a treasury minister of the empire. Because he often appeared in the face and introduced a lot of policies to benefit the people, he has a very high reputation in the hearts of ordinary people. He is already a well-deserved prince. Xie Tao thinks that the second prince is the most difficult thing to do. This kind of prophet is the scum of the figure. Is there really love? Xie Tao came to the palace of the second prince and explained that after arriving, the maid who received him said directly, let him go. All the other princes personally greeted the gift of his majesty, but the second prince did not show up at all. Xie said, the holy day is coming. This is the reward of his majesty. The second man is busy. If you don't mind, just wait here. After that, the mermaid maid swam away. Xie, what big name to play. Don't forget it. He still has two princes who have not sent it. He is planning to change places. Who knows that the maid has returned. The mermaid maid looks complicated. His highness invites you to go in. Xie Tao is not clear, so how do you let him in? Xie Tao walked into the palace quite outside. The character of the second prince's rhetoric is like a peacock. The palace is very simple. It is not so shabby. It has a unique and simple beauty. It is not extravagant and not gorgeous. It only leaves a little extravagance to the royal family. It is a great fortune for the country to be so diligent and economical. Oh, he believes the second prince is talking to people. He is really good looking. The long silver hair is behind the ear, smooth and scattered on the back. The figure is perfectly outlined by the dress. Every move is elegant and charming, and the style of the royal family is interpreted. He was talking to an older minister. He was too expensive to wear, but he was sitting in the second prince, and was compared to a small shrimp soldier. When Xie came in, the second prince said to the minister, go here first. The minister got up and took a courtesy. There is something for his royal highness, and the old minister will go back first. The second prince smiled at him like a spring breeze. Thanks to your reminder, it is a big mistake. Which is there? The minister was sincere and fearful. It is the second priest who is observing the autumn and is thinking about the people. The second prince smiled, and the two were polite for a while. The minister was dizzy, and the ceremony was a real feeling. Xie Tao saw with a sharp eye the sarcasm and contempt revealed by the prince's narrow nephew after the minister left. Sure enough, black hard sesame stuffing. It is estimated that he is coming in. to take the opportunity to drive away the old man. Unsurprisingly, after the other people in the temple, the second prince did not smile. He did not look at Zen and said to the maid, arrange the next gift. The maid lowered her eyebrows and said, okay. The second prince, who can speak good words, did not say anything to Zen, but only waved his hand. Xie, don't look at it. Slagfish. Xie is also not good at opening up, can only take a gift, ready to quit, right? The second prince was lazy. Is the three princes gone? Zen thought and moved and said, go back to the temple, I have just been there. The second prince Mifeng was lifted very lightly. He sat high and stared at Xie. Look up. Xie slowly looked up and looked at the second prince. The second prince looked at him. After watching it for a while, he smiled and said, what is the name? He said that. He got up and walked straight down the steps. Xie reported the name of face number 2. The second prince chuckled. It is the whole family. Xie Tao does not say anything, waiting for neuropathy. The second prince lived up to his expectations and reached out to his eyebrows. He said softly, it looks so good, how about staying with me? Xie Tao is speechless. Are you seeing a asterisk fish? Xie was about to speak, but he heard the footsteps and the shouts of the shrimp soldiers. 3 halls. 3 halls are slow, and the second hall is being discussed with people. It is inconvenient. Boom. The temple door opened, and the third prince stood outside the door. What do you mean? The war in the north. The sound came to an abrupt end, and he narrowed his eyes to the 2 people who were together. The second prince surrounded the little mermaid, and his movements were gentle and his voice was slow. The younger brother went to the army for a few years, and even the most basic courtesy was gone. Xie Tao was caught unprepared by the second prince and wanted to break free and found that he could not move at all. The barbecued pork screamed on the side. Scorpio, my mother was hugged. Strong. Zen really wants to stew this fish and pork roast. Chapter 33 Lost Atlantis 09 fish. You are afraid that your head is sick. The kitten realized that he was excited and called the wrong title, but he came back again. Scorpio, my father was hugged. Xie Xi, but did not have the strength to break free of the prince's imprisonment. He is much shorter than the second prince, and there is a gap in his body. The second prince is slender and savvy, but he does not change his color. The 3 princes unceremoniously ridiculed. Is this in the matter of deliberation? The guardian stopped him and said that his house was in the process of deliberation. As a result, the 2 princes were hugs with the little mermaid. The second prince said, what is more important than this? He blinked at Xie. If this is an ordinary mermaid, 80% will be fascinated by him. Unfortunately, Xie Tao is extremely immune to this face. Not only not confused, but also wants to fan him. The 3 princes rushed in to have a business. He twisted his eyebrows. Heikyu State is just around the corner. You even advocate the reduction of northern armaments. It is simply a blind eye. Stupid. He has the heart to talk about business, but the second prince is full of eyes are small mermaids. Absent-minded. The 3 princes are so angry that they want to kill a shameless dog man. The second prince looked like a casual side and revealed the face of Xie Tao. How the 3 princes looked at them, and they recognized them at a glance. This is Hall. His heart sank, and his body was murderous from his point of view. Xie Tao is red-faced, and his eyes are full of water vapor. He wants to refuse to welcome, but in fact, Xie is tired. He can't earn it for a long time, and the whole fish is going to be tired-eyed. The second prince suddenly loosened his strength, and Xie Tao was finally free. He was panting, and he felt a sigh of relief, as if he was an entity, and could not wait to pierce him. Xie turned to see the dark red eyes full of guards' anger. The second prince is still not big enough, whispered. 3 brothers, you scared him. He blamed the 3 princes, and the sight of Xie Tao was all a favor. If it is not the progress of the stripes, Zen really wants to believe in his deep feelings. At this moment, the red progress that had been raised up, slamming, like a flame blown out by the wind, disappeared. Yes, the second prince did not lie to the progress bar here. The third prince was also lost, and sure enough, it should not be ruined. Xie Tao was reinstated and decided to give up the unreliable second prince and try to win the 3 princes. Second Highness, please be self-respected. Xie quickly distanced him away and even approached the three princes, a look for help point. When he said this, the two brothers in the temple were all a glimpse point. The second prince estimated that he did not expect someone to reject him. The three princes guessed the story point. Zhao renewed his enthusiasm. The gift of your majesty has been sent, and the next time you go back to life. After turning around without reluctance, the tight back with the anger. That could not be said point. The three princes ridiculed. The second brother is really growing more and more, and it is hard to do things like this. Throwing this sentence, he also turned and left point. The second prince stared at the back of the two men and raised their eyebrows. Zhao swam out of the palace of the second prince, tired and angry, and the gas was not even, and he was not aware of someone behind him. Xie chased all the way and saw the little mermaid, who was ashamed and angry. The little mermaid was born to be tender, and the eyes were round and bright, like a small bubble in the water, crystal clear, as if it would break at any time. He was so upset that it was hard to remember. Don't cry. There is no tear in the water, but the red eyes have already explained everything. Xie crying a ghost. He is angry. The three princes asked him what the asterisk is going on. Zhao knows that this is a good opportunity to recover the loss. He said with resentment, the subordinates were only ordered to give gifts to the second highness. They were all good. Later, when the second highness asked me to go there, I said that I have been there. His highness went down, inexplicably. He said that the goosebumps are all picked up, but looking at the red progress bar that has come up, I can only insist on it. When the three princes heard it, they understood what was going on. He said, X has always dealt with me. He knows that I will come to him, so he deliberately bullies you. He paused and continued, let you suffer wronged. Xie Hao hangs down and shakes his head. The three princes patted him on his shoulder and said, go busy, I will go to you later. Find me? Zhen was shocked and looked up and asked, what is your liking looking for me? When Gar is not angry, the pupil is light red and very beautiful. He asks, can you find me if you have nothing? Xie Xi was afraid to wear a gang and quickly said, what is the matter under the temple and his royal highnesses, that the subordinates are dirty and chaotic? Galdo, there is nothing. When I was a child, I used to be at the guards. He stopped and said again, alright, it is not before. He looked awkward and asked Xie, is your communicator on your body? Xie, communicator? Ge said, no, this is what you are holding. He put a dark red thing on Xie's palm. Zhao knows that the technology level of the underwater kingdom is very high, but because he has not received a salary, he has no money to understand. He said, this, gal, when I contact you, Xie. When he took aim at the red progress of up to 3% and accepted the gift. Thank you under the court, go. Busy. The three princes watched him leave. Zhao played with the communicator in his hand, thinking that this is a good thing, you can make good use of it. And he had to improve the information on the first face and the second face, saving him from being poked. He has a reserve face, and many difficult things can be done with these. The communicator on the hand and the mobile phone on the land are not much different, but the style is more novel. It is worn on the wrist, and the floating interface pops up when pressed, and can be directly clicked. Xie saw the last name of the person in the address book. Gal Atlantis. The royal family of the Seabed Kingdom is surnamed this. It is said that they are the only descendants of this lost empire, so the name of the empire is the surname, intended to be remembered forever. Xie shut down the communicator, wondering if he was going to the big prince or the four princes. Phase 2 does not work for the second prince, then you have to try the other two princes. I have to guarantee a face and 2 talents. Zhao only hopes that she will not confuse in the future. Just thinking about it, there was a sigh behind him. Xie's tail paused and stopped. What do you want to do with this squid? I'm sorry. The second prince's voice is really foul, and it is better to listen to the bones. Zhao was unmoved. He looked at the progress bar without fluctuations, and was too lazy to use this face to take care of him. The second prince went around him and coveted him. I didn't mean to make you angry, Xie. Zhao sneered and looked up at him. What do you want to do under the second highness? The second prince was surprised and didn't say anything. Zhao was very disappointed with him. The play was too lazy to play. If nothing happens, then the first one is gone. He swam forward His attitude called an autumn wind sweeping leaves. No mercy. Axe snorted and smirked for a long while. The pork roast bag is angrily saying, hey, the bad guy who holds his father. Xie Tao couldn't help it and took it down for a long time. If you can't talk, shut up. The soft face of the barbecued pork was smashed into a buns. Difficult, isn't it? He is strong and strong. Xie Wei pinched its small mouth and didn't let it scream. Suddenly, he loosened the barbecued pork and looked at the lower right corner of his gaze. A different color appears behind the orange, blue, and red progress bars. The purple progress bar has risen by 1% to is purple. The second squid of the squid. How did it suddenly rise a little? What did he do? Xie Tao recalled his own behavior. Is there any other move besides being angry, crying, or even disgusting? Is this just the opposite of the progress? The second prince, you are afraid that your brain is sick. However, with this unexpected high, Xie Tao can basically determine the chart of the second prince, and the 3 princes were handed to the number 2 face, and the remaining 2 princes were the number 1 face. He returned to the guardian's office again and just swam to the door to see the 6 princes. Xie Xi is still unskilled in business, and his heart is panicked. Which face does the 6 princes correspond to? 6 princes whispered, is there any way? Is Thane Hall here? The pork roast bag is very fond of the old 6, shouting, my mother is in front of you, wow handsome guy. Chapter 39 Lost Atlantis 10. In fact, my tail is also beautiful, waiting for a chance to show you. Losing. Xie Tao set the quasi-world stealth on the barbecued pork. If people hear what it says, Xie Tao is really the one who is smashed and smashed. 6 princes are still watching him. Xie Tao has already reacted. He bowed his ritual and bowed his head. I have seen 6 of his royal highness. He had previously installed Thane Hall in the 3 princes, and this time he had to carry it through to the end. The first time you come, you don't know many people. You don't know who is your adult. Xie Zhao lowered his head and tried not to look at the 6 princes. The 6 princes lived in a simple way, and they rarely touched people. They would not want to alarm too many people. He said, he is also the guard here. If you see him, he will help me with a message and let him have time to see me. Xie Ying should say, okay, your highness. The 6 princes left, and Xie breathed a sigh of relief. He has been troubled by 6 princes alone, and now he has to use 3 identities to face 6 people separately. It's like walking a tightrope. It's not easy for a person to take a wire. He's going to squat back and forth on 6 wires. This can really get to the end. Xie Tao went back to the house, locked the door with his backhand, and turned off Yiran. No panic. He bowed a little. Original skin, Thane Hall, corresponding to the 5 princes and the 6 princes. Phase 2, Colin Hall, corresponding to the 2nd prince and the 3 princes. Phase number 1, Jess Hall, temporarily assigned to the Grand Prince and the 4 princes. Xie Tao meditation several times in his heart, determined that he would not remember, and then he recorded the progress of the task. A 100% progress bar means the task is completed. There are 6 people at the moment. On average, each person is 16.66. Why do you want to get a constant number? Xie Tao turned to think, this may be a good thing besides constant. If it is doomed to be evenly divided, is it possible to focus on one and collect as much love as possible from him? The rest is collected from several other people, which seems to be much simpler. For example, the 5 princes are so good, collecting 60% from him, so the percentage of the other princes is only 40%, because the task is to collect the love of the 6 princes, so all 6 have to. The difficulty of 1% and 60% is quite different. Like the neurological disease of the 2nd prince, it is 1% simpler, and more ghosts know what he will do. Can this be like this? Xie Wei deeply doubts, looking at the live river's slanting side, while being thanked by Xie Zhen. This bite of the pen, and thinking carefully, gave a lovely trepidation, while worried that Xie Tao knows the truth, and then mad at him. A wave of good feelings. This number is already terrible, saying that Jian Zhe's 80% thought that they would not dare to be with them. Of course, the task will not be that simple. Each color is 16.66. It represents the love of a single soul. Because love is endless, the number is endless. Since all love can't naturally exceed this percentage, there is number 60% collection from a single prince. Xie Tao put away the small book and decided to go to the 6 princes first. 6 princes came to him specifically. Maybe there is something urgent. There is a preference for comparison. Compared to the 3 princes of the squid and the 3 princes, the 5 princes and the 6 princes are much more lovely. Time is life, and Xie Tao immediately went to the palace of the 6 princes. When the 6 princes saw him, the grey glory was bright. The sizzling thief of the barbecued pork sang, "Ah, ah, the second handsome under the sea." Don't ask who the first handsome is, they are different from the bottom of the sea. Xie Tao took the ceremony and the 6 princes helped him. Is there anything for my highness to find me? The 6 princes went down and said, "There is something I want to tell you." Xie Tao looked at the active progress bar and was happy to accompany the lonely prince. "Please speak under the highness." The 6 princes hesitated and finally said, "I will go to land tomorrow, thank you." Xie "Land?" 6 princes said, "So I want to be alone with you." Xie Yuxin was tight and asked, "How long will it take?" "Don't go for a few months, isn't he the task?" His nervous appearance made the 6 princes stretch a lot, and his voice whispered, "It won't take too long, 3 or 4 days." Xie Yu sighed and said, "I thought I had to go for a long time." The 6 princes flashed and said, "No." Xie Tao is somewhat puzzled. "Just 3 or 4 days, why should I tell him specifically? Of course, he can't ask for this." The 6 princes are so pitiful, probably have no friends, and there are individuals who are good to him, so extra attention? With such a thought, Xie Zhen was a bit embarrassed. Subordinate. He just wanted to say that when you came back, he suddenly stopped. There is a green light shining on the jade table next to it. "Thank you for your eyes, make sure you are not mistaken. That is the archive." 6 princes noticed his pause. "What happened?" Xie Tao said, "No, nothing." The 6 princes were puzzled, but did not ask. Xie Wei moved quietly there and chose to archive. There is always a feeling of incomprehensibility in his heart. Why is there an archive point? Is there an important branch next? The last archive point was to get him into the palace. This time, Xie Tao couldn't figure it out for a while, and it wasn't too cold to leave the 6 princes. He convinced back to his thoughts. "When is your highness going?" 6 princes said, "Tomorrow morning." Xie Tao said sincerely, "I will wait for you to come back." The 6 princes laughed, very light, and they were so inexplicably sad. He said, "Well, Xie." Wei looked at the blue progress bar and occupied 7 percentage points, which is quite comforting. 6 princes said, "Do you have any errands?" "Go ahead." Xie Tao did not deliver the gift, did not dare to delay the time, and left after the sin. Xie Zhen's heart is far from being so practical. This archive point makes him very upset. If there is no important decision, there should be no archive points. So is he right? Have no idea for now. Xie Tao changed her face and went to give gifts to the big prince, but she didn't see anyone here. The big prince had a lot of time and worked overtime in the chamber. Xie Tao turned to the palace of the 4 princes, and the 4 princes were the only ones who had no legitimate reasons. He is ill, let alone a small guard, and his young master can come, and he can still say no. Xie Wei has a little regret, but he is not in a hurry. Anyway, there is no need to test it. 3 faces and 6 people have already been assigned. The rest is to create opportunities to approach them. On this day, Xie Zhen was really tired and fell asleep not long. After lying in bed, he had a dream. In his dream, he became a small fish and was chased by 6 big sharks. He traveled desperately and was finally torn by the sharks into 6 servings. Xie Zhen woke up, half a bitter smile. Where is this dream? This is reality. Today he is very busy, but he is not busy with squid, but to improve the information of the other 2 faces. There is a big bug in Yi Rangshu. He can do a lot of things. Of course, you should make good use of it. The first is the management of Yi Rangcheng's palace, which recorded the number 1 face and the number 2 face into the roster of the palace guards. Fortunately, this is a technologically advanced underwater world. The authority is verified by the fingerprint iris face. Xie can easily pass. After changing the roster, he passed the household registration management system of the underwater world and arranged a proper family background for his three faces. To get this done, Zitao took the opportunity to copy a lot of prince related information and prepare to go back and study slowly. This toss is another day. Zitao feels very worthy. After all, sharpening the knife does not mistake the woodworker. Another day, a maid came to the guards to find him. Mr. Hall, please have your highness, Xie. Wei. For a time, he couldn't see which face he was. Miss Mermaid could call the name and explain which is his royal highness. Fortunately, the barbecued pork was tempered, and I knew that it was doing something right. He loudly reminded, Cien, Dad is now Sane Hall. Ziziana-san breathed out and knew which of the maids the maid came from. There is no maid in the 6th place, not to mention that he went to the land without being at the bottom of the sea, and that this can only be the maid of the 5 princes. Xie Wei should go down and follow the maid. The 5 princes waited for him for a while, and when he saw him, he greeted him, Cien, come here. When Xie Li did not finish, she was pulled up by the 5 princes. The 5 princes rarely wear formal attire, and the uniforms of the pens will outline the figure very well. A pair of long legs can really give the mermaid to the envy of death. When the fish has been for a long time, I miss the taste of down to earth. The 5 princes noticed his sight and approached him and asked, like my legs? Xie Wei. The 5 princes' lips were bent and whispered, in fact, my tail is also beautiful, so I have a chance to show it to you. Xie Wei. How do you feel? Weird. The 5 princes laughed. Small Sane, you are so cute, Xie. Tao looked at the orange progress bar that had gone up and pushed the boat down the water. Please don't ask your highness. Tease. The 5 princes held his hand. I didn't tease you, I only show you, Xie. When he feels that his palm is hot. Always feels. Is this progress too fast? They only know a few days? If he knows that 16.6666% is the fullest value, it would not be strange. The progress of the 5 princes has reached 13%, and he has been very restrained before he has been pushed down. He didn't say anything. The 5 princes only thought he was shy, no longer teasing him. Go, take you to the concert, Xie. When he was surprised. Concert? Yes, Wu Wangdao said, I'm the song I wrote, you will definitely like it, Xie. Where he is really not annoying. The 5 princes are versatile, and the strings are all the sounds of nature, and the songs he wrote. I'm quite looking forward to it. The underwater world also has cars, of course not called cars, but airships after all. There is no need for a highway in the sea, and it's almost like a shot. In fact, the speed of the mermaid is not slow, not even slower than the airship, but the speed is also fast, and consumes physical strength. Like this kind of thing to enjoy, you can have a means of transportation who is willing to swim. The spirit of the 5 princes has nothing to say. Even if Zitao does not know how to do it, he can see how luxurious this transportation tool is. It is estimated that the 2 basic Rolls-Royce on land can't compare. The 5 princes were particularly grateful to thank you, and when he was too good, Zitao had such a lost embarrassment. Although he was forced by the task, the things he did were not exhaustive, and they were completely deceiving people's feelings. If the souls are like the 2nd prince, he can take it for granted. It's as silly as the 5 princes. He is really. The 5 princes asked him, is it delicious? Xie Wei swallowed the pastry in his mouth and nodded. It's delicious. The 5 princes show Yan Xiaodao. I want them to prepare more for you, Xie Wei said. No, I'm there, Wu. Prince said, you are too small, it is better to move out. Where can you thank Xie? He tweeted, His Royal Highness, please give me some time, I can arrange my life. The 5 princes did not force him. Well, don't be angry, I will follow you, Xie. Tao is more guilty. They had just arrived at the concert hall and had not yet walked in. The 5 princes' communicator's rang. It was a very sharp voice, especially harsh, like some kind of alarm. The 5 princes wrinkled. He quickly took out the communicator, and after a glance, the whole person froze. At the same time, a huge screen is projected in the sea, and the big squares are clearly visible. There was a costumed 3 prince on the screen. His posture was high and his eyes were deep and his mouth was like a blast of the entire seafloor. 6. Princess Sirius Atlantis was ordered to land on the land and was killed. The land people are so brutal and so mad, how can we sit still? Thank you. What? 6 princes are dead? Question mark? The author has something to say. Hey, dead. This is the legendary Death to Love. Hello. Chapter 34 The Lost Atlantis 11 Green Oil. The 3 princes have long been through the battlefield, and they are not angry and self-defeating. At this moment, they are impassioned and shake the mood of the people on the seafloor. The seabed and the land originally had irreconcilable contradictions. Now the prince's death has become a fuse, and it is blasted and blasted. Land. People are deceiving too much. They dared to kill our prince. It's true. The pro-land's running dogs are optimistic, and the land people are asterisk on our heads. Down with the landlord. Down the landlord. Down the landlord. Together with this slogan, the slogan is full of slogans, and the sound of the waves even makes the water flow surge. Xie Tao was in the center, and was almost unstable by the vortex. The 5 princes stopped him, and buckled him. Xie Tao couldn't take care of this bad posture. He looked up at the 5 princes, and saw hatred from his negligent nephew. Xie Tao's heart snorted. After checking the information, he was very clear that the 5 princes were the lord in the faction. He was free from the battle for the throne. He borrowed the mother-in-law to show his attitude and only supported the peace-minded monarchs. He does not want to fight against the land people. He hopes that the 2 sides will live in peace and not interfere with each other. But now, the death of the 6 princes broke this possibility. If even the 5 princes of the lord in the faction raise hatred against the land people, others can imagine. The 6 princes are no longer valued. They are also the princes of the empire and a symbol of the empire. The land people killed him, which is equivalent to declaring war on the seafloor. Even if he doesn't consider the task, Xie Tao does not like war at all, let alone he can't let the 6 princes die. There is a new tip in the lower right corner. Please note that the current archive point will disappear after 10 minutes. That is to say, there is no chance, after reading the file now. Still thinking about it? Xie Tao chose to read the file. After a slight dizziness, Xie Tao returned to the 2 princes 2 days ago, and stood firmly in front of the 6 princes. 6 princes just asked him, what happened? Although Xie Tao did not think about the situation at the moment, she said the same thing as at the time. No, nothing. He remembered, he just saw the archive point, so he was a little panicked, and went away. Xie Wei sighed and tried to ask, when is your highness going? He should haven't asked. He remembered when he left. Sure enough, the 6 princes said, tomorrow morning. The subordinates know that this is offensive, but Xie Tao looked up and looked at him seriously. His Royal Highness, can you not go to land? The 6 princes squatted. Xie Tao decided to play a straight ball. He said, the land is dangerous. Your noble body, why should you go to risk? These words flowed into the heart of Sirius like a warm current. His pupils were lighter and whispered, the land is not as dangerous as you think. I have been there a lot. Nothing. This is something. You are gone. Xian hurriedly said, can't you go? The 6 princes were warm in their hearts. He said a few words on a regular day. He was very unspoken. At this moment, he only said, reassured, I will be back in 2 days. Xie Tao couldn't care about the progress bar going straight up, and he asked, can you be with you? The 6 princes were so stiff that they were shocked. He obviously did not expect Xie Tao to say such things. Xie Tao can't let him die again, staring at him and asking, is it okay? The 6 princes looked at him and revealed doubts. Why? Xie Zhen's meal. The excuse to find it is very lame. I have never been to land. I want to see it. 6 princes said, you just said that the land is very dangerous. Xie Tao took his words and blocked him. Don't you say that the land is not as dangerous as I imagined? I was forgotten when I was anxious, but the more he is, the faster he has a heartbeat. For so many years, almost no one took the initiative to talk to him, and no one showed him well, but the person in front of him gave him a dish and sent him the blessing of his father. Now it is. The 6 princes' eyes were extremely gentle. Don't worry, I really won't have anything, but I will be back in 2 or 3 days. Xie Tao said, since there will be nothing, how about taking the subordinates? His Royal Highness, is there not a person waiting for him? 6 princes. He used to be alone, and there are people who serve. Xie Tao did not expect that he really said it. It was a miserable prince to go out alone and die in a foreign land. He could not help but slow down his voice. His Royal Highness, bring the genus down to see the world. I have never left the sea. Such soft and hard foam. The 6 princes can stand up. This should be down. Well, I will take you to see. The land is also very interesting. Xie Tao, a landman. Where is he? Still curious about the land? However, he was able to keep up with the pace of the death of the 6 princes. He was still happy. He smiled and said, well, Your Highness, see you tomorrow. The 6 princes were swayed by his smile, and he called his name. Scene. Xie Tao is still used to the name. 6 princes shook their heads. Nothing. You have errands. Go ahead. After he finished laughing, the pupil of the strange color gave a feeling of unclearness, but when he laughed, the color became very light, as if the clear sky merged with the gentlest sun. The splendid gentleness beautiful again. Xie Wei was awkward and left after the ceremony. The pork roast is yelling, it's so handsome. It's my future father. Xie Tao took the buns out of the neckline and licked his small head. Who is your father? Huh? The pork roast is too much to say. Mama is awkward. Xie. You has to work harder with the last experience. Xie Tao did not waste time going to the Grand Prince and the 4 princes. He used the easy to use technique first. He went to fill in the identity of the 2 faces, and he still had to make a fake note. Please take a vacation for both of your own identity. If you have a loss and have a reserve face, you must not only kill him if you have these things, even if this is enough trouble. Xie Tao only hopes that this time, the 6 princes will be saved smoothly. Don't read the file again. Holding a fork burning bag, Xie Tao took a nap and slept, and the next day he was full of energy and prepared for the battle. The 6 princes were really poor, and the 5 princes went to see a concert before they rushed back. He was a business trip, but he was so shabby that he only brought a thank you, and even more heartwarming, Xie Tao still took the initiative to follow up. Xie Li went halfway, and the 6 princes laughed and helped him up. The land is different from the seafloor, and there is no need for more gifts. Xie Tao said, it's stupid. There are places that you don't understand, and please ask your highness. The 6 princes corrected him. Don't call my highness. You don't have to claim to be subordinate. Xie Tao was surprised to say, how can this be done? 6 princes said, on land, unlike our seabed, they have eliminated the monarchy and the social structure is more equal. Xie Wei certainly knows this, but he still has to pretend to be wrong. The land people are really wild, not knowing the number of gifts. 6 princes patiently explained to him, isn't equality equal? No matter who is in the status quo, anyone will have a chance to make a difference. Xie Tao's customary brain circuit for the people under the sea. How can civilians compare with the royal family? 6 princes said, what is it? Xie Tao said, only the royal family has a strong manner, and it turns out the perfect legs. The 6 princes shrank their eyes and said, if you can eat enough, you can't grow these 2 meats. Xie Yi. There is no such thing as a chug grilled bag. A bunch of bad skills. Oh. Handsome guys opened the yellow cavity. Xie Wei. The good atmosphere was destroyed by this barbecue. The 6 princes looked at Xie Tao and said, if you want to go ashore, you have to try to walk with your legs. Xie Tao walked for 19 years with 2 legs. I'm afraid that he is more skilled than the 6 princes. Pity he has to act. Is it difficult? It will be a little uncomfortable at first, but you can rest assured that I will help you. That's a problem for your highness. 6 princes said, call me Sirius. Xie Tao called his name, and the 6 princes laughed. The first time I felt that my name was so good. Xie Wei. The pork roast is called handsome guy. You can talk. Xie Zhen really wants to throw this barbecue. The 6 princes said again, there is still an hour to land. I will help you to develop your legs. With Xie's own manner, he couldn't have legs, but the 6 princes could help him. Xie Tao nodded. The 6 princes let Xie Tao sit on the chair and put the tail on one side. 6 princes kneel in front of him and put his hand on his fishtail. From this point of view, it is quite wonderful. The 6 princes always had a sullen face in the past. A pair of strangers do not enter the appearance After they are familiar with it, they find that his character is simple. Just because they are used to a person and do not know how to get along with others, this made Zitao think of herself. Before coming to this inexplicable world, he was also like this. He was abandoned by his father, abandoned by his mother, and isolated by the whole world. He could only live alone in his own world, without any dependence. It may be a little uncomfortable. You can bear it. 6 princes whispered to him. Zitao came back, and he nodded. Nothing. He just groaned when he finished speaking, and he couldn't be patient with this unspeakable itching. If it is painful, it is more terrible to feel this numbness, as if it was lightly charged. The whole tail is crisp. The 6 princes looked up, and their voices were dumb. Is it painful? Xie died biting his lower lip and shook his head. No. 6 princes said, I control the strength. It should not hurt, but it will be slower. Zitao would rather hurt some and get it done quickly. This taste is too uncomfortable. The barbecued pork bag has always been a big deal. It squints with short cat claws, and the dew sticks. Good color. If Xie is not moving, he will grab it and throw it out into the bowl. There was some silence in the cabin. After the 6 princes' hands were taken away, Zitao finally asked for this **** numbness. He took a breath and calmed his emotions. The 6 princes swayed and whispered, you take a break, come on the shore and call me. Zitao was not allowed to come when the accident came, so I didn't want to be separated from him. I'm fine, my highness is here. 6 princes. Zitao did not notice any problems with her own words, but the progress bar has reached 13% and has surpassed the 5 princes. Xie blinked his eyes and couldn't understand what happened. 6 princes coughed a little and the tip of his ear seemed a little red, and he covered and asked, would you like to get up and walk? Xie Xi was afraid that he would die after he slipped out of his sight and said, okay. He felt that he was not walking. He would forget it immediately after 19 years. Who knows that when he stands up, he finds that this leg is so weak and useless. Oh. Zitao almost fell. The 6 princes held him and warmly said, don't worry, Xie. When he took his arm and used it as a support, it took a lot of effort to stand firm. The 6 princes were afraid of his disappointment and explained, you are used to the fishtail and need to adapt slowly after becoming legs. Zitao is also served. He is a real 2-legged beast. After a few days, the fish will not walk. Sit down the temple. I will try the wall and try it myself. It doesn't matter. You can hold me. Zitao still worried that he would leave his sight. Simply rude. Holding his arm and trying to adapt to his legs after more than 10 minutes of biting his teeth. The 6 princes smiled. It's amazing. Xie. Awesome. Like a ring. The 6 princes continued. I just had legs and I always traveled as 2 tails. Zitao said, you were very small at the time. The 6 princes said faintly, big brothers will be able to walk when they are 3 years old. Zen thought and moved, remembering the sentence that the 6 princes just said. If everyone can eat saturated warm, will not grow legs. Is the illusion of these legs not born? Xie said, you are no worse than anyone. As soon as this was said, the blue progress bar slammed again and rose to 15%. Zitao is a little excited. If the progress of the 6 princes can exceed 17%, does he have to go to pick up so many fish? After finally landing, Zitao also adapted to the legs and can take a steady road under the support of the 6 princes. 6 princes said, drink this. This is a water retaining agent developed by the underwater world. After taking it, the mermaid is not dehydrated on land, but it has a time-saving effect and lasts for up to 3 days. Zitao leaned down and drank. The 6 princes saw his white neck, his eyes narrowed, and he looked away. Zitao put down the empty bottle. It tastes good, sweet. 6 princes smiled and said, ready, we have to go ashore. Zitao nodded, no problem. What can I do? He is a native landowner. It is a pity that this thought disappeared immediately after he left the water. Good, hot, uncomfortable. Xie frowned. He was like walking into the sauna. The hot air that was blown up to the eyes could not open. The voice of the 6 princes is in his ear. Don't be afraid. Try to breathe. Xie held his arm and held his eyes closed for a while before finally getting used to it. Who can think of it? He is a landman who will not be able to adapt to the air on land one day. A faint coolness came from the palm of the six princes. Xie then found that she was covered with a thin layer of water, and the sultry feeling faded, and she was much more comfortable. Six princes said, adapt slowly, there will be no landers at this time. First, Xie Tao was covered with a layer of faint water. Ordinary people saw that they were afraid not to yell at help. Xie Tao saw the thin sweat between the six princes. He knew that maintaining this water source was consuming his strength, and he shook his head. No, I have to adapt sooner or later. His words were not finished, and the sound of the air broke in. Xie Zhen was shocked, but unfortunately the slow body could not escape the oncoming bullets. If this is the middle of the eyebrow, he will die. Between the electric and the flint, the six princes held him into his arms and blocked the gun with his back. Xie Yan's eyes wide open. Sirius's eyebrows are light and wrinkled, and a pair of sorrows are extremely gentle. Go back to the boat. His mouth overflowed with blood. Xie Tao did not delay for a while, and immediately read the file. Central Garden. Jiang obliquely looked at the good feelings. After a long time, the red rain finally stopped, and the floating green +1 made him feel complicated. The good feelings have gone up. Green. Really. The author has something to say. The feeling of goodness has finally risen. Is the old evil happy? River Slope. Chapter 41. The Lost Atlantis. 12. The complex mood of the river is just beginning. On the water curtain, Xie read the file and returned to the underwater world. He just returned to the warm water from the hot land. He only felt the hearty and dripping, and then he saw the six princes who were alive and kicking, and he was relieved. Feedback to the river is there, and it is a good feeling. +1. The river slant is not a taste. The six princes have blocked a shot for Xie Zhen. It's a little bit good to know what it means. How do you just meet up? After reading the file, it is his good feeling that he is upright, but the old comrades are not happy. Xie Tao said to the six princes that there was no such thing as before, and the six princes returned almost exactly the same words, including the sentence after departure, called me Sirius. Xie Tao bent his eyes and called him Sirius. Six princes whispered, for the first time, I feel that my name is so good. Xie Tao said, it sounds good. Jiang oblique green +3 stung his eyes. It is also said that people's old evils rely on their own good feelings, and why do you want to give him back? Next is the six princes to help Xie Tao illusion legs. This part of the river slant has been very dislike. Look at it again at this moment. More feel at heart. The six princes are his soul. His soul is his own, and now he is green himself. The authentic green. The green +1 is like the green grassland under the blue sky and white clouds. Too much. After having the legs this time, Xie Tao did not dare to delay, and took the initiative to support the six princes' arm, and tried to walk. It is dangerous to go ashore. He must adapt to these two penny as soon as possible. The six princes saw the thin sweat that oozing out of his nose, and he said, don't worry, take your time. Where did Xie come down slowly? He resisted discomfort and continued to walk. I can't drag your hind legs. Six princes said, how come? You can accompany me to the shore. I have already. He paused and felt that the words were too close and could not be said. Xie Tao knows they only know a few days, and the time spent together is even less, but even so, the six princes can still stand up at that critical moment and save his life, enough to see how much he values him. Xie Tao can't imagine that a gentleman who has seen the world warm and cold, and who has been exhausted and unfairly lived so miserably has such a gentle heart. He just accepted him for such a hypocrisy, and he paid his life to reward him. Xie is very embarrassed. This time, Xie Zhen adapted very well. Not only did not use the six princes to help, but also to run this survival skills. Xie Tao drank the water retaining agent. After landing, he resisted the dry heat and sultry heat of the air. He can no longer let the six princes waste their strength to give him a water shield. They have to recharge their batteries and do their best. Six princes worried and asked, are you alright? Xie Wei is not good, very bad, but he laughed strongly. This land is indeed very different from the water. If you are uncomfortable, Xie screamed at the time, be careful. His voice first started and broke into the air. This gave the six princes enough reaction time. I saw him reaching out to protect Xie Tao. The two men rolled together and escaped the stunned bullets. Xie heart beats very fast and his hands are shaking uncontrollably. Even with many death experiences, he still has adrenaline surge in this nervous moment. There is danger on the shore. Let's go back to the boat first, Xie said to the six princes in a hurry. The six princes are guarded by the whole god, paying attention to the enemy's movements. Go. When they moved, they also came over with a dense bullet. Fortunately, Xie practiced his legs, otherwise he would have to read the files once again. The two escaped from the bullets and finally returned to the ship. Although the ship was simple, it could withstand the pressure on the seabed, so the ordinary knife and gun could not be shot. Xie remembered the problem he had ignored before. The seabed people live under high pressure all the year round. The body is far from being comparable to the land. The bullets of ordinary land people can't shoot their skin at all, and the six princes are powerful royal families. Where will they be killed by a shot? So, Xie looked at the six princes and found that he looked solemn, and the pupils of different colors were much deeper than usual, with some savvy meanings that were unclear. Xie whispered, "His Royal Highness, there is danger on the shore. Let's go back first." The six princes looked at him and said, "You go back first. I have to find out who is ambushing." Xie paused. "This is very dangerous." The six princes explained to him, "This attack is not only about our lives and deaths, but if we send the news back to the sea, it will only bring more troubles." Although the six princes went ashore, they were not publicized, but they were also registered. He had just left his forefoot and fled back. He was bound to be questioned. Even if the six princes shirked away, if other people went ashore, they would be attacked. Xie has some vague conjectures. He can't explain it. He can only ask if it is a landman who declares war on us. 6 princes stared out the window. "That's a fight." Xie didn't think that the six princes were so decisive. He couldn't help but said, "If it is a caring person." 6 princes said, "So I have to stay to confirm the truth." He turned to look at Xie. "You go back to find a place to hide. No one knows when you go ashore. It will not cause suspicion." He wants to stay to find out what happened, but he can't be thanked for it. Xie will not understand. He condensed, "I'm the guard of the royal family. How can I leave the prince to escape alone?" The six princes stunned. His pupils were miniature, and the voice was unprecedented indifference. "Where is the royal family worthy of your guardianship?" Xie did not turn his eyes. "Sirius is worth it." In one sentence, the six princes were shocked. He stared at Xie and looked at him without looking at him. Xie does not evade, let alone he has several lives. Even if this life, he will not leave the six princes. This man died for him once. He will not let him die for the second time. Xie does not have any friends, but this does not mean that he does not understand brotherhood. Six princes sighed and took a weapon to Xie. "Follow me." Xie has never used this thing and did not have time to open the talent system, not to highlight the firearms specialization, but people urgently. Nothing will not point. What's more, he still has a barbecued pork. He used his eyes to order the pork roast. The barbecued pork bag understands that a smoke flies out to explore the local movement. There is such an eye that no one else can see, and Xie will not drag his hind legs. The six princes were in front, and Xie was in the back. The two men were concentrating on the cabin point. At about the same time, the gunshots sounded, and Xie followed the six princes and repeated the information brought back by the barbecued pork. "The firepower is concentrated on the left rear." His voice fell. Six princes have adjusted their position, blocking his left rear. Xie's chest is hot, and she can't take care of it in an emergency. He said, "Avoid." Or, 6 princes said, "I set the route," and rushed through the route. Xin's heart was tight, and the palm of his hand was full of sweat. He has no experience in the end, and he can't be calm in the face of such a situation. 6 princes said, "You concentrate on giving me cover. I have 5 senses. They can't run." This is the root of the enduring end of the Atlantis royal family. They have different physiques from ordinary people and unique abilities. Once activated, they have amazing fighting power. I heard that the 3 princes activated their abilities during the Northern and Southern Wars. One person singled out the enemy's entire army, so he got the name of Killing God. There was a burnt pack to pass the information back and forth. and there were 6 princes' ability to add. They finally rushed to the coast and pulled out the person who was hiding in the dark and putting a cold gunpoint with such a short battle. The outcome is only in a flash. Xie then thought that everything is over. Just shoot and kill these people. The man actually laughed out loudly. I didn't expect to lead the wolf into the room. Such a familiar voice made Xie use hard jerk. The man took off the mask and revealed a honest face. Thomas. Xie Tao guessed that the person who attacked the 6 princes might be the bottom of the sea, but did not expect to be his own captain, Thomas. The 6 princes also stunned. Thomas was expressionless, and the gun was aimed at the 6 princes. The 6th Highness, I can't help it. The cold words fell, and the trigger was pulled. At such a critical moment, the 6 princes did not move, but looked at the front with their eyes open. Xie Tao can still let him die again. He flew up between the electric and the flint, and wanted to use his own gun. Who knows that the 6 princes who were still motionless, after seeing Xie Tao, to block the guns for him, actually hugged Xie Tao, and turned over to avoid the bullets. This speed is too fast, even faster than bullets. Xie Tao's scalp is numb, and his head is blank. 6 princes asked him why. Xie Tao knows the meaning of the 6 princes. He asked him why he should save him. Xie Tao tried to open his mouth. Don't give up. Even if the relatives are abandoned by the country, don't give up on their own. The 6 princes smashed their eyes, and the color was too dark, close to black. He got up and shot his face with a blank expression, killing Thomas and others at the end of a disaster. All the people who died were undersea. Xie Tao looked at Thomas, who was not eye-catching, and his mood was very complicated. The 6 princes sounded calm. It is the royal team. Xie Tao had already guessed it. He also understood why the first 6 princes would die. In fact, the ability of Cyrus, although not as single-handed as Gare, can also retreat in the hands of these people. He is motivated to die. When Thomas and others showed their faces, he understood. This is the royal team, except for the royal family. No one can order them. Who is the royal family? His father, his brother, his close family. The 6 princes who grew up alone never got any love, and they gave up when they learned that they were abandoned by everyone. Killing him. The people on the sea can fight the land on the ground. This is the wish of his family, and his family believes that this is his only value. Xie Tao's heart is mixed, and he can't help but comfort him. Maybe not what you think. Outside the water curtain. Jiang slanted his hand and touched the face of Xie Zhenbei. The soul is part of him. Occasionally mapping some of his memories, he experienced the 6 princes, but unfortunately there was no thank you at the time, and he was born to be a dead monster. The river slanted away from the line of sight and looked at the good feelings. The green +10 is particularly conspicuous. The river leaned back against the wide back chair, and the corner of the mouth overflowed with a bitter smile. Is he lucky? The base of the red color is too large, so it is still too hot to float so much green. And you are not too green. Just -250 this number. Well, it really is very sad. The author has something to say. There are many sisters in the last chapter who do not understand why they will feel good. Of course, it was brushed by the 6 princes, but unfortunately the old devils enjoyed their success. Jiang oblique. Oh, I'm so happy. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35 Lost Atlantis 13-1 and +1 fly together, red and green together. The mission of the Royal Special Guard failed, and the 6 princes were unscathed. This situation is very subtle. Xie Tao persuaded him to say a word, but unfortunately he said that he felt very weak. It's not what Sirius thinks, but what kind of. Except for a few of his close relatives, who can afford to send so many special guards. The only difference is whether it is a father or a brother. This is the same for the 6 princes. Xie Tao looked at the 6 princes. His Royal Highness, are we still going back? They have already tore their faces. Will Sirius return to the bottom of the sea? Was he wanted to go back to the palace when he was abandoned by his family? If the 6 princes don't return, what should he do? He still has a full-length mission. Back. Six princes rode. Z Tao looked up at him. The six princes are completely different from the past. The loneliness and tenderness hidden in the voice faded away. Instead, they are determined and persistent. Why not? It is our home, the place where we live. Z Tao realized that the prince of the present had changed. Six princes looked at him. Cien, thank you. I will not evade again. I will not be jealous again. I will face everything. I will not give up. Z Tao was full of gratitude. He was very hot and nodded. It is great to have your highness cheer up. Silas has been silent for 19 years and has been silent for 19 years. He has not robbed for 19 years. Now he finally has the feelings he wants to protect. He has people who want to protect them anyway. This gave him a new life and gave him the courage to face everything. He doesn't want to be a handy piece. He doesn't want to be at the mercy of others, and he doesn't want to let the people he cherish meet the danger. Xie Tao said, this body has to be disposed of. I went to the boat to see if there are tools. Sirius said, there are storage bags in the back warehouse. We have to bring them back. The presence of Haitian corpses on the shore may cause other troubles. Xiang should say, well, I will take it. Sirius was afraid that the people of these special guards were not dead, and they had the heart to open Z, and he dealt with it again, so he nodded and agreed. Z Tao is now very happy with his legs. It is not difficult to walk up. He didn't take long to return to the boat. He just opened the back warehouse. A bang. The glare picked up, and Z stunned, and the scream of the barbecued pork bag came from the air. It is explosive. It is a pity that it is already late. Ziyuang faces up, and the body is blown into pieces. He later realized that this ship had already done his hands and feet. If the special guards failed, the six princes would be blown up. When they returned, the fuel used for returning is placed in the backup warehouse. The six princes will definitely open it when they want to go back. This kind of explosive specifically for the seabed people. The six princes have the ability to pass the sky, and there is only one dead word. Really embarrassing. This behind the scenes murder of the explosion pierced the brain of Sirius like a needle. He turned his head and saw a blaze scene. Sirius looked pale, and he got up and caught up with the fastest speed. It's a pity that it's too late. The whole boat has burned into a grey ash, and there is still a half-person shadow. Sirius was dull, his eyes were empty, and he could not understand the situation at hand. No. Sane. Impossible. Impossible. He whispered in a nightmare. The body's misty red light oozing out, such as a layer of blood fog, shrouded him. Sane. Sane. His voice is getting bigger. Answer me. After the screaming and exhausted, the water behind him was straight, and a water wall 10 meters high was overwhelming. The ship that was on fire was put out, but unfortunately, except for the dark wreckage, the solitary grey smoke, there was no more living atmosphere. Sirius rushed up and rummaged through the crunchy broken iron on his hands. Cien, Sane, where are you? Tell me where you are. His screams are almost mad, and the whole person is like crazy, looking for possibilities among a bunch of possibilities. Zen was indeed blown up into pieces, but he would not die. The pork burnt bag judges that this fatal pain level is too high, and it is preferred to launch his fatal injury immunity. The 3 lives of the pork boiled bag are pain free, so Xie Tao not only did not die, but also did not hurt at all. He sinks to the bottom of the water and looks at the pieces of the body a little bit together. The mood is very complicated. He heard the cry of Sirius and felt the sorrow of Sirius. Unfortunately, I can't see him. It was too difficult to explain when it was blown up like this, and it was still in front of him. The archive disappeared after the solution to the royal guard, and it was impossible to read the file. So Sane Hall is dead. The dead cannot be reborn. The pork roast was crying and flew out to use a furry head to sing Sirius and comforted him awkwardly. Unfortunately, Sirius could not feel it. He kept digging this piece of a mess as if he could retrieve his Sane Hall. Zen can't bear to see it again. There is a change in the lower right corner of his line of sight. In the task progress bar, the blue progress representing the 6 princes surged to 16.66666%. Xie Tao knows that this is the maximum because the blue color of the sky gradually changes color and becomes full of green. This color has been seen by Xie in the first world. There are also such green progress bars under the number of days of survival. Each color represents a different prince, and turning green should represent the prince's love collection. A while ago, Xie Tao was able to jokingly say that Jinhao shelling. But now it is impossible to say. Death. Really cruel. Xie Tao's body was restored, and he was able to move. The barbecued pork bag flew back and cried, "Dad, go see him, he is so sad." Xie Tao used Yi Rangshu and replaced her face. The pork burnt bag reacted, "Dad, don't you want him?" Xie Tao's heart was tied, and he sighed with a sigh of relief. This is good for him. He admired Sirius and made him a friend, but Sirius had different feelings for him. He is destined to not be able to respond to his feelings, so that it is simply cut off. When a person dies, nothing will happen. Time can fade everything. That being said, but garbage X, garbage mission. The soul is not your own consciousness, it is a silly fork, even you are abused. Zizen really wants to take X to a violent meal. The pork boiled bag felt that Zizen's mood was very bad. It euphemistically said, "Do we really not go back? How can we not go back to the sea with Sirius?" With Ziwei, this small physique, swimming back to the bottom of the sea is afraid that the daylily is cold. Not to mention that Xie Tao does not recognize the road. If you smear the game, the ghost knows where to swim. Xie Tao knows that the barbecued pork is still looking forward to the reborn of Sane Hall. But it is impossible for Sane Hall to live again. Xie Tao does not belong to this world. He came here to clear the customs, not to trap himself here. How do you get back to the underwater world? I can't ask for help from Sirius, and I have to go back in the shortest possible time. Zizen thought, moved to think, he can summon X's avatar. This skill has a cooldown time, and should be available again after the last time it has been used. Xie Tao meditation skills in the bottom of my heart, and the skill of summoning X is shown as available. Since X can design a world under the sea, I'm sure I will not be afraid of water. If you are afraid of water, you will feel bad. Ziwei sneered. Can't wait to put X real people into the water to feed the fish. He used the skill. X appeared. He was very good in water. He didn't look like a wolf, and he leaned over and said, "Master, Xie Tao was originally a fire." Watching his broken eyes, the gas actually disappeared by more than half. Sirius is worthy of his soul, and it really seems to be nowhere. Especially the eyes. He thought of the poor 6 princes, and he hated X and couldn't help but feel a little distressed. Silly fork. It's a silly fork. After the river is summoned, he will not see the good feelings. Otherwise he will definitely see the wonders of red and green. 1 and +1 fly together. Red and green are all in one day, so it is not exciting. Ziyan coldly said, "Give me to the bottom of the sea." X should say, "Okay, Z." Zen is sharp. Do you know where the sea is? The river is not dripping vertically downward. Xie Tao stared at him for a while, because it was too easy to think of Sirius on the head. He looked impatiently and said, "There is a submarine kingdom. Can you send me in 3 minutes? The rest of him should be able to swim." Jiang asked, "Is there anything you have there?" Zihao paused and said, "I have lived there. There are many things. River amp. Okay, you can take you to your accommodation." What kind of skills is this? Dog nose tracker? Zizen was slightly surprised and felt that this X is really not simple. Jiang slanted to him and said, offended, "Xie Wei, how come he hasn't said that?" Jiang easily lifted him up. Ziwei. Jiang slanted softly, "The speed is very fast. You can be a little uncomfortable." Xie Tao was very uncomfortable with this position, but he couldn't care so much. He arrived at the bottom of the sea within 3 minutes. The speed is definitely very fast. It is estimated that he will be taken out if he holds hands. Don't delay the time. Zizen thought of the poor 6 princes and did not want to give him a good face. Jiang said again, "Don't be reluctant. You can sleep if you can't stand it." Xie Tao, go. A bunch of nonsense. What can't stand it? Still have a sleep. He can sleep. The river looked down at him, and the thin lips rose very lightly. Xie Tao still had no time to think about the meaning of his smile, and he was shocked by the sudden increase in acceleration. Good, but fast. It took only 3 minutes to travel so far, and the speed was terrible. Zhao was still pulling away from X's chest. This is to grab his clothes directly and stick to him. If I don't care so much, my head will be stirred into a paste. 30 seconds later, Zhao understood why X would say, I can't stand it, and sleep for a while. Where is this sleeping for a while? This is simply fainting. That's right, Xiao's head stunned and fainted. It took only a minute for the river to reach the bottom of the sea. He swayed into the royal palace of Atlantis, and the guards looked like blind eyes and could not see him. Zhao was asleep, and Beiheo's fingers were still clutching his clothes after the river slanted to the quasi world. It resonated with the soul, and the pain of the 6 princes lingered in his heart. The person you like disappears in front of you, and this taste cannot be described. Fortunately, he will not die, and he is sleeping peacefully in his arms. The ecstasy of being lost is equally fascinating. Jiang slanted his head and kissed him gently on his white forehead. Cautious, afraid of shocking him. Let's take a nap. Jiang slanted at his eyebrows, letting him fall into deeper sleep. Zhao grabbed his hand and relaxed, but his eyebrows wrinkled lightly. He closed his eyes and moved his lips. I'm sorry, the river is aslant. Zhao's nightmare drifted into his heart. Serious, sorry, little guy, it's really gentle. The river was tilted at the corner of his mouth and his eyes looked at him without hesitation. If he meets Z way earlier. No, it is not too late. River Slope looks at the elf at the end of the summoning time. Come here. The pork roast bag still doesn't know who he is, cautiously said. Great guy, who are you? Jiangsu, your dad, barbecued pork. My dad can't be so handsome. Oh, my dad has to be so handsome. What? The pork roast is coming up. The river slanted it and patted it on its small back. This action is extremely light, as if playing. The barbecued pork is like a slap in the palm of the hand. The whole cockroach is crazy. The screams of the milk cat were caught by the river, and they were thrown a few miles away. The pork boiled bag thought that it was the end of its own life, and it turned to the west. Who knows that after 10 seconds, it feels the power of the body. How is this going? River ramp. When Ziyu woke up, you asked him for some physical potions, and he evolved when he drank. The little milk cat licks his eyes. It wants to ask again. The handsome guy who almost killed him has disappeared. Ziyu took a nap, and after waking up, she actually didn't know where she was. Oh, he summoned X and asked him to send him back to the bottom of the sea. Then, he was stunned by the speed of crazy improvement. I'm really useless. Ziyu is more and more eager to return to the central committee. To complete the 3 worlds, he must improve his basic qualities. He returned to the bottom of the sea, and the hard battle was just beginning. Sane Hall is dead. There are still 5 remaining princes. It can be known from the 6 princes that the task does not allow him to brush a single prince, and must completely collect the love of all 6 princes. There is also a sideline mission. Oh, the sideline mission is going to die. He just wants to leave here. The pork boiled bag flies like a fly. Dad, I'm so hungry. Thank you. Look at it. What's wrong? The kitten spread its wings and turned around. Hungry, 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 hungry. Z-Town on the surface dislikes it. In fact, it has been hurting it. Seeing it suddenly feels a little panic. How suddenly hungry? The kitten has never eaten anything before. The pork boiled bag really felt thirsty and hungry. It was screaming and tearful. It's so uncomfortable. Dad, I'm so uncomfortable. Z-Town grabbed it and asked it anxiously, what can you eat? Tell me, I will get it for you. The pork roast package remembers the words of the handsome guy, aiming at the physical potion. Physical medicine. This time, Zhao really brought a physical medicine. This level of medication is very low. The effect is okay, but the victory can be superimposed with many bottles at a time. Zhao quickly took it out and fed it to the barbecued pork. The kitten is holding a physical medicine, and the mouth is overflowing. Zhao said, slow down, don't lie. After the pork burnt out of the bottle, I felt very thirsty. Zhao quickly gave it a few bottles. After drinking a full 6 bottles, the pork roast was finally calmed down. Zhao's forehead has pulled out a thin sweat. Is it better? The golden light flashed on the pork boiled bag, and the prompt appeared in the lower right corner of Xie Tao. Congratulations, the elf pork burning pack evolved to the primary level and activated the skill, Dreaming. Chapter 43 Lost Atlantis 14 Yans. You are coming with a small rose, dare to die. Evolution. The pork burnt pack will also evolve. Xie Tao did not expect it. The barbecued pork bag did not expect to evolve, and the training course clearly stated that the usefulness of this life is to sell and solve the problem. Sure enough, the training course is not reliable. The little milk cat couldn't help but smug, and it turned around in the air. Dad, I'm not good. Xie Tao grabbed it and slammed it, scared to death, and thought it was ill. Although Xie did not say this, the pork roast bag felt his worry, it was his sorrow, and his heart was sweet. Mom was really gentle. After thanking her, she asked her about some of the physical conditions of the barbecued pork. The pork roast said, not hungry, I feel like I'm strong. That's it. Xie sees the added skills. The barbecued pork is his elf, and after hatching he sees all the attributes of a junior elf. Golden quality. Added skills. Dreams. Xie Tao poked this dream and saw detailed information. Dreaming. It is the ability of the night. It can also be used during the day. Who can't be a daydream? Conditions of use. 1. There must be a person in the dream of the person being treated. 2. The person who is being treated must have access to the sight of the operator. 3. Can only be used in the quasi world, no world level requirement. 4. Cannot wake up in the dream of the person being treated. 5. The same person can only enter once in 3 days. There are quite a few conditions of use, especially the first one, which greatly limits this ability and makes freedom into a dream that must be dreamed. However, this is already an extremely convenient ability for Xie Tao, and it is called Xian Lin Ganlin. With this dreaming skill, he can go into the dream of the prince to collect their love. This will avoid conflicts with other princes, and the chances of wearing them are greatly reduced. Of course, you have to do some preparatory work, such as contacting the princes in advance and collecting some love so that they can dream of him. But this is a little cute compared to the previous mode. Xie smashed the shovel and burned the bag and raised the thin lips. Finally got back. Of course, he did not know what Jia intended, but he was grateful to X for giving him this elf egg. Although the barbecued pork is a piece of pork, it is the cutest under the sun. Jiangzi finally earned 3 points on his own merits. He closed the water curtain and sent a message to Yan. Zhe. Yan Zhe returned to him. What are you doing? Are you looking at Zai? As soon as I arrived at the garden, I saw a large piece of rose flower withered. Yan Zhe's blue veins were smashed and smashed. Old evil, what the is doing? He walked over and saw the river leaning against the gazebo. The man looks white like the white jade steps under his feet, but there is no blood in his face. It is all this miserable, and the corners of his mouth are still light. This is a big buddy that is not afraid of death. Yan Zhe's mouth was awkward, but his heart was anxious. He raised his hand and tried to rub his eyebrows. What the are you doing? The river leaned and said, add a skill to the elf egg, Yan. Zhe, do. You in the quasi world to add skills to the elf eggs. The river is not squeaky. Yan Zhe froze. Why don't you die? Although Jiangshu only said such a sentence, Yan Zhe fully understood. The golden elf egg was also obtained by the non-emirates when they started the line together in SS level team world, a golden core mission. The customs clearance reward is definitely a golden quality thing. Yan Zhe got a golden skill against the sky. Kinje won a golden quality body. The river has a well-known useless golden elf egg. Don't look at it's golden, but it's a waste that even the stamps are stamped. In addition to self-awareness and empathy, this egg is worthless. The 3 lives that come with them are a golden quality reward. At that time, Yan Zhe laughed at the river. Leave it, it will be a daughter-in-law. Jiangzi really brought her daughter-in-law. You can hatch and understand the boring and why add skills to it. The egg is 0 qualified. If you want to add skills to it, you have to give it to the body first. The higher the skill level, the more pure it needs to be. The old urine is urinary, and the shot is definitely not lower than the purple grade skill. What is the point of this dam? Look at the old evil, this bear sample will know. Yan Zhe gave him a treatment while twirling. Do you not add skills? The summoning body must not do anything contrary to the owner's wishes. If Xie Xi does not order him to add skills to the elf egg, he can't do it. It is a violation of the contract. Jiang looked at him like a fool. Why do you think I will be countered? Just smelting the egg. He can't stand up. Yan Zhe, it's gone. This spicy chicken will kill himself sooner or later. It's hard to help him pick up the broken bones. Yan Zhe's forehead is also sweating. He asked Xie Xi, is this world difficult? He is angry and understands the river. It may be that the quasi world is too difficult and the old evil is afraid that the little rose is trapped inside. Jiang Xi said the bad task, only said, he is still small, lack of experience. This is also the case when Yan Zhe first challenged the single person S-class quasi world. He was almost trapped inside. Most of the S-level quasi world is complete and there is no real world of fiction, and the truth is always confusing. Many people are willing to be trapped there. It's not a task, but you don't want to go. Where the beloved is there, the cause of hard work is there. Countless temptations entangle the hands and feet. How come? Yan Zhe glanced at the rose flower that had fallen from the garden and asked the river, the little rose has cleared your world and your soul has not yet returned? River ramp, this time I should be able to come back. A few. Yan Zesen breathed and he didn't get angry. You are coming with a small rose and you dare to die. Jiang Xi thinks about Zen. Heart tickle, don't envy, you envy not come with this dream. Zen has a steady heart, at least not worrying that he will be trapped in this ghost place. The barbecued pork bag misses the 6 princes. It whispers, will you go into the dream of Sirius? The 6 princes will definitely dream of Zitao, and Zitao can easily enter his dreams. The pork roast is soft and soft. He is very pitiful. Zitao patted it and didn't say no to go. 6 princes have not returned yet, but Zitao knows that he will come back. Scene Hall is dead, and Sirius has already regained his life. Zhe saw the progress of the task. Because the file was read before, the progress of the 5 princes went back to 11%. Looking at 11% now, Zitao's mood is completely different. 16.66% is already the highest value of a single person. Then 11% is of great significance. Zitao still remembers that he was going to the concert with the 5 princes. In the concert, the progress was soared to 15%. This is almost full. Zitao did not do anything at all. The love of the 5 princes is almost full. Well, I can't bear to start. Can't think like this. Thank you for your heart. You must complete the task. You must leave here. Seeing the skies getting darker. Thank you for your action. With the 6 princes still not coming back, the death of Sane Hall has not yet spread, and quickly went to the dream of the 5 princes to collect love. Zitao has a reserve face. It is a breeze to sneak into the palace of the 5 princes. He became the servant of the mermaid and swam in the bright light. The 5 princes have not returned yet. He just can find a place to hide himself. When the light curtain dissipated and the jellyfish lamp rose, the underwater world entered the night. The 5 princes came back and seemed to be in a good mood. Zhe did not dare to go forward and did not know what happened. He waited in the palace and waited for the 5 princes. After about an hour, the 5 princes went to the palace and he drank some wine, and the songs that were squatting were extremely pleasant. Zitao can't see others, but he can imagine his sloppy appearance. The 5 princes took a shower in the bathroom. After they came back, they played the piano for a while and they sat down on the table and wrote something at the desk. Then they went to bed. Zitao let the barbecued pork bag to check the situation. The barbecued pork screamed, wow, wow, Zhe. He did not dare to speak out. The pork roast bag clears the throat and says, no, no hair, Zhe. What a ghost. The mermaid certainly has no hair. The barbecued pork bag flew past, and after a while, I came back and said, asleep. Zhe quietly moved out. Although the dream is a skill carried by the barbecued pork, but the user is Zhe, so Zitao needs to come out and see the person who is being used before. Zhe gently walked to the bed and gradually saw the outline of the man. Zhe. The pork chops are small. He doesn't wear hair when he sleeps. What? Is not hairy. It is clearly not wearing clothes. Xie Wei looked at the naked man on the bed. His eyes hurt. The pork roast is not too big. There is a donkey in this place. It seems that there is still a big guy hidden. Xie Wei grabbed the kitten and stuffed it into his clothes. The pork roast wraps. Wow. Look. Let me see. Look. At a ghost. Do not learn well at a young age. Xie Tao does not let go. Poor, thank you for your work. You have to stare at the 5 princes. The 5 princes are very frank. Sleep without wearing clothes. Even the quilt is not covered. Xie Tao did not dare to cover him with a quilt, afraid to wake him up. He can only fix his eyes on his face and use dreams. Hey, thank you for changing a place. The barbecued pork bag flew beside him. Where is this? Xie Tao does not know, but the tips in the lower right corner have changed. The use of dreams is successful. You are in the dream of Randall Atlantis. Although I can't figure out what's going on, but since I was in the dream of the 5 princes, there is nothing to worry about. Xie again wanted to get up from the stool. The door opened, and then a group of maids sneaked in. This word can't be more appropriate. A group of mermaids swim in one by one. Each of them holds a tray with a lot of things on the tray. Xie Tao was too late to see. An elderly mermaid maid smiled. Master Hall, it is time to prepare. Xie blinked, completely confused. What to prepare? The mermaid maids were beaming, shaking off a tray, and a pure white dress flashed with brilliance, only to listen to her. The gift that your highness personally designed for you is really beautiful. Xie Tao has a faint hunch. Another mermaid said. Hurry up. After a while, the wedding car is coming. Don't delay the time. Xie Wei, is this the legendary dream wedding? The author has something to say. 5 princes, to be married, happy, river slope. Chapter 36 Lost Atlantis 15th 5-year prince. I always feel like dreaming. The 2 people only know about the cause, and the 5 princes dreamed of getting married with him. This speed is really sitting on the rocket. The barbecued pork bun also reacted. Married? The prince of the prince is so shameless that he wants to be my father when he doesn't talk about love. Xie Yan gave it a look. The barbecued pork bun helped him translate. Well, I know a lot. Xie Wei. This bear child is itchy. The mermaid maids are already waiting for Xie Tao to wear clothes, and Xie Tao can only be like a marionette. He does not dare to come, and one of the rules of dreaming is not to wake up the victim in a dream. This point, Xie Zhen seriously thought about it. It should not be so simple to wake up. It also implies that the dream of the person who is being treated should not be disturbed. It is necessary to proceed along with his will so that it is not awake. After violating the rules, the person who is being treated may wake up immediately. Xie Tao is in his house, and it is too embarrassing to face up. Although I'm not grateful for this glorious dress, Xie Tao can only wear it rigidly. Fortunately, his stiffness fell into the eyes of the maids and became nervous. Hall is not nervous. You are beautiful and unparalleled. It is the person on the tip of your heart. Even if you don't wear this clothes, it is the most beautiful person under the sea. Xie Wei. A man is boasted and can't be happy. The pork roast comes with a sentence. This is the dream of the 5 princes. Does it mean that in the heart of the 5 princes, Dad is the most beautiful person at the bottom of the sea? Xie Wei. Well, still can't be happy. The maids acted with enthusiasm, and while they said praise, their dawned Xie Zhen with nothing. After all, the prince is married, very particular about things. Things are the same jewelry one after another. All kinds of auspicious words are endless. Xie, a young man who has never talked about love. I realize the cumbersome and exhausted wedding. 5 princes, you can really dream. When the maids finally tossed, Xie Tao saw himself in the mirror. He wore a pure white dress, which is the unique style of the Atlantis royal family. But it is more gorgeous, more extravagant and more dreamy. Xie Tao saw his face, and always felt that his dreams were more tender than the outside, and seemed to be shorter. Everything that appears in the dream has the subjective idea of a dreamer, so in the eyes of the 5 princes, is he so short? Xie Tao does not want to get married. At this time the maids were happy. The wedding car is here. Your highness is coming in. Xie Tao did not turn around and saw the 5 princes who pushed in through the mirror. He wore the same dress as Xie Tao, but the shoulder line was more straight and the body was taller. A handsome face was full of spring breeze, and the sight of Xie Tao was full of tenderness. The maids next to each other were blushing, seemingly envious. trying to suppress the screams. Xie Tao wants to change positions with them. Small. Sane. The charming voice of the 5 princes was in the ear of Xie Zhen. I have been waiting for this for a long time, Xie Zhen thought. The two people have known each other for less than 3 days. How long can you wait for this day? It is a pity that I have to follow my dreams. Xie Zhao smiled and said that she was embarrassed to be just right. The 5 princes trembled and kissed him at the tip of his ear. It is the greatest luck in my life to meet you. Xie Tao was very uncomfortable with him. He looked at him through the mirror. Me too. After that, I was glad that the dress was long sleeved and his arm was covered tightly, or his goosebumps would be able to make his lame acting public. The 5 princes were very happy. The scorpion was like a star. He took the hand of Xie Tao and said, "Go, my lover." Xie Tao's palms are slightly sweaty, and I dare not say more. I'm afraid that I can't stand the prince's madness and wake up. Out of this room, Xie Zhen discovered that she was in a large manor. The cloisters in the castle are extremely long, full of clear portraits and a pair of landscapes that are just like the original point. Although Xie Tao is the first to dream, but also know that this is not simple. Who has never dreamed? Even if it is a familiar place, it is not easy to reproduce these things. The 5 princes have a very high attainment of art, and these details can be seen. Xie Tao let him take it, and walk to the spacious spiral staircase. The stairs are too wide, and the left and right sides can accommodate 3 or 4 people side by side. Although it is only from the 2nd floor to the hall, it has already reached an amazing height. Go down the stairs and there is a huge shark statue in the main hall. The statue was carved to life, and I don't know how it was fixed there. There is a sense of rhythm that swims in the water. Xie Tao was stunned and convinced of the dream of the 5 princes out of the castle. The outside is an endless garden. The colorful coral sea is more beautiful than the fireworks on the horizon, and the beautiful fluorescent fish dances to create an unparalleled fantasy. The pork boiled bat has a big heart and runs over to catch the fish. It's so beautiful. This dream is really amazing. Xie Zhen's thoughts and moves. It is the soul of a big designer, and the imagination is really rich. He really didn't want to be bad. This is X's dream, and there is no way for this person to be so real. The wedding car was suspended in the middle of the garden, and they strolled around and got into the car in a colorful way. There are many people around. Xie Tao does not know one. It should be friends of the 5 princes. It is worth noting that no other prince is there. Even the 4 princes are not there. The relationship between the 5 princes and the 4 princes is good. He has been walking close. Why is his wedding? He does not let the 4 princes appear. Xie Tao did not understand for the time being. After the wedding car, this dream is even more powerful. The location of the manor is quite biased, some distance from the palace. The wedding car is very slow, almost the speed of the parade. The turtle crawling forward. Thank you for your understanding. It's really a parade. The 5 princes' big fashioned posture is to show their marriage to the world. The pork burnt bag exclaimed, "It's amazing." The mermaid on the outside is a different face. Xie Tao is also in this heart. Under such a large scale wedding car parade, Xie Tao vaguely felt that the people around him were a little nervous. Xie Tao looked at him. His Royal Highness Randall's palms were sweating. The 5 princes still hold his hand tightly. There is always a feeling of unreality. Xie Zhen was shocked. The 5 princes turned to look at him, and there seemed to be a star flash in his eyes. "I'm so happy that I feel like dreaming." The problem is, you are really dreaming. Xie Tao was very afraid that he woke up and quickly opened the subject. "His Royal Highness, I'm also very happy. This is very useful." And the 5 princes approached him and whispered, "I can't call my highness today." Xie Wei, what is this setting? 5 princes said, "You are my partner, we are equal, and I will call my name in the future." "Okay." Xie Hao sighed. "Name? Ah." He thought it was a strange name. The 5 princes encouraged the narrow saying, "Or call me dear." Xie Wei look at his dreams. "Injure." The 5 princes laughed and said, "Small Sane is shy again." Xie Tao is 100% pure. He coveted and gritted his teeth. "His lord does not make fun of me." Xie Tao's true feelings are gnashing his teeth, but unfortunately under the filter of the 5 princes' dreams, he became angry and angry. "Okay." The 5 princes held his hand. "Don't tease you." Xie Tao pretended to be angry and did not say anything. The 5 princes felt that he was so cute and couldn't help but whispered, "Call me Xie." Very well. The 5 princes pinched his white fingers. "Call my name Xie." Tao can't afford it. He can only follow him. Randall. The 5 princes laughed and said, "This name is spoken from your mouth, and it is the true voice of nature. Thanks." Xie suddenly remembered what the 6 princes said not long ago. "The first time I felt that my name was so good." The 2 brothers. Well, it's true that this group of souls is really the same origin. Thinking of the little poor 6 princes, Xie Tao's heart is much softer. The wedding car finally arrived at the palace after half a city. The 5 princes were faint and somewhat uneasy, not only holding Xie's hand tighter, but also blinking. Xie Tao thought, "Do you still have a premarital phobia when you dream? You are foreign." Soon, he knew that Randall was nervous about another thing. When the wedding car just entered the palace, the atmosphere suddenly changed. If the outside is a slap in the air, the palace is cold and solemn. Xie Tao is somewhat confused. The wedding car stopped. The 5 princes were thin and tight, and he looked straight ahead. "Go, let's get off." There is a feeling of being like an enemy. Xie Yan looked at the lower right corner of his eye. Orange progress is 14%. He suspects that this dream will be full, and the 5 princes are really squeaky to people who can't bear it. Worse, let him have a good dream. Xie Tao followed him to get off the bus. The waiters, who had been smiling and blessed, also bowed their hands and looked down. The 5 princes took the hand of Xie Tao and stood tall, as if they were a general who was about to embark on the battlefield. Xie Tao's doubts were vaguely understood after seeing the former guard of honor. The noble white sail is a symbol of the queen. The ceremonial team was solemn and solemn. Stopping at the end of the road. The 5 princes walked over with Xie Zhen and saw the birth of the 5 princes in the queen wearing a Chinese costume. The 5 princes gradually deepened their eyes and gave a gift to the queen. Xie Tao naturally keeps up. He is only a civilian, and he is a big gift. The queen did not look at Xie Wei, and the opening to Randall was noisy. Xie Tao understood. The original crux is here. Wu Prince said, after the mother, "Please fulfill your son's heart." The queen is angry. Is Randall crazy? Was it fascinated by the ghosts? "You are the prince of Atlantis. You have to marry an ordinary guard." The 5 princes coveted. "He is Sane Hall. I loved my life." Ridiculous. The scepter in the hands of the queen hit the ground and made a crisp sound. "You are the most orthodox blood of the royal family. You are the most distinguished prince of the underwater kingdom. How can your marriage be so playful?" Randall looked up and despised his mother. "The most orthodox blood. The most honorable prince. I never care." The queen trembled to the lips and trembled. "You will be noisy on weekdays. Don't think about making a claim in this kind of thing. You can't marry him. Your father can't allow you." "The father will allow it." The 5 princes interrupted the queen's words and sighed. "I give up the right to inherit the throne. I want to marry whoever." This is tantamount to a deep water torpedo that stuns a noble queen. She stared at the 5 princes, looked at her only son, and looked at the last hope of her life. There was no tears on the bottom of the sea, but the queen's eyes were red, and there was a cry in the voice. "Silly boy, you silly boy." The 5 princes flashed lightly, but they were determined. He held Xie's hand and refused to let go. The queen is crying. "Do you really think that you don't want the throne? Will they let you go?" The 5 princes are distressed by their mothers, but they also have their own insistence. He said, after the mother, "I know your concerns, but I never want to inherit the throne. I just want to live freely, just want to be with the people I love." Which is what you think is so simple. The queen was heartbroken. "You are my son. You are the only prince of the seabed kingdom. As long as you live for a day, you are the stab in the eyes of the new king." The 5 princes said, "I have no power and no power. I have never touched government affairs." The new king will not kill the brothers. Queens said, "It is my fault. It is my fault. I have made you such a naive temper." The 5 princes no longer speak, but they are resisting with silence. Xie Tao listened to the whole process, and her heart was quite mixed. This is the dream of the 5 princes, and he will dream of these to show that he has ease in his heart. He is not innocent. He knows all, but he does not want to succumb to his disgusted life. When the mother and the child talked about the collapse, the queen stood there motionless and said, "I will not accept your marriage." You don't want to go back to the palace to shame. The 5 princes are also just enough. He took Zizen and turned his head and said, let's go. The queen is angry with the scepter. Randall, you coward, you deserter, you coward, you will be defeated by the storm. The 5 princes were quite straight, and he strode forward and did not return. Zizen actually felt that Randall was a little handsome. Not everyone has such courage, resisting destiny, resisting embarrassment, only to seek their ideal life. The wedding seems to be impossible. Zitao does not know how to continue this dream. The 5 princes took him out of the palace and walked to a secluded street. He did not say anything, and Zitao did not speak. The two were dressed in Chinese clothes, especially in the place where the depression was cold. After a while, the 5 princes whispered, I'm sorry. No. Zitao looked up at him. His Royal Highness is brave. The 5 princes looked into his eyes and asked him, Scene, if I'm not me, will you still love me? Wary, this topic. Randall's eyes are bright, with the enthusiasm of the hot sun like noon. I'm not a prince. Will you still love me? Zitao's line of sight shook, and the orange progress bar in the lower right corner suddenly reached 16%. If he said love, is it just full? Comrade Jiang Lei, who is seriously watering the dried rose flowers, heard that the kettle could not hold it. Does Zitao say, when Randall comes back, he will have such a wonderful experience. Just now, the mood is very complicated. Can someone understand this kind of mood that they want to hear and dare not listen? The author has something to say. See you tomorrow. Chapter 37, The Lost Atlantis. 16. Thank you. Back to reality. The 5 princes stared at Zitao with an unremarkable eye. His pupils had the same enthusiasm for fire, and they also had uneasiness and tension. This is very charming. It's purely fascinating. Zizao smiled and whispered, are you Randall? If so, my mind will never change. Randall held his upper arm hard and was emotional. Really? Zitao nodded. Randall clung to him, like holding a world famous treasure, precious and happy. This eager emotion infected Zitao, so that he could not help but raise his lips. He doesn't hate Randall. Jiang Zi continued to take care of the dried rose flowers, thinking of Zizen's words. Are you Randall? No. Yes. My heart will never change for you. Fortunately, it is not Randall, or is it never, to be liked by Zizen. Such a product. The river is comfortable, and then look at the water curtain. He clicked on Zi's forehead. It's a little smart. Tao thought that this dream is about to end. Who knows? Still dreaming. The progress of the orange mission has risen to 16.5%, and it is only a short distance from the full amount. Zitao feels that he did not use puns and said I love you directly. Maybe it will be done. But he can't say that he can't export. It's not because he is himself, but he always feels so cruel to the 5 princes. Randall loosened him and said, let's go. Leave the palace and leave the capital. Wei asked him, what about the queen? Randall showed a tough rejection when he confronted the queen, but Zizen felt that Randall was very concerned about his mother. Randall shook his head and said, the mother won't have anything. When I leave, she will also close her heart and stop thinking about those who have nothing. His mother loves Randall as a prince, not an independent Randall. He was destined to be unable to satisfy her wish, but it was better to let her break her mind. This is good for everyone. Zitao looked at him. Your Highness, you will not regret it? Randall snorted, but soon he smiled. The smile was purely like the golden sand that ran down the sun. No regrets. I can be with you. I will never regret it. Zio smiled. He and his fingers. Let's go. Where Randall goes, I will go. This is really beautiful. The 5 princes open their eyes and smile. The beautiful face looks like a landscape painting. Dazzling. People cannot open their eyes. He whispered softly. I'm so happy. Sane, I'm really not dreaming. Zizen's heart shrank. He dare not say a word of his own, but can only be euphemistic. If it is a dream, then we have all the blessings of everyone. Randall smiled and said, yes, if it is a dream, I will let the mother accept you, and I will let the mermaid all over the sea sing for us. Zitao only hopes that Randall will not remember this paragraph after he woke up. Otherwise it is too ironic. Just said that it is not a dream. The next time is the scene that only appears in the dream. Unfortunately, Randall didn't feel that something was wrong. He thought that he left the kingdom with Zen, left the center of rights, and went to the beautiful countryside. They settled in a remote town. The 5 princes still had some deposits. He bought a small house and said to Zen, I will temporarily grieve you, and I will design our love nest afterwards. Yuxin can design it, after all, the big designer, but he does not believe that this dream can be so long, so he added, I'm looking forward to it. The 5 princes are spoiled, even and the prince and princess is the most favorite. After all, the mother is strong, but also the nephew, plus the old king, does not want to give him the position of the king, so brought some compensation psychologically good to him. This prince, the prince with a golden spoon, has done all kinds of rough work in his own dreams, clean the house, clean the clothes, and even cook for cooking. Zhao was very surprised. His Royal Highness is amazing. The 5 princes saw him. I have said it, I will not call it like this again. Tao changed his mouth. Randall, how can you do anything? The 5 princes are very proud of their enthusiasm. I'm not impulsive in doing things. Since I'm going to run away with you, I have to be prepared. Private and private. Zhao is funny and grotesque. The situation of the 5 princes is not really a joke, and the future is considered very seriously, and even preparations are made for this. Zhao rolled up the sleeves and said, I will help. The 5 princes pushed him out and said, give me a chance to show. I have to let you know that you have not chosen the wrong person. Tao had to retreat to the door. Well, I'm watching here. The 5 princes are quite skilled, and the knife is excellent. The food in the underwater world is also a wide variety. Of course, there is no open fire. The underwater life does not like to eat cooked food. It is basically a set of sashimi, and it is also rich with some edible corals and fruits that are unique to the sea. At first, Zhao thought that she would not be used to it. After a long time, she found it quite like it. Wu Prince said, there are fruit sacks outside, you pick a few. This is a drink-like thing, with a special straw at the top. You can drink a delicious fruit pulp. Ziyang should say, okay, he went out and felt a completely different atmosphere. Just after walking under the fruit tree. A murderously ran down the sea to his cheek. Yuxin was tight, and the hand was raised in the lower right corner. The dream is coming to an end. Please feel free to leave. Followed by a countdown. Randall's dream is over. Zen's heart just flashed this thought, and Randall's exclamation came, scene. Zhao saw a uniform under Xiaomi. Randall hugged him and screamed at the soldier holding the weapon, what are you going to do? Zhao vaguely guessed what would happen next. I did not expect the dream of the 5 princes to end in such a tragedy. Zhao feels sorry, but she can't help it. He looked at the countdown and chose to leave the dream at the end. At the moment, when his thoughts were withdrawn, he heard the voice of the 5 princes' anger. Scene. No. Zhao returned to reality. He quickly left the bed and hid behind the screen. The 5 princes suddenly woke up, and the movement he sat up was too big, and the whole bed trembled. Most of the people on the bottom of the sea are suspended in the bed. It is enough to make such a big movement, enough to see how shocked he is for a long while. The 5 princes whispered, it is a dream. It was a dream. Although Zhao did not see the last scene, he also guessed what he would dream of. It was a dream that he was killed. Although I don't know who sent them, their goal is clear. That is to get rid of Sane Hall. The progress of the orange stopped at 16.66%. Did not turn green, indicating that it was not full, but it was only 0.0066. Very little. Unfortunately, Sane Hall is dead. The 5 princes who learned the news. Zhao did not dare to think deeply. It is still in the early hours of the morning, and there is still a period of time from dawn. Randall didn't sleep. He got out of bed and put on a coat. He didn't sleep, and Zhao didn't dare to go out. He could only hide behind the screen, for fear of being discovered. I don't know what Randall was thinking, and then it was the sound of dressing. The pork boiled package reported the message. 5 princes are wearing hair. They are wearing clothes. Zhao couldn't make a sound, and the barbecued pork bag guessed, it looks like it is going out. Where is he going in the middle of the night? Randall put on his clothes and pushed the door out. Ziwei followed and waited for a while. He faintly guessed, but when he saw Randall go to the guards, His heart was still mixed. Randall did that dream, and his heart was not stable, so I wanted to see Sane Hall. Unfortunately, Zitao hid in the corner and secretly looked at it. Randall stood outside the guards, hesitated for a while, and eventually did not go in. It seemed that he did not want to disturb his dreams, but he did not leave, standing there, as if to stay until dawn. Zitao's heart is like a bitter gourd cut into pieces. After about half an hour, a sly figure came from the dark. Xie saw the outline at a glance. It was the six princes. A barbecued pork bun helped his dad come to the sentence. He is heartbroken. Xie can't wait any longer. The five princes saw the six princes at a glance. He had a strong sense of crisis. What did the six brothers do this so early? The six princes described the Wolverines and looked stunned. They did not hear the voice of the five princes. The five princes saw him walking straight to the bed of Sane Hall. He was dissatisfied. He is still asleep. Don't wake him up. The six princes were like nothing. He was pale, and a pair of different colored pupils seemed to be lost, and there was no glory. The five princes sighed and asked, "What happened to you?" The six princes didn't look at him, and went straight to push the door. The five princes grasped his wrist. Scene is still asleep. You are so early to argue what he does. The name is like a blunt knife, grinding the heart of Sirius. His hand trembles. His voice is low and Cien. Randall tweeted, "What the asterisk are you doing? What happened?" Sirius turned his head and looked at Randall. Cien. Randall's 5 internal organs were picked up, and the fear in his dreams grew, and he flew to the reality. What happened to Cien? He is dead. Sirius opened his mouth and the soul was taken away. Randall's pupils shrank, and the hand holding Sirius's wrists burst into a blue vein. What are you talking about? Sirius squinted and his lips were almost transparent. Cien died. Sane Hall, stop. Randall said angrily. Cien is kind, and has more care for you. How can you curse him like this? Sirius listened to this sentence and thought of the only warmth he had received, and the whole person was stiff. Randall said this on his mouth, but there was a huge uneasiness in his heart. His voice was also whispering. He must be sleeping at this point. He said that he finally opened the door and saw the emptiness. The sleeping quarters. Sirius didn't look at it, only stood motionless. Randall's face was white and still said, He must be night shift. Still, not yet back. Sirius whispered, he won't come back, never come back. Randall was in a hurry and punched Sirius. Sirius did not move, and he gave a hard punch and a asterisk mouth. You are less alarmed here. Sane? How can Sane? Impossible. Randall did not believe that yesterday was still good. He still wanted to invite him to the concert. He also made them married dream. How is it possible? Sirius said in a waveless voice. He went to the shore with me. He went to the back warehouse to find something. The ship exploded, and he died. This is to say to Randall, but also to tell him to listen. Randall stunned, and he looked straight ahead. His mind was in chaos. Sirius was empty and said, I'm sorry. Randall grabbed his collar and saw his lips crack. What are you talking about? He went to the shore with you? Why did you take him to the shore? He was just a little mermaid. How could he get the air on the shore? Sirius was lifeless and allowed him to hold on to death. Randall loosened him. No, impossible. You are lying to me. Sane will not die. He will never die. I have not had time to tell him. Randall's footsteps left, and Sirius was in a stalemate for a long time, and finally walked slowly into the bed of Sane Hall. He sat on his bed and looked at everything in front of him quietly. The pork roast bag cried into a silly cat flying around the six princes. He is so poor. He is really pitiful. Xie Tao is also very sad and dead. Whether it is the six princes or the five princes, he is very distressed. It's not that kind of feeling. It's just that it's so painful to see a friend, and it's hard to accept. He couldn't help but anger X. If he had not designed such a broken world, how could these two people suffer such sin? I thought again that this is X's glimpse of consciousness, and I don't know if it should be a sad fork that I have never let go of my face. Riversland can be regarded as seeing what is called red and green, and it is a day, +1, a while, -1, ups and downs, falling down. It is life. Zen was very embarrassed and stayed with the six princes for a while. The six princes came back all night. and at that distance, he would swim back like this, and he must be extremely tired. He glanced down and fell on the bed of Sane Hall, slowly closing his eyes. There is no tears on the bottom of the sea, but the twitching eyelashes are more painful than crying. Xie sighed and used dreams. The progress of the mission is already full. He just wants to comfort Sirius. The successful use of dreams has entered the dream of Sirius Atlantis. Xian opened his eyes and felt a heat wave. What Sirius dreamed of was still on the shore. Zitao is in a complicated mood and does not want Sirius to fall into this unsolvable nightmare forever. Sirius. He called his name. Sirius in the dream did not smile. He looked at him, calm and shocking. Xie took him to the front and said warmly, "Don't be like this. I hope you can live happily." His words became the last straw to crush the camel. The tears of Sirius flowed down, and he hugged him with a strong grip, holding him tightly, as if to pull him into the bone marrow. Xie sighed. "Promise me." "But I'm sorry." Sirius's voice was hoarse and hard. Xie. The tears of Sirius fell on his neck, piercing like ice. His voice was like the cold wind of the cold winter moon. "It's my inability to die. I didn't protect you. It's me. Not worth having you." Cien. Sirius's cold lips fell on his ears, and the voice was extremely gentle. "I will let them pay the price they deserve." Chapter 46. The Lost Atlantis. 17. Thanks. This hot fish can't be fired in the water. Z rubbed his eyes and felt that this situation was not big. The state of the 6 princes is very problematic. Zitao organized the language and tried to correct his thoughts. Unfortunately, there was a hint in the lower right corner. "The dream is coming to an end. Please be prepared to leave." Countdown. 30 seconds. With only 30 seconds left, Zitao can only say quickly, "Sirius, I hope that you will be happy in the days to come." "But," Sirius whispered, "I will be happy, but you don't have a little bit of fun in your tone." Zitao and his confrontation very anxiously said, "Do not be blinded by hatred. You deserve a better life." Sirius looked at him, and the color of the pupils of the different colors became extremely shallow as the bubbles that were about to break under the sun. He smiles, "But it hurts more than crying." Cien. There is no light on the seafloor. Zengxin was shocked, but unfortunately there was no time. He couldn't let Sirius find himself. He could only leave the dream one step at a time. He didn't wake up and cried and hid. There is no light on the seafloor. This is a legend of Atlantis. Atlantis was once a beautiful empire with amphibious amphibians. They can embrace the vast sea, or they can look up to see the bright sun, enjoy the desolateness of the water, and appreciate the warmth of the sun. Until Atlantis fell, until they completely sank to the bottom of the sea. There is no light on the bottom of the sea, but the people of Atlantis have created light and warmth by virtue of their love and care for their fellow men. Sirius said to Zitao that he was telling him. When Sane died, his seabed never had love and care. Zitao hid in the corner and saw Sirius open his eyes. Sirius woke up, but did not leave immediately. There was no confusion on his face after he woke up, and he was so calm. He put his face on the bed of Sane and stayed quietly for a long time, giving him a feeling that his body is here, but his heart has long been pulled away. Xie was so sad that I couldn't help but swear X. What breaks the task? What makes a good young man? When the 6 princes left, Zitao also sneaked away and took the communicator that the 3 princes gave him. Scene Hall. Here he can't come again. His face can no longer be used. He directly replaced the number 2 face. The information on the second face was already filled, and even the dormitory was redistributed. Xie found a new place of residence by navigation and settled down temporarily. Xie looked at the progress of the task. The orange progress bar is still a little bit lost, and after 3 days, I will enter a dream again, and it should be full. After getting 2 princes, Zitao was not happy at all. If this is the revenge trio of the housekeeper vampire maid, Xie will also applaud. The 5 princes and the 6 princes not only did not provoke him, but also gave him most of the task progress when he saw him. Such a good person. Zen is reluctant. I don't know what will happen afterwards. If he cleared the world, what would the soul of X be? Still staying in this world? After customs clearance, Zen will close the entrance. X's soul is also the center. May not stay here. Where will they go and return to X? Xian is very curious, pondering out the world and looking for X sets of words. When he just turned on the communicator, he received the message from the three princes, where this arrogant tone, Ziyuzu, the information sent is of course respectful. I just had the value. What is your command? A smile was made by the waypoint. The three princes stared at the little smile and looked at him. His cute, childish face appeared in his head and he coughed. His deputy will ask him, His Royal Highness, do you leave? The three princes did not say anything. The deputy asked again. The three princes turned their heads and they were very angry. What is it? When I'm blind? The deputy will shut up honestly. The three princes took the communicator and stared at the reply box for a while. The deputy will be curious to stand aside and the eyes will be amazed. The three princes felt it and they ordered anti-peeping and the pop-up projection became black. The deputy will not regret it. The three princes were too lazy to care for him and continued to stare at the reply box. He wrote nothing. He felt that it was not appropriate. What did he say to him if he had nothing? Zitao waited for half a day without waiting for the three princes to reply, thinking that the signal was not good, and sent it again, because it was copy and paste. So with a small smile. The three princes looked at the two smiling faces. After a long while, they insisted, if you laugh so much, take you to a place. Z. Wei. Love laughs. When did he give him the illusion? The three princes gave the deputy a foot. What are you doing? Go away. The deputy will be wronged and muttered, I just asked you. The three princes turned back. Well, the deputy will be saluting, the standard of military posture. Return to His Royal Highness. The airship is ready to go. The three princes snorted and got up. Z when he looked at the communicator and couldn't figure out what the three princes were. He also asked, where is your highness going to take it? The information is like a sea of stones. No one responds. After a while, a tall mermaid in a military uniform knocked at the door. Is Colin Hall there? Zitao did not hear this voice and pushed the door out. Hello, is there anything? Military sashimi. Three princes are waiting for you. Come out soon. Where? Does Zitao want to get the three halls to go and leave? Worse. For the progress of the mission, the knife in the sea will have to go down. Zizao was ready to go out, and when he saw the airship with a sharp blade, his heart was a hair. This is not a military ship. It's not true. After all, in the palace, even if Garrett Atlantis is a commander of the army, he can't bring in warships. Zitao was careful to get on the bus. When she just showed her head, she heard the voice of the three princes. What do you grind? Ziwei. This hot fish can't be fired in the water. He quickly sat next to the three princes. Honestly. The three princes stared at him. Zizen reacted and said, I have seen my highness. A little ritual. The three princes frowned and were not satisfied. Zitao knows his brain circuit. Is there anything on his face? The three princes raised their eyebrows. Why don't you laugh, Z? Tao looked awkward. What is funny? The three princes are typical people who don't like color, but anger must hang on their faces. Ziwei can't afford him. He can only be a smirk boy. He smiled. The three princes quickly flew away from the line of sight, looking straight ahead. His thin lips, using a classic adjective in Mary Sue's novels, is cold and arrogant. Wait, you can't laugh, Z. Wei. Neuropathy. The third. This road, the three princes are maintaining a cold person, and Ziwei is not good at opening. Midway deputy will send a fruit plate. The three princes Mifeng wrinkled. Just want to get angry. The deputy will say, so early, Colin has not eaten breakfast. Eat a pad. The three princes still smashed him. Do you only eat fruit for breakfast? Zitao has not responded yet. The deputy was used to seeing it and immediately said, there are still some salmon and sweet shrimp, so I will take it. The three princes still did not forget to abandon him. Waste. Z is slightly surprised. Although the three princes are still tempered, the mermaid will be holding his dog legs. But it seems that he is not really afraid of him. I also did not use the subordinates of the subordinates, directly claiming me. After a while, eating something was sent. Zizen was really hungry. Three princes said, be careful, don't get it everywhere. Then he got up and went to the cab. He is not there. Z is happy to eat breakfast. I don't know if it is his illusion. I always feel that the airship that was originally raging and smashed is slower and more stable. It is like a commercial car that has fallen from a sports car to a stable point. Slow down. It is convenient for him to eat. Point. When he eats well, the destination is here. Point. The three princes actually took him to the northern border. No wonder he would say that he would not laugh. Point. The speed of the airship on the seabed is really fast. It is on the land and a plane has to fly for 2 or 3 hours. They seem to have used it for 40 or 50 minutes. When the three princes got out of the car, they looked at Xie Zhen. It's tight, Xie. Tao nodded. Point. The three princes did not go too fast enough to make Xie easy to keep up. Point. He should have military affairs here, and some people will come to report later. The three princes are tempered in the week, and they are quite serious and efficient. Point. In order to avoid the suspicion, Xie Tao moved a little later and pretended not to hear it. Point. The three princes looked back at him. Let you keep up. Don't understand, Xie. Wei. I want to avoid the opportunity to avoid him from suspicion. The three princes saw it. He sneered. Do you understand? Xie Tao was speechless for a while. Point. The three princes took him like a chicken. If you don't do it, I will handle it for you, Xie. Yiping has such a slap in the air, and I think it will be like this. His Royal Highness put me down. Xie snorted. Point. The three princes poked on his cheek. To be honest, there are field exercises here, and the guns are not long. He let go of his hand, and Xie Wei sorted out his clothes and looked at the corner of his eye. He found that the red progress bar had risen by 3%. What is so good? It really is the heart of the fish, the needle under the sea. Fan. Point. Xie Wei followed the three princes and saw a lot of scenes. The technology of the seabed is really a cow, and the land is a two-tech tree. It is in a very different direction, but it has developed amazing technology. Point. The prince's popularity in the military is really good. These people are respectful to him, but they are not respectful with the power, but they are respectful. Point. At this time, Xie Tao did not agree. Point. Soldiers, most of them worship the strong. The three princes fight the power burst. They will worship him is also normal. Point. Until an accident occurred on the exercise field. A mermaid was blown up. Point. The group of people just arrived, and the three princes saw it and rushed past at a very fast speed. Point. The people at the scene were a little embarrassed. This exercise is really live ammunition. It is indeed dangerous, but it shouldn't be something. When someone reacted, the three princes had already rushed to the infirmary with the injured mermaid soldiers. The people around them reacted and caught up. His Royal Highness, give it to me. The face of the three princes was stained with blood, and the uniform that represented glory was also smudged, but he did not care. His face was condensation. Can you have me fast? Less nonsense. Go to the impact gun to see if there is any being beaten. After all, he stepped up and left everyone behind. Point. Xie Tao looked at the whole process and was very surprised. Point. The three princes are not the same as he imagined. Chapter 38. The Lost Atlantis. 18 is not old enough, and the ability to hook people is not small. Even Xie Zhen saw that the situation was wrong. Other people would not understand when they passed the battlefield. The three princes told me that the people present were doing their jobs and were busy. Point. Xie Tao will certainly not stay here. He quickly speeded up and swam to catch up with the three princes. Don't look at the three princes' legs, but swimming in the water is much faster than his fish. It is probably borrowing some kind of power to drive the surrounding water to push him away, so it is so fast. Point. When Xie Tao catches up, the three princes tweeted, "You go back and wait." It was said that he still covered the blood, and it seemed that he did not want to see Xie Tao, fearing to scare him. Point. Xie Tao did not agree. His Royal Highness is too small for me. He did not have to be humbly. Point. The three princes glanced at him and didn't drive him away. He said, "Help me dial." He held the injured mermaid in both hands, and he couldn't even use the communicator. Xie Tao quickly stepped forward. This is really awkward. The mermaid was seriously injured, and the whole flesh of the fish was blurred. This **** appearance looked like a peeled person, which made the scalp numb. Fortunately, Xie Tao had a lot of knowledge, but he was able to withstand it. He clicked on the wrist of the three princes, and the communicator popped up, and turned out to be a black screen. Three princes said, "I opened a sneak peek. You turn it off." In the lower right corner, Xie Tao also studied this stuff, knowing how to use it. When he just closed, he saw the dialogue box of the two of them talking. The nickname set by the three princes was Little Cute. Xie Wei If it is not a fate, he has to ask the third person what this nickname means. Zitao cut out and followed the three princes to dial the number 1 second over there. The three princes quickly said, "The whole district is blocked. People should have not run yet. Salf, if your mother can't catch it, I will cut your fishtail and put it on Mars." Solf is his dogleg deputy, and Mars is the mermaid injured in his arms. This mermaid is obviously a small soldier, and the three princes actually remember its name. Zitao knows somehow why the people in the military camp have respected the prince. Point this way. The three princes walked fast, and the mouth did not stop. The remote command was very reliable. Point Zitao is in the heart of the service. He just chased it and went on his life. The three princes hold the individual, but they still have to be steady. They are still watching the 6 directions, and they are still clear in their minds. Great. When I arrived at the medical service, the people here were already ready. The three princes put Mars down and said to the doctors, he was hit by the aftermath of the SX-623 impact gun. The main injured part was at the fishtail, and the left arm was also broken. There are shrapnel. He described the injured part of the mermaid in detail, and the doctors nodded and began to inject the drug into Mars. At this time, Zitao looked at the trident, who represents the highest military power on the shoulders of the three princes. It is another mood point. This young commander is worthy of this high glory point. After the placement of Mars, after talking about the basic situation, the three princes took Xie's head and left without returning. Zitao still misses the mermaid, but the three princes have put all their spirits into investigating the spies. This quality is really strong. After doing the work, the other ones are handed over to the professionals. Don't delay the time without wasting the time. The precision is very fast, and like a bullet. Half an hour later, the spy was caught, and the three princes personally interrogated, and Zitao was left outside. It didn't take long for the three princes to come out and shouted, "The king of the sea country is so daring to dare to start the earth." After all, he left the wind and went straight back to the king. Zitao followed closely and also received a sign of the servant, became the personal guard of the three princes. Okay, anyway, he has to stay with the three princes for a while. When I came, I talked and laughed. When I went back, the atmosphere was tense. Zitao couldn't help but be honest. After the palace, the three princes did not let Zitao go back first, but took him to the Senate. Zitao has a brand. You can go in and out. No one will stop. Before, Zitao used to be worthwhile here, but unfortunately it was unclear what it was. The first time I walked in today, I was surprised to see it. It's not the imaginary grandeur, it's not extravagant and gorgeous, and even the royal family's extravagance is not felt. This council has a strong sense of time and its simplicity, or is it old? Zitao saw the big prince and the second prince, and several old ministers, did not see the king. After the prince went to the second prince, he smashed his face to the second prince. The sea country has put the trays into the northern camp. You are also reducing your military expenses for your own desires. When they break the northern defense, they will enter the kingdom. His mother is happy. Zitao was shocked. He thought that the three princes would come to the thunder, but he did not expect it to be so direct. When so many people, they would not give their second brother a face. It seems that the contradiction between the two brothers has become too deep and irreconcilable. Hakeu is a neighbor of the underwater kingdom. They were the deadly rivals of Atlantis in their early years, often landing to eat people. Atlantis always felt that his kingdom would fall, and it was the conspiracy of the sea country. There is such a premise that the two countries have struggled for thousands of years and have never stopped fighting. The mermaid of the Hakeu country is cruel and has a tradition of eating people. From time to time, poaching the mermaid in the underwater kingdom, especially the royal family. In the early years, many young princesses and princes were shredded and eaten by them, so the whole Atlantis hated the sea country and hated to annihilate it. It is a pity that the seabed is complex, and the seamount countries can always find shelters. They are like the insulting weeds. They can grow up in a little time and fight back. To hunt mermaids, the three princes smothered on the battlefield all the year round, and even hated these guys. Now they are coming to work again, and he will naturally be angry. The second prince was not a vegetarian. When the three princes attacked, he suddenly got up and opened his mouth. and turned it back. At the end of the quarrel, the two brothers are fighting. Three princes said, you are in the eyes of money, regardless of the overall situation. The second prince retorted, I don't care about the big picture. It's your head, stupid. The mouse is in the light. There is only one sea country in your eyes. The three princes narrowed their eyes. There is uncertainty inside. You still want to create foreign troubles. The second prince said, it's naive. The land is like a tiger, waiting for the benefit of the fisherman, so you can't see it. Okay. A middle-aged old voice sounded. Xie Tao turned her head and saw the old king, who was surrounded by people at the door. The old king was old and his strength retreated. Although he still maintained the appearance of his legs, he could not walk, but he could only sit in a chair. As soon as he came, the two princes would naturally not quarrel again, and Xie Yan saw the serious behind the old king. The people in the House of Delights got up and saluted. The old king pressed his hands and everyone got up, but he didn't sit back, but stood aside. The old king sat down and looked at the people in the temple and slowly said, the thing on the northern border, the third child, you come and listen. The three princes are out of the way, and the tone of speech is very different from that of the second prince. He is methodical and says that the sea country is so arrogant, it will not take long before it will enter the northern border. At this time, Wang Xiang cuts the military, but it's awesome. The second prince sneered. The old king said, your second brother is also a last resort. The land people have been eager to move recently. We are bound by the enemy. It is really unreasonable. The three princes immediately asked, please ask the father to make a decree. Let the children and ministers lead the army to destroy the momentum of the sea, and then return to the defense to deal with the land people. The second prince said, the three brothers really can afford themselves. The three princes narrowed their eyes. The old king said, you two said one less noisy like what it looks like. The three princes did not speak again. The old king paused and looked at the six princes. Six princes were listed and said, after the ceremony, the land people are eager to move. They still need the three kings to sit in the town to guard the royal family. The turmoil in Heikyu's state is better to let the children go. As soon as he spoke, the entire hall was caught in a strange silence. Everyone did not expect that it would have been silent, and even the six princes who did not step out of the temple door would say such things. The three princes immediately said, the ridiculous, leading the battle is a child. The six princes coveted, I know that I'm not as good as the three kings, so I don't want to use one soldier. Someone was stunned at the place. The old king asked, do you have confidence in the sixth? Six princes said, do not repel the sea country for hundreds of nautical miles, and the children will not return home. The three princes were in a hurry, and the second prince was also wrinkled. The big prince even said, no, you have never been to the battlefield, how can you? Liu. Wan Dao said, when the three kings are a manpower enemy Heikyu army, they are 1 year younger than me. San Prince said, I grew up in the military camp. The six princes carried the prince and looked at the three princes. Is the three kings determined that I'm not as good as you? This is quite provocative. The three princes who had been bombed did not get angry. Instead, they stood up and said, the father asked me to think twice. The six brothers have never been in contact with the Heikyu country. I don't know if they are so dangerous. I'm willing to do so. I'm afraid. The six princes interrupted him and said faintly, if a child is a royal family, he should have a role to play. How about the battlefield? You will never lose the name of Atlantis. The understatement, he said, but the people present were shocked. The ministers who had ignored the prince all the year round also cast an amazing sight on him. Xie Wen's heart is playing drums, and the six princes are not allowed to do this. Don't want to live? No. Is he really sure to defeat the invasion of the sea country? Poor Xie Zhen did not have the qualification to speak at all, only to be anxious in the end. The old king made a decision, and the matter was settled. The three princes sat in the capital of the king, and the six princes went out to repel the seamound country that was ready to move. After leaving the chamber of deputies, the three princes' eyebrows were wrinkled, and they did not say a word. Xie Wei is behind. The three princes sighed. Idiot. Xie Wei. The three princes turned to catch up with the six princes, and the face was a slap in the face. If you don't want to live, you will say, I will send you a ride now. Serious. looked calm and gave him a gift. One brother. The three princes are most annoyed with this kind of sullen temper who doesn't have a fart. They don't have a good air. Follow me. Sirius's eyelids reached Xie Wei. Xie Tao lowered his head and looked down at him. I shouldn't be able to recognize it. Although these faces are a bit like, but Saint Horde is dead in front of him. He should not be suspicious. Sirius has taken back his sight. Ziyu Sang breathed. The three princes took Sirius to the martial arts hall. This is a day. Xie Tao looked at it and felt the intention of the three princes. The three princes on the bright face are in the blast of the six princes, but in fact they are tempering him with the highest efficiency in the shortest time. The power of the six princes is there. It is really not weaker than the three princes. It is just too little experience for the enemy and not sophisticated enough. Such a short period of special training is certainly not as good as a real battle, but it is better than nothing. What makes Xie warmer is that this idiot is so hot that he sent his brother a warmth. Returning to the palace of the three princes, Xie Tao gave him medicine on his arm because he kept bowing his head and his hair fell in his ear, blocking his gaze. His royal man is busy. Three princes. Well, Xie Tao was a medicine in her hand and gestured with her arm. The three princes understood that he raised his other hand and helped him pull his hair behind his ear. Xie Tao opened his eyes and continued to take medicine carefully. From the perspective of the three princes, I just saw his beautiful side face. The white ear is like a small open shell. The earlobe is the beautiful pearl. The three princes quickly opened their eyes and their hearts were hot. Young is not big, and the ability to hook people is not small. Xie Tao gave him a good medicine, bending his lips. His Royal Highness is very good, and the Sixth Highness will definitely benefit a lot today. The three princes are a glimpse. Xie Wei looked at him and laughed. The three princes were hiding from sight, and they were hard-boned. What is messy? I'm waking him up. I don't know the tall and thick kids. Xie Tao did not poke him, but his eyes were bent into crescents, especially after seeing the red task progress by 3%. The fault of the three princes who want to face this face does not know who is following. I didn't use my strength today, and I will take him to the door tomorrow. Xie Tao understood. Oh, tomorrow. Special training. The three princes raised their eyebrows. Xie Tao changed his mouth. Poor Six Highness. I'm afraid that I will be stunned by my highness. After he said this, the red task progress was stupidly increased by 3%. The barbecued pork bun summed up his dad. The three princes are a bit cute. Xie Tao almost laughed. Yan Zhe as unceremoniously slaps his legs and laughs. Old evil, these three princes are worthy of your soul, and you have learned a decade from the ability to die. Jiang is not satisfied. I'm so stupid. How do people who have no positive or negative numbers have a face? Yan Zhe laughed. It's so fun. You are so cute with your little roses. The river slant does not need to be seen because his good feelings are green. Yan Zhe was given a chance to re-enter the team to watch the live broadcast because of the slanting bones of the river. Jiang Yi also thought that there was nothing to let him watch for a while. Yan Zhe still caught the key point. Small roses not to collect the love of the six princes. How has it been around the three princes? He still does not know that the real task is to collect six princes. Jiang tilted down and calmly said, it's my soul. He will be close and normal. Also, after all, the good feelings are high, and Yan Zhe can't help but admire. You have been an on Emirates for thousands of years. How love is so good. Jiang slanted to look at his own love of the -250. Still calm. It will be okay. It's not the deity. It's never lost to the soul when you die and face your sin. Chapter 39 Lost Atlantis 19 Old evil. You really rely on strength. Single. The fierce three princes thanked you for eating dinner. Xie Tao is in a good mood, has a good appetite, and eats a few more moon fruits. This thing is a special product of the sea, growing on a kind of coral, because the coral is born like a crescent moon, so the people on the bottom of the sea call them the moon. The moon will periodically fall into the white fruit, and it looks like a coconut. After breaking the skin, it is really soft, and the taste is like bread. Of course it is cold. Zizen is still a landman, so I like this fruit very much, and it tastes like a girl. The three princes glanced at him. When are you a nickname for X? Xie Zen only reacted after a while. X is the second prince, the finance minister of the underwater kingdom, is your brother, not a toy. Zeta knows that their relationship is not good, and euphemistically said, His Royal Highness, the three princes pointed to the table full of dishes. So many good things, don't eat, just stare at the crescent fruit. Save me money, Z. Wary. It turned out to be abandoning this. As far as this brain circuit is concerned, the average person can keep up. The three princes opened the big lobster with bare hands and sent the finest meat inside to his plate. Zitao quickly said, I will come by myself. The three princes glanced at his fine-skinned fingers and said, Eat. It's like a flagpole, Z. Wei refused to accept. I'm not thin. He is not fat, just normal body shape. Who knows that the three princes put down the king crab in his hand and squinted at him. Not thin, Z. Tao is straight. Very good. Not really thin. The three princes picked up the towel and wiped their hands. Zitao didn't know what he was going to do, and his face looked blank. Who knows the next moment, the three princes single-handedly gave Zen a smash. Z Wei. The three princes looked at him, and there were some childish spurs in his eyes. If I'm not thin, how can I pick up a finger? Yan. Zixio in front of the water curtain became a pen. Old evil. Ahaha, you are poisonous. 4. This emotional intelligence. Please be a single fish for a lifetime. The river asterisk is also unbearable. The three princes quickly loosened Z, holding their hands on his waist and putting him on the chair above. Good food, exercise, and wait until I can't get up. You won't lose weight, Z. Tao sat up. This is the location for the guests. Originally he was sitting below. Z when he looked at the red progress of 14%. Too lazy to care about this little boy. The power of the highness is infinite. I have no way to have thousands of gold. The three princes actually said, then you try to marry me, Z. Wei. While the three princes stripped him from the crab legs, he said, when you can pick me up like this one day, you will be qualified. Qualified. Ghost. Who wants to pick you up? Yan Xie Xi has already laughed at the table. Poisonous. Really poisonous. Old evil. You really rely on strength. Single. Jiang. Slant. Unhappy. Shut the water curtain. Yan Xie's big eyes. Why? It is watching. River. Ramp. Time is up. Yan Xie looked up and saw that his mother had arrived. He said, you have to go in and send a wave and I will give you the bones. The next day, Zitao came to the three princes and saw him going out. Zitao thought that he had to go to the fat six princes. Who knows that he actually said, the old five boring at home for a few days. I went to see what he is doing. In all senses, the youngest is still a brother who loves, although he and the second child are not in the right. But the old five and the sixth are very caring. But the way of care is too unique. The average person cannot accept. Z Wei certainly knows the situation of the five princes. He has a heart and can't bear it. The three princes took him to the five princes palace. The palace where the songs and dances were flattened in the past was very quiet. The mermaid maids were nervous and looked at the three princes. It was even more enemies, mainly the reputation of the third child is too bad. 80% of the mermaid maids thought he was coming to the pavilion. The three princes frowned and asked, what about the fifth? The mermaid maid said, after the ceremony, the five dukes have kept themselves in the house and no one is allowed to approach. The three princes walked straight ahead and the mermaid maid stopped. Please go to the third temple. We don't want to see you. You are like this. The three princes took care of these, and Mi Feng raised it. Let it go. The mermaid maid used all the courage to say the above sentence. At this moment, there is no courage at all. The three princes came to Randall's bedroom and went straight to the door. Randall, there is no sound inside. Three princes said, you don't care about creating. Don't starve in the house. Sure. Enough. A good thing to let the three princes open his all gunpowder. There was still no sound in the room. Zen had some drums in his heart, and he was not sure how the five princes were. The three princes' eyebrows were wrinkled, and they just had to take the foot and the door was opened. Randall only wore a black coat, and the large chest was exposed outside, but the shape was not bad, but the eyebrows were cold. The third brother came over early in the morning. What is the matter? The voice was also stable. But it makes people feel uneasy. The three princes stared at him for a moment. You have been these days. The 5 princes interrupted him and asked, what does the third brother think I can do? 3. Princess Mi Feng picked 1 point. Wu Prince said, I'm fine. Please go back to my third brother. The 3 princes didn't have a good temper. When they saw him so good, they didn't bother to waste time. He turned and left, and he went so far as to be a crisp and neat. Zi Tao turned to look at the 5 princes, and my heart wandered around with anxiety. Randall's eyes are heavy. Haven't he been sleeping? The 3 princes sent Sirius to the martial arts hall, and the 2 did not go out all day. Xie Wei looked at Sirius. Think about Randall. They can't let go. 2 good young people. Because of the death of Sane Hall, life has changed. This makes him very uncomfortable. Although it was for the task, he actually brought them pain. The 3 princes will not make any progress for the time being. Xie Tao calculated the time and sneaked to the palace of the 5 princes the next night. It should be almost the same. Everyone can only use dreams once in 3 days. It should be available now. Xie Tao used the reserve face to directly become the 5 princes' portable maid and slipped into his sleeping quarters. It was already in the middle of the night, and the 5 princes did not sleep. They sat on the bed and looked at the front with a gaze. Xie Wei waited for him for 3 or 4 hours until the day was cold. He was very tired, fell asleep on the bed. Xie Tao looked at his pale complexion and dark circles under the eyes, and it hurt. Why bother looking at this kind of Randall? Xie Zhen did not quite understand why he would use this for a few people. Xie Tao used dreams in front of him. He found himself standing in front of the bed of the 5 princes. Failed. Dreaming is not successful. However, there is a hint in the lower right corner. Congratulations. The successful use of dreams has entered the dream of Randall Atlantis. Thanks to Z, I understand that the dream of the 5 princes is like this. In his own bedroom. The 5 princes sat up. He saw Xie Tao, but he didn't have any accidental appearance. The barbecued pork bag is excited. Dad, you seem to be a ghost. Xie Wei bowed his head and found that he was translucent and his hands were scattered with faint light. It turned out that in Randall's dream, he was a ghost. Randall looked at him, and after a while he slowly said, I'm a coward. Xie Tao wanted to speak. He found that he could not speak in this dream. Is it impossible for the ghost to speak in the heart of the 5 princes? Randall stood up and walked up to him step by step. Xie Tao floated very high and just happened to be in contact with Randall. Randall's finger moved, but he didn't touch him. He seemed to know that he couldn't touch him. The mother said, yes, I'm a coward, a deserter, a coward, destined to be defeated by the storm. Xie Zhen was very familiar with this. He remembered. In the last dream, the queen shouted such words to the 5 princes who gave up leaving. The 5 princes bravely went out and pursued the life they wanted. But now, Randall's eyes were red, and he wanted to embrace him, and knew that he couldn't hold it. I have always been useless. I was born in the royal family. I became a prince, but I still thought about my life. How can I have my own life? How can I have real freedom? How can this shackle in my blood be possible? Let me go. I think I'm pursuing myself. I think I'm brave. I think I can guard everything that I love. But in fact I'm just escaping. Escaping from sorrow. Escaping from suffering. And escaping from all the bad things. I am such a deserter. A coward. Even if I meet you, I can't protect you. I can't hug you. I can't even show my heart. If I'm not so incompetent, if I have enough strength, if I can know more, I will never let you die. Xie Zhen shocked and understood the pain of the 5 princes. He is repenting, blaming himself, and doubting himself in depth. He saw the conspiracy of the 6 princes, and he determined that Sane Hall was a ghost. He thought that he was too far away from the center of power, so he didn't know anything, and he didn't even know that his beloved was sent to the guillotine as a discard. If he knows that, if he doesn't know what's going on in the window, if he doesn't shrink in his ivory tower, he will definitely stop Sane Hall and will save him. This heart was turned into a poisonous snake, licking Randall's heart. Xie Wei can't open his mouth. Even if he can speak, what can he say? A dead person can say that he can't comfort a living person. Randall slowly raised his hand, and his slender fingers fell on his cheek. He couldn't touch him, but he made a look at him. Scene. Randall whispered, if there is an afterlife, please give me a chance to fall in love with you. Okay, Xie You live. This is the first time that Jiang Sui wants to slap his soul. Stupid guy asked such a question. Why did you let Ziyu say nothing? If Ziyu softly agreed. Waiting for the world to be cleared as Randall's afterlife. Very good, because this idiot, he missed a billion. Zen couldn't say anything, so he left the dream of the 5 princes. He sighed and muttered, if I leave the quasi world, what will these souls be? Did Randy, X, and Gare of the first world come to this world, or is the simple name and appearance the same? I heard Zen's whispered slanting eyes. Chapter 40 Lost Atlantis 20 Blasting fish and asterisk fish. Zitao is distressed, and when he takes back a few souls, will the little guy feel bad about him? The river slanted to look at the stable Tashan -250. Hope that the souls do not die. Ziwei did not say a word, went to the dream of the 5 princes as a ghost. The progress of the orange mission has turned green, reaching 16.666%. It's so full. The 5 princes gave him all the love. They only knew a few days, only saw several times, and only got confused in their dreams for a while. Even if dreams can make a dream come true, the 5 princes are really a good strategy. If there is no such progress bar, Zita will probably be, because the 5 princes are out of the falsehood. But now, the feelings of this thing are really wonderful. It turns out that there is love at first sight, and it is deep and deep. Zitao is very puzzled. The 5 princes, 6 princes and 3 princes are the soul of X, but their temperament and love are completely different from the 3 neuropaths in the left or right. Randy, X, and Gare murdered in a word, and they were so sick that they were always on the verge of collapse. Wait, Zen suddenly understood some. Is it because of the betrayal of Sane Hall? The more love you pay, the less tolerated after being betrayed. The more purely true love, the easier it is to be blackened by a little ink. Imagine if the true identity of Sane Hall in the underwater world was exposed. That is, let the 5 princes and the 6 princes know that he not only did not die, but also collected the love of his brothers Ziwei, Randall, and Sirius will definitely cut him into sashimi. If you think so, it seems that Randy, Axe, and Gar are not so bad. I didn't think of Jiang's inclination. I could see the asterisk figure of +30 in a day. Soon. Zitao grinned again. The soul is not bad, but X must be very bad. If it is not a neuropathy, how can you set such a task to force yourself crazy? Just +30. It is -30 right away. Jiang oblique. Okay, the number of 250 is quite good. Neat. Heart is bleeding. Zitao is down. No longer wants to think about the 5 princes. He has not much time left. He has to collect love and leave the world. If you leave here, you can find X sets of words to know more about the soul. Zitao returned to the performance field. Sirius has left, and the 3 princes are talking to one person. From the perspective of Zitao, the man was blocked by the 3 princes, only to see a silver long hair. Silversuck and Prince Axe. Zitao was afraid that the brothers would fight and hurry up. This approached and heard their conversation. Gal, a rhetoric. I don't know, if you think about it, X, on your sapwood head, you can know what, Goldo. I'm to see the asterisk of your face. Axe. Ridiculed. You know, a pair of dog eyes and stare at me. Don't even think about it. He hasn't finished talking yet, and he saw Ziwei, who came over. The 3 princes turned their backs to Zitao and realized that they had turned around after seeing the sight of the 2nd prince. Zitao quickly ceremoniously, I have seen the 2nd highness, the 3rd temple. The 3 princes pulled him over, caught under his arm, and showed off to his brother, my little follower, thanked by the little chicken. Ziwei grows tall. Be careful of your dog legs. The 2nd prince stared at Zen for a while, and he remembered what he was for a long time. It is that the asterisk fish that has gone up 1% of progress is still asterisk fish, and even the names can't remember. 3 princes said, you don't need to know the name. You don't need to know him. He didn't say it was okay. When X came to his interest, his narrow voice was awkward and he smiled. Little colonies. He is getting more and more white. He said he still reached out and tried to pinch it. Put it. Gare knocked out his dog's hand. Don't touch him, X. is not angry, still smiling at Zizaro, and his voice is soft and pleasant. Is it a lot of bitterness to follow the third child? If you can't come to me, make sure you wake up naturally, no longer need to get up early. From this, I can see that he knows his brother very well. The three princes lived in the military camp all the year round. They lived in a self-discipline, and they woke up early in the morning. They woke up and asked for morning exercises. Violent Solver's biggest wish in life was to sleep well. Like the big dog that cares for food, Gare directly protects Zizen in his arms. Go to you? Are you left with bones? He said it was quite simple, but Axe was obviously an old driver. He shouted, it won't be so fast. Little Colin is so delicious. I will come slowly. Gare reacted. He frowned. Let him hit his mind. You dare touch him a finger. I married you. Axe was used to him, and he was used to being more accustomed. Little Colin is a person who is not an item. You have dominated him and asked him about his wishes. Gare ringed Zitao's arm tightly, thanked her heart. This is where the blasting fish is the opponent of the asterisk fish. Axe said again, it's yours. You don't have to protect, and you won't go. It's not yours. You can't hold your side. You're sensible. Give Carlin some space. Your arm's so tight, he can't breathe. Gar's arm was loosened, and of course he couldn't lose the momentum. You don't have to talk nonsense, my people. I know. Axe smiled and said, it's not too late. I booked a table at Yellowman and ate it together. The opening of galleys. Don't go. We have food to eat. Although Zitao needs to brush Axe's progress, but the current is mainly Gar. He can't go without saying it. How can Axe be so easily opened? He didn't swear, so I said that you can't do this in the third year. You don't respect people very much. You are also asked about Colin's opinion. After all, he waited for Gare to open his mouth and looked at Zitao. He asked, little Colin, can you please enjoy your meal? Gare fired and pushed him away. You are a prince, a small guard who dares to refuse it. Axe smiled and said, is it a person who will avenge? You have a face full of vengeance. Gare knows Axe very well, and Axe knows about Gare. Gare is careless and doesn't want Colin to offend Axe. This is a madman. After all, it is difficult to avoid the dark arrows. Axe is sure that Gar will think about Colin, and he deliberately said this. The result is the three people sat together for dinner. Zitao was sandwiched between the two princes, and it was really a dilemma. The second prince enthusiastically said, what do you want to eat? Just pick it up. The three princes sneered. There is something better, a special dish. Zitao has no say and is honest. The second prince disagreed. We are three people. Where to eat? The three princes sneered without mercy. The door. The second prince did not care. He carefully drew the menu and carefully considered the color. Is there any jealousy for Xianlin? Very busy said, I can do anything. The second prince did not ask the three princes, but the three princes loved to eat in the dishes. After all, it was the death of the small and growing up, and the taste was very clear. The three princes deliberately said, add 2 more screaming crabs. Although this thing has a crab word, it is not a kind of crab. It is a kind of fish. Because it looks like a crab, it will scream. So call this name. This fish is a famous luxury food, similar to the truffles on the shore. Not necessarily delicious. Expensive is definitely. The second prince said, why do you eat that thing? It is hard to eat. Prince said, so only 2 copies. The second brother will not eat. I can eat with Colin. Second prince. The 3 princes glanced at him. How? The second brother said that he was asking for a treat, but he was reluctant to spend money. That's it. Today I pack the table, and then 3 more tips. Okay. The second prince's gentle and fascinating face was a little bit collapsed. He broke his mind and said, there is something delicious about this broken fish, catching up and hurting people. Tao secretly squinted. This screaming crab is quite expensive. One for his monthly salary. But who is the second prince? Will he be worse for this? When Gal suspected that he was slamming, Zizen was not doing anything right. Now, at first glance, it's really awkward point, but as the Minister of Finance of the Empire, what is true is not a bad thing. Soon, Zitao realized that the second child's embarrassment is deep into the bone marrow, regardless of how he himself spends peacocks, but its essence is definitely a careless gelante point. When he was eating, he sang Three Princes, the crab legs are all meat, you don't eat. In fact, the third child can peel the crab legs. Thank you for seeing him. He is deliberately angered by the prince. His Royal Highness Prince of the Sea Kingdom took up his brother to eat the rest of the crab legs and took out a large piece of meat inside him to his plate. The oldest three knew that he was in trouble and that he had a meal for the day and he could not wait to eat a plate and throw a plate. The second prince cleaned up the mess. It's enough, so I don't want to eat with you. 3 princes said, so you still invite me? The second prince looked at the plate and cleaned it. He held the cheapest crescent fruit and was very happy. He said, I'm clearly a small colon. Zen's meal was not because he was replaced by the topic center, but because of his progress bar. The purple progress of the second prince rose by 3%. How did it rise? The three princes took the mooncake of Zitao and pushed him the screaming crab. What to eat? Eat this. Zitao did not like the screaming crab of the strength. He picked up the half of the crescent fruit and said, don't waste, I will finish it first. Just finished. He found that the purple progress of the second prince rose by 1%. These souls are poisonous. The second child dislikes the third child. Small colon is more sensible. You don't know the hard things of the world. The three princes knew how to provoke his brother, only to listen to him and said, give me 2 pots of white leaves. This is a kind of wine on the seabed. The price is good. And the 82-year-old Lafitte on the land knows. The second prince raised his eyebrows. What wine to drink? No. 3 princes said, nothing. I treat you. Then he looked at Zen. Is 2 bottles enough? Tao quickly shook his head and said, I don't drink alcohol. I will be allergic. The 3 princes regretted. This way. That's it. Tao found that, after finishing this sentence, the purple progress bar rose by 1%. The original raider's second child does **** fish focus on diligence and family. Don't look at the three princes' military origins, but the amount of alcohol is very general, and the 3 cups begin to faint. He ordered 2 bottles of wine, which was less than half a bottle. The second prince was distressed. On the amount of your stinky drink, you have also opened the wine. The 3 princes deliberately poked his heart. If you can't drink, you can't drink, and throw it. The second prince said, do you know how much manpower and material resources are wasted in brewing this bottle of wine? You know how many people can make this 300,000 yuan coin? He said that. He paused again and didn't have a good air. So I hate it. Those of you who are soldiers, like the shredders, don't make money. He used to be angry and unable to do color, and it was rare to be sulking. Zitao looked at him like this, but it was much more interesting than the smile of the skin before. The second prince looked at the dizzy third, then looked at the bottle of wine, and poured himself a cup. Can't waste. Okay, the third child is drunk and the second child is drunk. He sits aside to watch the fun. When the 3 princes fell to the table, the meal was over. The second prince was also swaying. Zitao looked at the only 2 crescent fruits left. The heart beat. 2 princes, this is not finished. Can I take it with me? The 2 are just right. Peeled off directly in the morning. When when he said this, the second prince's eyes lit up, and he patted him. You are a good boy. After saying that, I personally picked up 2 crescent fruits and put them in the hands of Zitao. I gave him a popular science pass. This year we have increased the funds, and we must make the production of crescent fruit turn over. This is a good thing. How many people point to them filling their stomachs? Tao holds the crescent fruit. My heart stunned. I really didn't see you being such a ***** fish. The second servant of the highness took him away, and Zitao sent the 3 princes back to the dormitory. There are very few princes here, and there are only a few guards on occasion, and the responsibility is not in life. Fortunately, the buoyancy in the water is great, and Zitao put the 3 princes on the bed without much trouble. This guy has a poor amount of alcohol, but he still has to drink alcohol. Zitao saw the bruises on his arms. He thought that he had been in the military field for a day today. It is estimated that he was also very tired. Now he will sleep so hard. He looked at the red progress and thought, this is a good opportunity to take the opportunity to dream. Maybe you can directly feel the good feelings. I thought that collecting the love of the 6 princes was an impossible task. Now, because of the sudden evolution of the barbecued pork, the difficulty has plummeted, and Zen's mood is much better. Complete the mainline task as soon as possible. Maybe you can try to do the branch task and directly pass the quasi-world pass. Think of the sideline task is to collect 1 million tons of garbage. Xie has a headache. Forget it. Let's take a look at the dream of the 3 princes. Zhao used dreams and went straight into the dream of the 3 princes. This guy really dreamed of him. Zhao was black in front of her eyes, but when she opened her eyes, she felt a strong impact. He was shocked and hurriedly grabbed the person in front of him, but unfortunately he couldn't touch it. He only heard the voice of the 3 princes. You are a dragon. Let him go. Xie. The charcoal packages broadcast live. Dad, you are caught by the dragon. Xie. Tao's face is awkward. What are these messy dreams? He felt his body buckled by a paw, followed by a low-pitched voice like a prince. He is mine. Oh, the dragon is the 2nd prince. This dream is very prince. The author has something to say. 3 princes. The hero in the dream saves the beauty. The beauty is nourishing. River slope. Sand sculpture. Chapter 41 Lost Atlantis 21. I want to give my son Zhu to you. Zhao can't figure out what the fairy tales of the 3 princes are. The Atlantis family was originally amphibious, so there are many land-based legends. In the early days the 3 princes were born in the royal family. The small education was more comprehensive than the ordinary mermaid. They were exposed to a lot of knowledge on land, including various fairy tales. Zhao was on the land at this time, caught by the 2nd prince dragon. Hanging in the air, he did not have the burning sensation on the land when there was no mermaid. In the dream of the 3 princes, he was not a mermaid, but a landman. There is no burning sensation, but it is also blown away by the strong winds. The barbecued pork bag excites. The 3 princes come to the hero to save the beauty. Zhao only feels that the brain is hurting, and this dream is given to the brain. Just listening to a burst of air, the 3 princes dressed in a night jumped from the heights and fell steadily on the back of the dragon. The Prince of Colin. He shouted that it was a serious one, and he was very numb. If he was not caught by a dragon, he really wanted to fall down as a meatloaf. Outside the dream, he was a small follower of the 3 princes, and his dream became his Prince of Colin. With so many plays, you are worthy of the soul of a big designer. The scene of the Cavalier Atlantis fighting the dragon. Zhao was not seen. The dragon and the 3 princes played very fierce. He was shaken and shaken, his head tangled into a group. Fortunately, this is the dream of the 3 princes, so the 3 princes will surely save the Prince of Colin. So, the evil dragon with the voice of the 2nd prince put down the words, I will come back. The dragon's claws are loose, and Xie descends vertically. This realistic sense of weightlessness makes him cold and vertical, and he suspects that he is going to die in the dream of the 3 princes. Fortunately, the 3 princes did not want him to die. He gave up chasing the dragon and rushed straight toward the ground and hugged him as he was about to land. The 2 clung together and rolled over on the grass for a few laps. Zhao's miraculous little hurts. Even the fast skin has not been rubbed. The 3 princes were much worse. In order to protect him, the outside of his arms had been rubbing on the ground, and the whole flesh was blurred. Zhao hurriedly said, are you alright? The 3 princes stood up with their arms up. I'm fine. Is there any injury under his royal highness? His name made Xie very uncomfortable and took a look. The 3 princes thought he was afraid of blood and put his arm down. I'm incompetent. I can't catch the dragon. Zhao had to cooperate with him. If you didn't save yourself, I have already been taken away by the dragon. You will lose your hand because the evil dragon is deceitful and throw me down. I know that you are trying to save me. Go with it. When this was said, Zhao saw that the red progress bar had risen to 15%. Scorpio, so good. Xie just wants to laugh out loud. The 3 princes steadily said, let the highness be scared. Zen was in a good mood and was very happy to accompany him to dream. He looked at his arm and said, I will help you with the wound. It doesn't matter. The three princes didn't want him to see the asterisk. Arms. Xie said, "You can ignore my life for me. How can I leave you alone?" said. That he pulled out the arms of the three princes. The three princes are so tough in the outside. In the dream is even more tough, guys. Hurt this into a brow without wrinkling, as if feeling no pain. Zitao said, "How hurt so badly?" He said that he carefully tossed the sticky weeds and tried to clean it up. He is so focused, naturally cannot see the expression of the three princes. Fortunately, there is also a barbecued pork packet broadcast. Oh, the three princes are blushing. Xie was sullen in his heart. The barbecued pork bag said again, "Dad, you blow it." His eyelashes tremble. It seems to be very itchy. It's still hurting. Itching. It's a dream. Zitao treated him with this wound and thought of the fact that the three princes were really blow on the arm. Could it be that he fell asleep and felt his arm hurt, so he would hurt his arm in his dream? It is really possible. It's so funny and grotesque to think that Xie is so careful to deal with him more carefully. At this time, there was a hoof in the distance. Zitao looked up and saw the three princes. "Your asterisk is here, Xie." Zen thought, this is true. The guards are always late. The next step is that the warriors repelled the dragon and the news of saving the prince of the empire spread throughout the kingdom. When they rode high horses and stepped into the capital, the roads were full of people applauding. Zitao paid attention to the observation and found that these people are not vague. They are all distinct and different. The three princes are not artists like the five princes, but the dreams are so real. It seems that they are all influenced by X. This is also a very good thing. No wonder it can design a real world. The people shouted the name of the empire, the name of the warrior, and the three princes and Zitao, who were surrounded by the front, were like a wedding parade. Zitao always has a bad feeling. How will the warriors come to the princess after saving the princess? "Do you want to be with you?" Zitao feels that she is guessing. In all likelihood. They entered the palace all the way. This palace is very unconcerned. Perhaps the three princes did not know what the royal palace on the land was, so they copied the underwater palace, and even the king copied the old king of the underwater world. Yes, take your own shackles, and do not suffer. The old king met with the warrior Gar, and he praised him with praise. The praise words that he basically used were all used. The three princes are humble and very subtle, and they don't need to praise. He is a part of what he does. It is a pity that this is his dream. The old king said that he wants to hear all his dreams. He is subtle. Zitao was very desperately laughing. The old king went around for a long time and finally said the point. "Gal, you have made such great contributions. What rewards do you want? Even tell me." The three princes looked at Xie and Xie was afraid of laughing out, biting his lower lip and not looking at him. The three princes swayed and whispered, "I don't need any rewards. I can save my prince. I'm satisfied." The old king is a competent NPC. He shot his shoulder and said, "You are so heroic, so good, but you don't want fame and fortune. Don't be greedy. I appreciate you and decide to give you Prince Colin." Zitao was awkward and almost fell. Even if it is a dream, you are too much. Marrying the princess can also be understood. Marry the prince. This old king has a bag in his head. Who knows that the three princes who started this singer are still holding on to them? How can this be done? I'm a grassroots person, and I'm worthy of my lord. The old king said, "If it weren't for you, my only son has been taken away by the dragon. You saved him, the great benefactor of our entire country. The only son. I have to marry." The logic of the dream of the three princes will not be too rough. The three princes are still polite. Marriage is still a matter of mutual willingness. He said that he looked at Xie Zhen and asked, "Prince Colin, you are willing?" Xie Tao is not willing. He does not want to marry out at all. The three princes were also prepared, and he pushed the fake sets of his own bags. He was afraid that Zitao could not tell his heart because he was shy. So he arranged a waiter for him. This waiter immediately showed his heart for Xie Zhen. "His Royal Highness, I have long been fascinated by you. You have saved him from danger in his life, and he has only been with you." Xie okay, save his goosebumps. The dream of the three princes was very stable, and he didn't want to have more troubles. So the old king, who was not logically, made a decision. So he married his son to an unknown person. Zitao is too lazy to be true. After all, it is a dream, and the dreamer is right. I have booked a marriage here, and I started to prepare for the wedding. Xie looked at her cheap old man, and wondered if she had a hatred with him. Or why did he so eager to marry him? More anxious than the three princes. The three princes perfectly implemented the people's design, but they have a face, and they are not in a hurry. They are waiting for people to seek him to get married. It is a pity that this is his dream. When he thinks that all people are moving so fast, it is his heart. Zen can't help but want to laugh. Install. See when you can load it. The time in the dream is flashing, and the past few days have passed. For Zitao, this is just a blink of an eye, and I don't think so. He found himself in a garden pavilion, drinking tea slowly. His attendant ran from a distance, panting. His Royal Highness, Mr. Gare is going to pass the garden. You think he thinks 4 days and nights? Go to sleep, hurry, and see him. Xie God **** for days and nights. The servant said, come on, your highness. Mr. Guard will take care of your reputation, and will not see you in advance, but you are already engaged, and you should do whatever you want. Why bother to grieve each other, and hurry to see him? I'm sure I miss you very much. Xie was crying and laughing, and was just teased by the dreaming three princes he just got together. The three princes passed by, and the attendant shouted, Mr. Guard, your highness has been waiting for you for a long time. The three princes came over in a few steps. The steps were steady, and the voice was very calm. That is, the eyes were very hot. The outside is big, cold. Xie shook his head and just wanted to say that it was not cold. He felt a gust of evil wind blowing, and he couldn't help but sneeze. The three princes looked straight ahead and held him in his arms. It is reasonable to say that we have not yet held a wedding. It is very rude, but the weather is too cold, and the highness of the temple is weak, only to temporarily grievances, said. To hold tighter, the author has something to say. Three princes, you can't lose face when you dream. River slope, I didn't see it. Chapter 51 Lost Atlantis 22 How can a man who knows how to get married stay overnight? Zitao's waist was buckled by him, his face on his shoulder, and his intimacy could not be more intimate. The three princes who knew the number of ceremonies gave him a steady stream of heat, while he was worried. I haven't seen it for a few days, and how the temple has lost weight. Tao was not good, and his attendants began to sing the bridge that back quote, I'm getting rid of people. Mr. Guard, our highness and I miss you these days and nights. If you can't sleep well, you can't eat it. I think you think the whole person is paralyzed. Zitao's good teeth are almost sour. The three princes were distressed. How can you not cherish yourself if you are under the highness? It is a big marriage soon. When you have a lot of ceremonies, you have to climb the ancestors and worship the people. How can you get it down? Zen thought, not that you have to let me think that you can't sleep. The attendant is a response. Yeah, I also advised my highness, but my highness can't sleep. I really can't do it. I just want to ask you to see him. It's okay. I'm afraid someone is looking for a broken head. The three princes sighed. Your majesty promised me to eat well, sleep well. Okay. This time the attendant didn't even help to talk. Xian's mouth was pumped and understood. This is to listen to him. Zitao knows how to make the dream perfect, but it's hard to open. The three princes urged it again. His Royal Highness. Xie looked at the red progress of the full, a bite, sighed. I also want to eat and sleep, but I can't see you. I feel that there is no taste in the mountains and sea, and there is no sleepiness when lying on the bed. Say it. He said it. Keep the goosebumps steady, don't listen to the dance. The three princes are all sweet and small, and their mouths are still hard. After a few days, your highness will not have to be so hard. Hard? No. Whoever has a hard time knows what counts. The attendant came to promote the plot again. Mr. Gare is better to stay a little longer. Let us have a good meal and sleep, and he will continue to do this. The body really can't hold it. After that, he began to wipe his tears. Very real feelings. The three princes who say so much are naturally. This is not appropriate, in case other people know it. Insult the reputation of His Royal Highness Prince. Reputation is a ghost. The only prince of his kingdom will marry you. And a reputation for fart. Forget it. Your dreams are the biggest. Zitao can only cooperate with the show. He looked up and looked at him with contempt. The three princes were stunned and the eyes were hot, as if they were going to eat the people in their arms. The attendant perfectly conveyed his heart. Mr. Guard, don't be so rigid. Is there anything more important in this world than your Royal Highness? You will be a gods who are sheltered by the gods and who are supported by the people in a few days. Why bother? I care about this few days before marriage. The three princes are still hesitating. The attendant said again, how can you be such a heroic person? How can your beloved prince be so wronged? Xie is laughing and dying. What is this called? No step. Find someone to madly give yourself a step on the scene. He smiled and trembled, and the three princes felt it naturally, so he passed the ideas to the attendants. The waiter immediately shouted, Mr. Guard, you are hungry and hungry when you see your highness, and you will be hungry after you are detained. Xie, hey. This asterisk who can stand it? The attendant probably had the ability to turn everything into the steps of the three princes. You listen. Your highness is so sad. It's okay. Who is crying? Is this movement? The three princes' Iron Man finally turned into a soft finger, and he quickly said, I'm stupid, just thinking about your reputation, ignoring your body. The attendant hurriedly said, Mr. Guard, his highness is not standing. You hurry him into the house. I will go to prepare a delicious dinner. You have to sell the master's slaves. The three princes whispered, His Royal Highness, offended. Then he will greet Xie. He was so eager to bury his face on the chest of the three princes and hit his own mouth that couldn't hold back. The three princes naturally understood that. The attendant sighed, Mr. Guard, you should do this earlier, and your highness will not cry with sadness. The three princes are very embarrassed. I'm not good. Too pedantic. Xie Tao did not pull out, laughed out loud. You can be really pedantic. This dream is full of smashing taste. The three princes determined that he was weeping and patted him on the back, and he was so distressed that he did not want it. When I got to the house, Xie Tao needed to find some cold expression to calm down her facial expression. He bowed his head and said, I will sort it out. He cry for so long. It is not good to eat like this. The waiter immediately said, please, I have prepared hot water. Hot water? No, Xie Tao needs cold water to cool down. He smiles and his face is red. After finishing, Xie Tao came out again, and the outside had already put a table to eat. After glanced at Xie Zhen, it was determined that the table was full of all kinds of seafood. The three princes, a native of the sea, do not understand the diet of the land people, so these aspects are all in accordance with the standards of the seabed. What makes Xie a bit warm is that he still remembers what he likes to eat. Big crab, big lobster, salmon and a full moon of ivory. The waiter was particularly interested and went straight out. The three princes carefully treated Xie with the hard shell seafood and watched him eat. Xie Tao was really hungry and seriously ate. He acted like this, and the three princes were very happy in their hearts. They said, even if I'm not there, you have to eat well, can you? Xie Tao thought that you are not eating me more easily, but on the mouth. I will try my best. The three princes are more satisfied. After eating, the three princes took Xie to eliminate the food, which is going to make him sleep. Xie Tao can only try to sleep in his dreams because of the number of lectures given by the three princes. After Xie went to bed, he put down the curtain and accompanied him through the curtain. His Royal Highness, I'm here. Xie took a moment and learned the lines. Are you leaving after I fell asleep? The three princes did not say anything. It is the default. He certainly has to go. How can the man who keeps the number of guards stay overnight? Xie Tao said. Also, you can't always let you stay for a night. Three princes said. Got downstairs. Xie he can't sleep at all. The attendant came again to the steps. Mr. Gao, you might as well hold the hand of your highness. He feels that you are here and will sleep peacefully. Xie there is still this trick. Three princes said. This. Xie Tao took the initiative to extend his hand, and the three princes immediately took him and said, the outside is cold. The hand that wrapped Xie Tao was placed in his bed. Xie Tao turned his eyes. Okay, you have more routines. However, Xie Tao still underestimated the three princes. After a short while, the attendant rushed in and anxiously said, Bat, raise the mother-in-law. What? My mother-in-law? The attendant said again, Mr. Gal, don't let her see you. She will reprimand the prince of the prince when she sees it. Xie Tao did not know what the road was. The three princes annoyed. I will leave. The waiter immediately said, it's too late. She will come in immediately. When you leave, she will definitely see you. When it is time, I can't tell you. Xie said, we are not all engaged, how can we still sneak? There are so many things in your royal family. Three princes said, how can this be good? The attendant is really a little clever. Mr. Gare is better to hide in bed first. When my mother-in-law comes in, I tell her that Her Highness is asleep. She will open the curtain at most, and look at it, and will not open the quilt. Xie Wei, can you know which road is this? You have a lot of ideas, little gal. The three princes squatted, and the voice was very tight. This is not a courtesy. If it is for the mother-in-law to see you in the house under the highness, it will be even worse. If the mother-in-law reports to Her Majesty, saying that you are misbehaving, how to cancel the marriage contract. The attendant still did not forget to add, His Royal Highness knows what kind of person you are, but outsiders can see it one-sidedly, and will definitely misunderstand you. Xie Tao laughed. Do not explain. The explanation is to cover up. The three princes were convinced. He opened the curtain and looked at Xie. His Royal Highness, you thank you? Still not accompanying him to dream. Come on, my mother-in-law is coming in. He invited him, and the three princes gritted their teeth and went to bed in desperation. They entered the bed of Xie Tao. Xie Tao didn't care to sleep with him. He was a man. He didn't have a piece of meat when he slept together at this time. There was no attendant to hand the steps, and the three princes could only end in person. In order to prevent accidents, I will hold you first. After all, two people are on a bed, or they have to shrink to be like a person. Xie Gang nodded and felt that he had been caught in a hot arms, and he was tight and tight. At this time, the door opened, and the conversation between the attendant and an old woman sounded. My mother-in-law, my highness did not sleep well these days. I was so tired, I lay down and slept. Mother-in-law said, His Royal Highness is infatuated. It is really moving. The attendant also said, yes, His Royal Highness is in harmony with Mr. Guard. It is a pair of heavenly creations. Blow, then blow, really blown up. My mother-in-law said, I have heard that Mr. Gare is handsome and extraordinary, and has the strength to work all day. The virtues of character are also one-on-one. The servant screamed, yes, he is really sincere to the prince, for his life and death, and the fierce battle with the evil dragon. After the evil dragon has fallen under the prince, he is more than one to catch the temple. The two on the ground, after rolling for a long time, His Highness was unharmed, but his arms were bloody. The mother-in-law blows another wave. Mr. Guard is a rare hero in the world, and only he is worthy of our honorable prince. The two sings like the same, and Xie listened to laughter. I thought that this word was written by the writer of Gare himself. He couldn't help but tremble a little and smirked. My mother-in-law can be considered to be gone. Thank you for moving. Thinking that this hot octopus can go. Who knows that the three princes have found a furry head from the quilt and asked, is the temple a fever? Xie Wei, what is the burning of? The attendant also came over at this time and opened the bed curtain. My mother-in-law is gone. The three princes frowned. Just now, His Royal Highness has been shaking. Is it cold? No, not cold, just laughing. The attendant was also nervous. These gods have been eating and sleeping all the time, and today they are blowing cold air outside. Is it really a fever? It was said by the two of them that Xie Hong, who had not had an anecdote, had been recruited. He shrank. Really cold. The three princes got into his bed, and they were still in the falsehood. His Royal Highness, I will try your forehead, he said. Because of the perennial campaign, the palm of his hand was on the forehead of Xie Tao. Xie looked at him with his eyes. The three princes said, it's okay, not too hot. Xie Tao also breathed a sigh of relief, and he thought he would experience the sickness of his illness in his dreams. The attendant asked, how can it be so cold? Is the temperature in the house not enough? Xie Tao knows that he was not cold, but it is really cold now. And Prince said, it may be cold winds, a bit cold. Xie Heo shook, and the teeth trembled. The three princes hugged him and asked him, is this warmer? Xie Tao guessed his mind. Well, much better. The Servant said, the weather. There is no brazier in the house, and the bedding is only baked in this bed. What should I do, Xie? Zen thought, your royal family is really poor. The palace of the prince, even the quilt is missing. The servant said, don't come out, Mr. Gare. What if you want to enter the cold wind again? You should help the warmth of your temple first. I will look outside. The three princes are very embarrassed. This is the only way. The author has something to say. Three princes, too embarrassed, even to sleep with a sweetheart. River slope. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 40 To the Lost Atlantis. 23 did not forget to blacken his brother in his dreams. Still only? This is a difficult tone. Zen really wants to kick him out of bed. Don't be embarrassed, go to the floor. The three princes were also embarrassed, and the joy in their eyes was not too obvious. He held Zen and whispered, sleep. He was hot and refreshed. Z was not annoying, but wanted to deliberately tease him. Is this really good? The three princes whispered and comforted him. Nothing. No one knows, Z. When he whispered, is it really not seen? What if we are all asleep? Three princes said, and Sulf is looking outside. Sulf is the singer of Xie Tao. In reality, it is the vice president of the three princes. If the vice president knows that he is such an image in his boss's dream, he does not know whether he will follow him on the battlefield. Xie Tao said again, I haven't slept well these days. He has been following me for no sleep. I can't help him. The implication is that Sulf is also asleep. The three princes got down and comforted him. Nothing. I won't sleep, Xie Tao looked up at him. This, San Prince said, you haven't slept for so many days. I don't sleep for you, Xie. Where he and so on is his sentence. He whispered, working hard. No. Three princes said, I will not work hard for anything you do, Xie. Zen is satisfied. But soon he reacted again. How does Gal stay and sleep? This is his dream. What is the difference between sleeping and not sleeping? I can't catch him at all. Then, Xie Tao turned and thought, he is an adult, and what a child who loves to dream about. This prince of the three princes did not make a demon again, but carefully held Xie Tao and seriously slept him to sleep. It can be seen that the three princes are still very pure, and the sweetheart is still in his arms, and he still does nothing. Also lost what he did not do. If it annoyed Xie when he Jiang Slant is not easy to rely on the three princes to sell stupid to -233. The degree of goodwill has plummeted to -999. The next day was also a blink of an eye, and Xie Tao saw the three princes in the dark circles. It is clear that in the past 1 second, the three princes painted their own panda eyes, and dreaming of doing such dedication is really admirable. The three princes asked him, are you sleeping well, Xie Tao said, I have no dreams overnight, and I sleep very well. The three princes asked again, where is it uncomfortable? Xie Tao is not allowed to think that he wants him to be comfortable. He can only say ambiguous words. Much better. The three princes breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. He got up and his legs were wrinkled when his legs just moved. Xie Tao understood. Is the leg numb? The three princes shook their heads. It doesn't matter. The leg is still motionless, not like numbness, like broken. What does it mean? Zen measured. I will press 1 for you. The three princes quickly said, nothing, just a little while. Broken legs quietly moved as Zen here. Xie, is there anything wrong with it? A dream is still awkward. Xie Tao said, you were afraid to wake me up last night, so I didn't move, so it was very tired to maintain a stay. I used to overwhelm my legs. It would be better to press a button, just touch his leg. The three princes said, there is no need to worry about the temple under such a small matter. The legs lean back. You don't have to come over. Xie Zhao smirked and carefully helped him to promote blood. This is numb after the leg is pressed. The taste is ecstasy. The average person has to scream. The three princes are hard pressed. Of course, they may not be numb at all, just pretending. Anyway, he is silent, as if it is a prosthetic limb. His legs are long and strong, especially at the calf. But the texture is clear, the hard state is very good, and Xie's hands are sour. Is it better? Xie then asked him. And Prince said, I can get out of bed without pressing it. He said that he had moved his leg and tried to go down. As a result, he took a breath and pulled cold sweat between his forehead. Xie, brother, this is really not a leg. You are definitely a broken leg. After the failure of the three princes to try, he annoyed, His Royal Highness ignores me. Just wait for it. How can you thank Xie Zhen? This is still wanting a leg massage. Let's go and see if the progress of the mission is unconsciously rising to 16%. Then press it again. Xie bowed his head and tried hard to press him. The three princes wore the trousers very slippery. Xie didn't use the strength. He didn't think much. He said, I will help you pull the trousers up. It's too slippery. The three princes smashed their eyes, and their ears were red, and so lost. Xie Zhao put him on his trouser legs, and with a little cool hand just fell on his calf. The three princes of broken legs rushed and recovered. Xie, the three princes got out of bed a few steps, and there was nothing like a leg. He screamed, I'm fine. Xie Zhang's second monk couldn't figure it out and blinked. Is it alright? Just didn't you still have a cold sweat on your forehead? He still wants to give him a click. How can he run? The three princes said, I will go to wash, and your highness will change clothes first. He turned and went out, and took the water to his face, full of thoughts. Sitting on his side, clean side, white neck, focused eyes and slender fingers. He was really afraid that his smooth fingers would look like tender tofu when he touched his rough legs. The same way. When I think about it, my heart is hot again, and he can't wait to pour this bucket of water down. Xie Zhao did not know what kind of wind he was taking, but he finally got up, and his fingers were sour after the dressing. The three princes calmly said, Your Highness, I will go back first. Xie Xi said, come and have breakfast. Three princes said, if someone comes over without thanking the opening, the attendant brother immediately slammed on it. Mr. Guard, our highness is better. You will accompany him to eat breakfast. You will not be able to eat if you walk down the temple. Xie Zhao had been able to eat 3 months of tooth fruits, listening to the waiter, and half of them could not eat. The three princes began to struggle again. Xie Zhao can only say, no one will come at breakfast time. Eat it and go. The three princes said, since it is the wish of His Royal Highness, then I will never violate it. Xie my wish? In your dreams, I'm qualified to have a wish. After having breakfast, the three princes finally have to leave. He thanked him, please be sure to eat well and sleep well. Xie Zhao nodded and thought it would not be that simple. When he thought the three princes really left, and he said to him again, your highness should pay more attention to these days. I'm always worried that the dragon will not let you go. Xie said, I will not leave the palace. The dragon should not dare to come in. The three princes worried and said, I hope so. When I arrived, I really wanted to leave. The three princes looked at Xie Zhao again. Xie didn't follow his brain, was not sure what he was going to do. Fortunately, there is a waiter who understands this person. He only listens to his sorrow. Mr. Gao, you have time. Please be sure to sneak out to see Your Highness. And Your Highness is shy and can't say it, but when you leave, he must. It will be a long time and a short sigh. Xie he is not shy, but he really can't say it. The three princes heard what they wanted to hear. Mao Shun, he whispered to Xie Zhen, His Royal Highness, I will find a way to see you. Xie was afraid that he would break the work as soon as he opened his mouth, and barely maintained a sly and polite smile. Fortunately, the three princes couldn't tell whether they laughed or smirked. When he smiled, he felt sweet and sorrowful. As soon as the three princes left, Xie Zhao passed by at this time and blinked at noon. The servant urged him, His Royal Highness, it is time to eat. Xie Xianagang had finished eating breakfast for a second, and now he has a ghost. When he eats it, point the waiter side inside. Sure enough, when Mr. Gare is gone, you will not eat. Xie. Wei. He guessed that he would come to this sentence point. The servant said, you don't care for yourself. Mr. Gare knows that he will die. Xie. Yacheng said, I'm not hungry. Really not hungry. Very supportive point. The waiter resentfully said, you are so infatuated. The gods must be touched, but Mr. Gare is also in the same mood for you. You two are really. He began to sing again. Zitao seriously suspected that the three princes had seen a lot of Shakespeare's masterpieces. This tone is to Shakespeare, since you don't want to eat, the attendant said. Go to the garden and let go. Xie Tao is undecided. This dream is not like the end of the way. It is estimated that there are still things. They went to the garden and just sat in the little pavilion and there bade the eye. His Royal Highness, Mr. Guard. Xie Tao is somewhat puzzled. Is this only a few minutes apart? Is it back? The servant said. Mr. Guard is definitely not worried about you. Come back to see you. Xie Tao followed him and thought about what the three princes would do again this time. Who knows that he has just approached and has not spoken yet. The gal evil charm in front of him smiles and whispers, no one can save you this time. Xie Wei. The voices the second prince. This evil charm is a real asterisk evil. Evil has his toothache. Three princes. You are so brain filled. Your brother. He knows. The servant shouted. It is a dragon. And the dragon dressed as Mr. Gare's appearance broke into the palace. Xie Tao has been caught by the dragon and flew up. The Gare warriors are not there. The soldiers in the palace are like rotten cabbages. Xie Tao was sorely blown by the wind and some miss the underwater world. The three princes are estimated to be very ignorant of the land and they are ignorant of the wind. Therefore, the land world in this dream is very evil. There is no wind underneath. Once it is flying into the air, the wind is very big. I don't know what the three princes have on the land. The dragon was indiscriminately bombarded with the royal palace, and he was stunned, and Xie Fei flew away. Xie Zhen was really uncomfortable by the wind, and passed out in the dream of the three princes. When he woke up, he found himself in a dark cave, where it was dark and damp, only a large piece of gold in front. Hey, he was taken away by the evil dragon. When the three princes became addicted to the hero, they would not save enough once again. When Xie Tao just sat up, she saw the second prince sitting on a pile of gold and silver treasures. The two princes alive and vivid, and the appearance of laughter, and laughter is generally the same as in reality. Thanks to the product, I really understand it. In the eyes of the oldest, the second child is not the head dragon who has a huge fortune, but no problem, the second prince said. I have already sent a letter to your father. If you want to save you back, you must dedicate all the gold and silver treasures in the palace to me. Thank you, Xie. This is still a kidnapping. Xie Tao was too lazy to take care of this fake dragon and wait for the three princes to save him. Who knows that this fake dragon is quite a lot of drama. The second prince said, be far from my gold. If you touch me, I will cut your hand. Xie Wei. Neuropathy. After a while, the second prince said, the jewels on your body are also mine, he said, and he took away his belt button and even a small piece of gold set on his shoes. Xie Wei. Neurosis. After a long while, the second prince threw him 2 months of toothpick. You can only eat this. If you don't eat, you will be hungry. Xie Wei looked at the two crescent fruits and understood. It's no wonder that the second prince has so many words. The three princes are not forgetting their own brothers in their dreams. Wealth fans, squats, squandering. Please ask people to eat only the moon fruit. Well, this is indeed the second prince in the eyes of the three princes. Chapter 43. The lost 24th prince of Atlantis is watching him. The three princes were probably afraid that the second prince would steal his little Colin, so he spared no effort to blacken him in front of Xie Zhen. It was black for 20 minutes, and the lines were so many that only the attendants could compete with them. Xie Tao's moon fruit is not moving. The three princes are late. He extinguished his second brother without any effort, and after playing the bells and whistles, the evil dragon slammed into the ground and ended up with hate. Losing in your hands. I recognize. Xie Wei. He felt that the real second child would not recognize, and the second child would only want to kill the bear brother. The three princes anxiously stepped forward and hugged Zitao, and they said, "I'm not good. I have not been able to arrive in time, and my highness has been wronged." The attendant did not know which corner of the horns came out, shouting, "The guard warrior defeated the dragon. He got all the wealth of the dragon, and he will give these huge wealth to our prince, our future. 100 years of food and clothing is worry-free. You in the press. Also the meaning of the kingdom of Galin, Gar and Colin. Still 100 years of food and clothing. Life is your dreams so simple. Don't say thank you. The pork roast is a silly cat. The three princes are named Gar, surnamed Sand Sculpture. Xie Tao appeared in the lower right corner. The dream is about to close. Please be prepared to leave. It is indeed over. The three princes have become famous, and they should wake up to face the cruel reality. Zitao did not stop and immediately went out of the dream. He knew that the three princes had been fighting all the year round. They were very vigilant. Even if they were hangovers, they woke up faster than ordinary people. Together with the five senses that they had deliberately practiced, he walked slowly. It is very likely to be discovered. The three princes in the dream are not called sand sculptures. In reality, they are the famous commanders of the army. They are not so fooled. Xie left very quickly and went straight back to his place of residence, ready to make up a little point. The average person dreams are actually quite short, only a small part of sleep. The dream of the three princes is very long. Throughout the night, Zitao has not slept for a night. Dreaming itself will consume a lot of mental energy, so the thank you at this moment is very sleepy. Fortunately, the overall style of this dream is very relaxed. Thank you are not annoying. Back to the bedroom, Zitao took a shower and fell to sleep. Before he went to bed, he looked at the progress of the task. The red progress bar belonging to the three princes had reached 16.5%, and it was soon full. Speaking of the three princes, this dream is much simpler than the five princes, basically smooth and smooth. The whole process of teasing. Looking at them in reality, the three princes are much more difficult than the five princes. It stands to reason that the dream of the five princes should be easier, but unfortunately he died in the dream of the five princes. Estimation is still a psychological problem. The five princes seem to be free and unrestrained, but in fact, they are all uneasy in the depths of their hearts. They are uneasy about their position, uneasy about the future, and have no confidence in whether they can grasp happiness. On the other hand, the three princes are very different. He was born with humbleness. The mother has always been the laughing stock of the masses. His childhood experience was more powerful than the six princes, and he seized this lost and put his life on the battlefield. Played this world. He is confident and holds the fate, so he will be so happy in his dreams. Xie went too fast. If he paused for a while and stopped in the palace of the three princes for a short while, he would probably hear the dream of the three princes say, because Xie where he only slept for 3 or 4 hours, and his communicator woke him up. The information of the three princes popped up. Eat breakfast. Xie Tao was so sleepy that she had not yet stepped out of her previous dreams. She made a very casual speech. Not hungry. Don't eat. His voice was dumb, with a confused look. The three princes were sitting in the dining room, surrounded by the soldiers who accompanied him after the morning exercise. After he opened it, the voice spread. Solf and others all succumbed. The three princes also squatted, and then he cleared his throat and calmly said, "The pet is arrogant. The deputy will look at the eyes." The three princes raised their eyebrows. "Why are you doing something to wake him up? It's still asleep, not a system." The deputy leader got up and took a step, but the three princes said again, "Forget it, let him sleep. Don't eat breakfast. Hungry for him." It sounds harsh, but it can be awesome. If he doesn't sneak around and play back the voice, it will be more credible. Xie got up in the afternoon, just looking for something to eat. He received the news of the three princes. "If I can sleep like you, I will die under the enemy's guns." Xie why did he sleep for so long? Not that his dream is too long, or the sand sculpture of the dream is lovely. This awkward three princes are good to fight. Zhao slowly returned to him. Go back to the temple. The waking up. Three princes. Now I know that I have used respect. It's not big or small. Xie Yan's face expressionless. carrot_carrot the 3 princes are flying. Come on, wash and take you to eat. Xie Tao knew that the 3 princes' car was parked outside his door after lunch. The 3 princes still have something to do. Xie has become his small follow-up. Wherever he went, where he was, Xie Tao is still very urgency. The second prince's progress is also 6%. He should be able to dream of him. He will find a chance to try it at night and fill the progress as soon as possible. He will have to know the next big prince and the 4 princes. In the afternoon, the 3 princes went to the palace of the great prince and seemed to be working on the guards of the capital city. Xie Tao was waiting outside, but she was not idle. He took the opportunity to collect a lot of faces in the great prince's temple. First reserve it, and he will definitely use it later. The 2 brothers were busy one afternoon, and the big prince left the meal at night. At this time, Xie was only smashed by the 3 princes. He introduced to the Grand Prince, Wang Xiang. This is my little follow-up. Xie Tao salutes the big prince and does not squint. The sight of the great prince fell on him and seemed to have paused for a long time. 3 princes said, his name is Colin Hall. Now he is just a small guard, but people are very clever. After a little more experience, they can have a good future. Xie Tao's mouth was pumped, and sure enough, she still couldn't adapt to the 3 prince style compliments. The big prince said this, get up, don't have to be polite. Xie Tao got up and stood next to the 3 princes. I don't know why, he always thought that the Grand Prince had been watching him. It is not that he is passionate about himself. It is really that he does not want to underestimate the butler. And this soul is in the last world is also the temper of dripping water. Who knows what the world will be like. The big prince won't like the second face too. This face has been assigned to the second prince and the 3 princes, but can no longer provoke 1. The 2 are already very hard, and 3 of them are exhausted. A meal of Xie when he did not see the big prince. The 3 princes thought he was restrained. He said, nothing, you don't make mistakes. Big brother will not punish you. Xie Tao was not comforted. The princes of the 3 princes did not have the skills, and the provokes of the Mao people were one-on-one. He lowered his voice and said, you must know that no one will be like you like me. You can be stunned by your little temper. Sleeping, picky eaters, love spoiled, really cute. Xie Hao wants to give him a punch. For the whole night, Xie Tao did not dare to look up, for fear that he accidentally provoked the big prince. Fortunately, the progress bar is stable and there are no new colors. This made Xie Hao relieved, but it was even more urgent. He had to find a chance to use the number 1 face to brush the presence of the big prince, so as not to increase the incident. Of course, I will go to the dream of the second prince tonight and brush up the task as soon as possible. Xie Tao had the experience of last night, and today she first made up her mind and waited until the early hours of the morning to get up and mix into the palace of the second prince. He yawned in and found no one. When he arrived at the temple, the second prince has not slept yet. Xie Tao strolled for a while and saw the second prince at work in the study. Is it still working late? The second child is not easy. Xie Tao hid in the corner, carrying a barbecued pork, waiting for the second prince to get off work. The pork boiled bag is used to this habit, and I feel very enjoyable. I'm so happy that I'm going to sleep. Xie Tao is also somewhat sleepy. After waiting for half an hour, I plan to find a place to sleep and then take a look at it every hour. Who knows that the second prince was busy with the whole night, and when it was just dawn, he got up and went to the forum. Xie Bei waited for one night and thought that he would be tortured by the 3 princes during the day. He suddenly had no love, just wanted to go to bed and sleep. He just returned to the guardian's office, and the barbecued pork bag called out, "It is the 6 princes, Xie Zhaoyi." He did not see anyone. Because of the eyes, the pork boiled bag especially likes the 6 princes. Just in the place where my father used to sleep, there seems to be 5 princes. The cat is flying in the air, and no one can see it, so the angle of view is much broader. Zen's thoughts. I don't know what the 2 brothers are going to do together. The 6 princes are going to go out soon. They will go to the residence of Sane to see if it is normal. What are the 5 princes doing? Xie Tao was not at ease, changed his face, and secretly touched the past. It was early in the morning. The whole underwater world was very quiet, and most people still didn't wake up. Xie Tao was not afraid of being discovered by the 6 princes and the 5 princes, because he was facing other people's faces. He was quite close to the front, and heard their conversation. Wu Prince said, I will cooperate with you. You must live to catch the national teacher of Haikyuu State. 6. Prince's voice condensed. Is the message reliable? The 5 princes retorted, is it not worth a try? 6. Princes looked at the home of Sane, and coveted, as long as he can live, I can do anything. Xie Xi. What is the situation? Chapter 44 The Lost Atlantis 25 Divorced. We are divorced now. Survived? Who do you want to live? Sane Hall. No, don't mess around. He doesn't want to live. He will die when he dies. Please let him enter the water. Xie Tao was very surprised. He did not expect that there would be such a strange thing as death and resurrection. The background of this world looks quite normal. The land and the sea floor are all science and technology society. How come this kind of strange power? Maybe it's just a rumor. The 5 princes and the 6 princes have misunderstood. Xie Xi was not sure, and her heart was very empty. He had to check it out to see if there is such a setting in the world. The reserve face is used for a period of time. A face can't be more than half an hour. Xie Tao has been very cautious, especially for some important faces, because he can't determine whether it can be collected repeatedly. He is using it all the time. Dare to waste. Of course, there is a great risk. If you go to the innermost layer through the test of layers, if there is something like a hidden camera, then he will be finished after switching to his own face. So he has prepared a lot of similar faces. It belongs to the type that is different in appearance, and it is difficult to detect from a distance, or only to the back. This is also dangerous, but it is always much better than exposing one's original appearance. Xie Xi dive in the night. This check is really cold sweat. There are really records in this regard. The sea country itself is quite mysterious. It is a native sea creature. It is completely different from human beings. They are bloodthirsty and aggressive, lacking empathy, and the cells are often shredded and eaten raw. They especially like humans. When Atlantis used to amphibiously land and sea, they attacked from time to time. As long as they could eat people, even if they died on the shore, they would not hesitate to do so. After Atlantis sank to the bottom of the sea, they stared at the royal family, and the former rushed over and ruined many princes and princesses. Ironically, because of the existence of the underwater kingdom, they are less than this line of defense and can't eat humans on land. The land people gradually forgot the threat of the sea country and did not know that the sea kingdom helped them to block a fierce creature. A large part of the seabed has a heartwarming knot here. Atlantis protects humanity, and humans do not know the return, and they continue to destroy the marine environment. Intentional hunting leads to extinction of species, and excessive discharge of waste also complicates the composition of seawater. The demand for water by seabed people is more stringent than that of land. Land people can't stand the smog, and people under the sea can't stand the polluted sea. Their skin will be sore and sore because of prolonged contact. The internal organs will be corroded, and the heavily polluted areas will be difficult to isolate. The empire has invested a great deal of manpower and resources every year to purify the sea, but unfortunately the results are extremely low. If these pollutions are made by the people of the sea, they are not so angry, but the disasters are from the land people who are protected by them. So how can the people of the seas hate the most? Extreme militant group even wanted to put the lunatics of the Haikyuu country on land and retaliate against the land people. Of course, this is very irrational. Although Haikyuu lacks empathy, it is a group of high smart creatures. The people in power are even more brains. If you really let them out, it's not just land people who turn around and eat. The national teacher of Haikyuu State is very mysterious. He is much weaker than the Haikyuu soldiers, but has a powerful force that is incomprehensible. There is a true record of the resurrection of death. The former king of the sea country was killed by the 3 princes on the battlefield, but now he has come alive again. This time the army is going to expedite. It is necessary to report the predecessor. Xie Xi saw this and played drums in his heart. Can you really resurrect the Pork Roast said, Dad is not dead, and the resurrection is useless, Xie. Wary, in case this national teacher knows that I'm not dead, the barbecued pork can be smart. Then you will go see the 6 princes. He is so handsome, Xie. Wary, he was contagious by the 3 princes to discuss the business with the stupid cat point. After watching the show, Xie did not dare to stay for a long time. He sneaked out first, and then calmed down, after returning to his place of residence. Thinking too much is useless. The most urgent task is to hurry, quickly complete the mission and leave the world, so that you are not afraid of the stuffing. As for the sideline mission, Xie originally intended not to collect 1 million tons of garbage. Compared with the world of customs clearance, he would like to leave here as soon as possible. Can you leave after? The world without customs clearance will not be blocked. What if he searches again? Shold will not so unlucky. Xie thinks about his luck in searching the world of X design 3 times in a row. No, Xie did not dare to give up this sideline task. He had to complete it and get through the customs. He had to make the world independent, not for anyone, just to do it for yourself. He must never enter this quasi world again. Xie got up and found the opportunity to run out of the 3 princes the next day. Although the 3 princes could not wait to put him on the belt, but in fact he spoke very well. He made a little uncomfortable look. He let him go back to be lazy. Xie immediately changed the face of number 1 and took a errand to send something to the palace of the great prince. This time he had better luck and the big prince just came back. Xie and his face-to-face encounter, but also some restraint because of guilty conscience. His Highness is good. He gave a ceremony. The big prince looked at him and didn't let him get up, and he didn't go. Xie lowered his head and gave birth to the feeling of being examined. The big prince was watching him, just like watching the second face. No, before he used his face, the first time in the proceedings hall. When I met, the great prince had seen him like this. Xie's heart is tight. Does the big prince recognize him? Impossible. This change of ability is not only a face, but also the temperament, and many small habits have been changed. It is impossible to recognize. Xie was stiff, and he whispered, His Royal Highness. The big prince finally spoke up. Get up, Xie. Zen straightened up, but did not dare to look up. He wanted to get close to the next big prince, but he found that he didn't know what to do. 5 princes, 6 princes, 2 princes and 3 princes. Xie do not need to take the initiative. They are all more active than him. Think about it. It is rushing to help him brush the task progress. The great prince is very different from them. He has been observing him. He is full of some emotions that Xie does not understand and examines him. Xie can only put things down on the scalp and say, if there is nothing to tell under His Royal Highness, he will go back. The great prince gently replied, well, just let him go. Xie ran for a moment, no clue what to do, how to collect the love of the big prince. Xie went to the palace of the 4 princes again. This is the same as before, but even the door can't enter, and the things brought down will be left. 4 of His Royal Highness is not good. No one is seen. Xie is also helpless. Xie did not have any gains. He returned to the sleeping area on the first face and planned to clean it up. He might not come back to rest later. When he returned, he heard a low voice ringing behind him. Who are you, Xie? Was stiff and his back was shocked. He slowly turned and saw the big prince with a sullen face. Xie's reaction was fairly quick, and he was slightly surprised. He said, I have seen the Great Hall. The big prince looked at him, and a pair of rare black tweezers on the seabed locked him, as if he could penetrate the skin and shine the essence of the rays. When his palms are sweating, and he doesn't know what he meant. He said, the subordinate is Xie Xi, who is a side branch of the whole family. I don't know if I'm coming down. I'm rude, he replied with a good command, but the prince's nephew was still locking him, watching him like nothing. Xie tried to look up and suddenly saw him in his eyes. At that moment, Xie thought that he saw the housekeeper Andy, and saw the infinite despair under his calm. Xie was a stagnation, and quickly bowed his head. The great prince seemed to come to him in the blink of an eye. He thanked him for raising his head. The two men looked at each other, and their eyes reflected each other. Xie Tao's face was white, and he couldn't say a word. The big prince stared at him, and the slender cool fingers fell on his cheek. The sea is cool, their bodies are cool, but the fingers of the big prince are cooler than these, like the ice hidden in the abyss, with a slight tingling. After touching the skin. Ziulian breathed in his breath, and at this moment he thought he would die. He thought that the big prince would cut his neck. But soon the suffocating atmosphere disappeared. The big prince loosened him, and the voice no longer had no temperature. He looked at Xie Xi deeply and whispered, "Sorry, Xie. Tao has not returned to God for a long time. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you." The great prince pulled away from him and paused. "I always feel where I have seen you, Xie." Zen was shocked, and even dared not look up. Is the big prince so angry that he really recognized his faces? He reluctantly said, "I have been on duty at the royal palace, and my highness may have seen it under other places." The big prince does not say anything. Xie Tao did not dare to say more, afraid to say more. The great prince suddenly said, "I admit it, Xie. Wary." The big prince said again, "Excuse me, go back to rest, Xie." Zen was really unsure of the Great Hall of the Lord, and took a courtesy, that is the first to go back. The great prince took the first step, and left. The atmosphere around him changed instantly, and there was no more pressure to breathe. Xie when he looked at the back of the big prince, and he was very embarrassed. I always feel that there is something wrong with it. In the evening, the busy three princes came to see him for dinner. Xiu was born with a sick appearance, and had no appetite for eating. The three princes saw that his spirit was not good, and he did not stay with him. He watched him let him go. After he was full. After Xie Tao put on the reserve face, she went to the four princes. The big prince is so abnormal. He is also very worried about the four princes. This person has been living in a simple way, but on the grounds of physical discomfort. No one knows exactly. He wants to take a look at it in advance, and get a little bit of it, so as not to be caught off guard like the big prince. Xie Tao had been to the palace of the four princes before, so she saved a lot of faces. After he changed his face, he sneaked in without any trouble. The residence of the four princes is very quiet, like the paradise of the seabed, which is completely different from the confusing world outside. He is more like a hermit's residence, not smoldering. Xie when he smelled a touch of cold fragrance, which seemed to be the aroma of a certain herb. The barbecued pork bag suddenly said, "Someone is coming, Xie." Tao immediately hid in the coral. In a short while, footsteps came, and Xie Tao saw the four princes through the coral. The four princes are slow but not heavy. They are not pale, and the color of the lips is very light, but like the cherry blossoms that bloom after the winter snow melts, it is full of vitality. The four princes are not sick at all. Xie Zhen's mind just flashed this thought, and heard a low drink. Who? Xiu's heart jumped, and he was discovered. He did not move, at least 5 or 6 meters away from the four princes, but the four princes saw him. The pork roast yelled, "He is coming, Xie." Tao hesitated in the reserve face. In the end, he did not dare to use the four princes. He changed his strange face and quickly rushed out. The four princes ordered, "Catch him." Some fish guards rushed over, and Xie Tao was relieved. He could change the distance to the other faces in the palace and mix them out. Leaving from the four princes, Xie Zhen's heart beat, and he was so tired that he gasped. The big prince and the four princes are not simple. He can't act rashly. After a while, Xie Tao was able to calm down, and he looked at the countdown on Yi Rang. There are still 21 days. He has to hurry, must collect the love of 6 princes, and 1 million tons of garbage. Before this there is no clue, and the big prince and the four princes are even more dangerous. Xie Tao thought about it, and decided to go to the second prince to see. First get the progress that can be brushed, and then let the rest go slowly. Xie Tao knows that she should fix her feelings, but she has no sleepiness. He sat for a while and thought about the affairs of the big prince and the four princes. He couldn't think of any clues, but he couldn't help. Will the great prince recognize him? Why are the four princes sick? Who is the person who wants to kill the 6 princes? At present, it seems that 2 or 3 are not like those who will ruin the hands and feet. That 1 and 4. Xie Wei is not allowed. It was consumed until the early morning, and Xie Tao went to the palace of the second prince. This time he stayed in the study room, As he expected, the second prince of the workaholic was in the study. I don't know if he will dream. Xie Tao can only go quietly to try. The successful use of dreams is about to enter the dream of Axe Atlantis. Xie sighed and changed his place. When he opened his eyes, the second child, like the third child, actually did the dreams on land. A gorgeously decorated living room that Xie Tao saw. The crystal lamp on the top of the head is very valuable. The leather sofa exudes expensive luster, and the clean marble mirror like a mirror. The sound of heavy objects landing. Xie replied violently and saw a beautiful tea set fell to the ground. The porcelain was broken, and the tea was everywhere. Followed by the voice of the raging three princes. Okay, divorce. We are divorcing now. Xie Tao looked awkward. Did he not enter the wrong dream? How do you see the three princes? Chapter 45 The Lost Atlantis 26 Brother, your thoughts are a bit dangerous. Xie Tao found that there was only him and the three princes in this room, so the third is to divorce him. Then the question is coming, when are they getting married? They didn't make a wedding outside of dreams, let alone the third child. He and the fifth went to the worship stage. In the end, it was not stopped. How did he get married in the dream of the second prince? Man, the second prince is unusual. The other princes want to marry Xie, the husband who directly dreams of others. You shouldn't call a second child. You are clearly a child. Xie Tao is very sure that she has not entered the wrong dream. It does not mention the panel prompts. The arrogant expression of the three princes is exaggerated. The exaggerated words are very illustrative. I only know you all the time. What happened to my car? What happened to my plane? What happened to my gambling? I spent your money. Xie Zhen was speechless, and the third child said so reasonably. He did not spend his money. I am married to me and still have such a small family. How can I teach if I don't teach? My family's money is spent. Give you 10 hands and 10 years and you can't finish it. Xie took a moment and said along the logic of dreams, I'm for your good. His path is really right. The three princes are even more angry. You know a fart, and the deduction is not too shameful. If you are really good for me, don't worry about spending money. Xie Tao turned his eyes in his heart. The second child, your heart is not small. It was smashed by the younger brother many times. The lines are so smooth. Xie is not snoring. The three princes can still pick out the thorn. I know that stuffy. I'm better to find the root wood when I marry you. Xie Wary. You should not find wood. It is awesome. The three princes sent a temper and finally came back. Divorce. The trick can't be over. Xie Tao is not allowed to think about leaving. The next moment, the picture turned. He and the three princes were already sitting in a conference room with a divorce agreement in front of him and a lawyer next to him. Oh, it seems that I don't want to leave. The three princes sweared. You are not diligent and thrifty. You are not a stupid money. Take your tattered roll. The divorce agreement was simple and rude, and the line of words filled the entire A4 paper. All of Gar's premarital property. Although it is a dream, but it is too stressless. The second child, as the Minister of Finance of the Empire, is difficult to write a divorce agreement. The three princes dropped the pen on him. Sign it. Xie twitched his mouth and picked up his pen and signed his name. The picture was another turn, and Xie Tao found himself standing in a downpour in the tragic rain. Look at this. He and the third child is a successful divorce. Well, should I say that I was sent out by my third child? In the eyes of the second prince, he and the third child are such an ending. Xie Zhen really wants to thank him. He hasn't talked about his love. He has never had a marriage. He first experienced the taste of divorce. These princes lack understanding of the land, and the seabed is the most hydrophilic. They simply cannot understand the taste of the land people standing in the rain. In the textbook, when the land people are going to rain, the people on the bottom of the sea are all in awe. Why? Do you want to have an umbrella? It is not the most enjoyable time to pour water on your body. I heard that it is for romance. It's very romantic to have an umbrella on a rainy day. Romantic, especially in the rainy days. Men give women an umbrella and are considered one of the most romantic bridges. The land people are so weird. Xie Tao, this lander feels that this mermaid is even more strange. The second prince's understanding of the land is much deeper than that of the three princes. It can be seen from the structure of the previous family, but for the rain, he is still unable to understand a seabed point. Therefore, Zitao, who is drenched in the rain, has not only the feeling of discomfort, but also the feeling of being in the early morning forest. It is also true that for the seabed people after landing, the taste of rain on the land is indeed comfortable. Zitao, the poor ghost who was cleaned out of the house, was not so miserable. It was like a hot spring in the hot spring point. At this time, the owner of the dream finally appeared. A pair of clean black shoes appeared in the eyes of Zitao. He looked up in the rain, saw a silver-haired man with an umbrella. This hair color is generally difficult to control, and X is complimentary. He is naturally elegant and extravagant, and he wears a straight suit without any sense of disobedience, as if he had come out of the painting. Zitao sees it slightly. This dream has a filter. The second prince has such a good look. How? Come here. The third. X asked him warmly. Zitao understands. It seems that you are still a brother in your dreams. Zitao gang was abandoned and sadly said, we are divorced. X. Stunned, and there was anger in his voice. What happened? What is Gare's trouble? Zitao also wants to know what these two brothers are making. Zitao didn't need to open his mouth to be a lonely and pitiful look. Axe's eyebrows wrinkled and said to him, don't rain here. Be careful. Let me get on the bus first. Zitao nodded and said, thank you. Axe said, what kind of politeness with me? We are a family. He paused and thought that Zitao had divorced from Jaya and could not say it. When he went to Axe's car and Esk handed him a towel. You simply wiped the water. Axe said, I will take you to him. I can't let him do this. When he shook his head and said, I don't want to see him. Axe flashed a bit of distress in his eyes, and the sound slowed down. You only got married for a month. How did you make this happen? It turned out to be only a month. You are very embarrassed about your brother. Zitao just wants to speak. He feels itchy nose. He sneezed. Axel immediately said, is it cold? Z rubbed his nose and said, nothing. How can it be raining for so long? Axton said, I will take you home. He immediately said, I don't go back. I have nothing to do with him. Axe Wen said, well, don't go back. You go to me first. Change your clothes. Tao hesitated, not sure that this newly divorced man is not suitable for changing clothes at the house. X said again, I remember that you are a foreigner, and there are no friends here. Thank you. Thank you. Right and wrong. He is not saying, I'm bothering you. Axe sighed and said, nothing. Even if you are divorced, you can still call me brother. Zen's mouth was pumped, and he couldn't export. Brother, your sister. Which brother's dream is so no exercise? Axe took him home, and the second child went deep into the bones, and he refused to let himself go. The apartment he lived in was not small, more than 200 flats, and the decoration was not bad, but compared with his brother's mansion, it was very simple. Axe Road, come in, the house is warm. Tao walked in, because the soles of his feet were wet. He noticed that he did not step on the white insole. With such a casual move. When he saw the purple progress bar in the lower right corner flashing. Who can think of the most fascinating second prince who is the most popular? Axe said, don't pay attention to these. You have to take a shower in the bathroom. I will give you that clothes. If you don't pay attention to it, don't go up the progress. Tao also felt that her body was uncomfortable at this moment. He said, thank you. Go to the bathroom. Tao thought, while thinking about the shower, is this style right? Change the gender is that the divorced man was taken home by his ex-wife's sister and still bathed in the ex-wife's sister's house. Zio muttered, X really is a big metamorphosis. Jiang Laoxi had an arrow in his knee. Tao was much more comfortable after the shower. He heard X's voice from outside. I put the clothes on the door. It may be a bit big. You should wear it first. When he whispered, opened the door to get clothes. Axe went to the kitchen without a suspicion. Zen was also surprised. He took the clothes into the bathroom and began to wear them. This is a very simple shirt and trousers, but the coat is too large, which is white. Zen really does not think that he is much shorter than the soul, but in the dreams of these princes, he is inexplicably small. He clearly has 180 centimeters. How can it become 170 centimeters in their eyes? That's 10 centimeters. Can you give back trouble? Axe's height of at least 190. Can this dress be worn down to 170? May not be enough. Xie cannot be big. The shirt is no problem. What about the pants? The trouser legs can be pulled. The waist? Don't give him a belt. Zitao has no other way. He can only make do with it. Axe gave him a cup of hot milk. Sorry, there is no new clothes. Although I'm passing through, I wash it. He hasn't finished talking. He has stopped. Zitao looked up at him and said helplessly, is there a belt? Axe quickly turned away from the line of sight and placed the milk next to him. He said, I'm looking for it. Zitao said, trouble. He didn't think too much, just thought he was so funny. Axe is estimated to be reading jokes. Axe soon came back and took a brown leather belt. Zitao took over and tried to tie himself to his belt. Unfortunately, the waistline of this trousers does not match. Z's shirt is too long and it is hard to put it into the trousers. The trousers are desperately going down and tossing him. Upset. Zitao is somewhat suspicious of himself. Is he so stupid enough to wear clothes? Or Zitao has come back to taste? Is X does not want him to wear clothes to understand. Sister, you have to take the divorced brother-in-law to go home, even if you don't want him to dress well. Your thoughts are very dangerous. Zen thought and moved. Simply said, can you help me? Axe jumped heartily. Zitao looked at him and said helplessly, how can I not get it? Axe's throat was agitated and his voice was dumb. I will help you. He was close to Xie and the slender fingers trembled very lightly, and then he calmed down. He carefully passed the belt through the crotch belt, fixed it and tightened it. The thin waist was highlighted and X shrank. Shrink. Zitao said, thank you. Axe returned to God and just wanted to help him lock the belt, but found that Xie said the belt has not enough buttonholes. This belt is obviously X's. X's waistline and Zen are quite different. There is no such buttonhole on the belt. This is how to do. It's hard to lock the waistband and the belt can't be used. Axton said, the house is hot. Or, Zitao can't help but think about it. Can he just wear a shirt? Fortunately, X still wants to live. I will buy you clothes for you. The author has something to say. River Slope, MMP Chapter 46. Lost Atlantis 27. Someone is in a hurry. It's raining outside. Going out to buy clothes? And if you go out to buy clothes, why should you mention the heat in the house first? Axe explained. I mean, the house is very hot. You won't catch cold when you stay here. I will go out and buy clothes for you. It sounds very reasonable. It is a bit of a taste. Z as he was on the progress, so he said, it's already very troublesome for you. Don't spend any more. I'm wearing it like this. Axe said, I don't fit your clothes. Zitao said, pants are not suitable, but the clothes are okay. Since the house is not cold, I will wear it like this first. Axe squatted. Xie did not hold his belt with his hands, and the trouser leg slammed down. He walked out with bare legs, bent over and carefully picked up the trousers, carefully folded it, and gave it to Axe. Axe returned to God for a while. He took the pants and turned his head quickly. The cow, the milk is hot. Let's drink it. Then he took the pants and left. Xie looked at the lower right corner and was very satisfied with the purple progress that had risen. It was true that the second prince would use this trick. How to save money, how to do it, how to do it. The progress is fast. Is that true? Really not, because he only wears a shirt. The straight legs that are exposed are too attractive. The river in front of the water curtain stood up, and the high back chair swayed. He clicked on the address book. Old Qin Jezeng appeared directly in the garden. He asked, what? River ramp. How many levels does your equivalent exchange? Qin argued, intermediate, just over half of the experience. River ramp, I have a prefecture level mission. Let's team up. Tasks. Above the SSS level have a hierarchy, a heavenly level, and a holy level. Qin contends for a slight sigh. You are not. Jiang Slan stayed in the garden for a while, concentrating on the only child who had chosen him in history. How did he suddenly go out of the task? River ramp, help you fill the equivalent exchange. Qin Jason still does not understand. What do you want to do with it? This skill is very evil, and it seems that everything can be done, but in fact nothing can be done. The so-called equivalent exchange is actually not equivalent, and often pays far more than it is exchanged. River ramp. I want to team up with him in the next world. Qin. Jezheng. This is definitely the child. With the current strength of the river, zone is forbidding him to enter the lower quasi world. The highest world he designed is SS, lower than the theoretical level of SS. No one can go in. Of course, the rules are dead and people are alive. As long as you want to do it, you can still do it. Although some toss equivalent exchange theory can be exchanged for anything, as long as it can afford the price. Jiangzi wants to go to the lower quasi world, and it is okay to use equivalent exchange, but the most pitched part of this skill is the random price, which may be replaced. Even Genjen is unable to control this skill holder, so he rarely uses it. Genjezheng reminded him. Is it worth it? I want to enter the lower quasi world at your level, and the price of exchange can be insignificant. River. Ramp. I will first fully upgrade my skills. I will study the mechanism. Qin. Je did not say anything more. He and Jiang Cheo knew each other for a long time, and understood his character. If the person who asks for this request is Yan Xie Xi, he will not care. But the river is not the same. For many years, this man has been bold and courageous, and he has the courage and the most reliable. Zita knows that he has taken off his pants, and he has given someone an emergency. He is still maintaining diligent design, and working hard to brush purple progress. Wearing a shirt only sounds a bit out of place, but it's okay. The second prince imagined him too small. This shirt is the basic type, that is stuffed into the waistband. The hem is long, so it looks like a nightgown when worn. It is not a big problem. After Axe put his trousers back, he saw that Z was washing his clothes. Axe wrote, "Let's put it, let the aunt come to wash later." Z. Tao said, "Nothing, wash it tomorrow, I can wear it." Axe did not say anything, just silently gave him a compliment in his heart. Feedback to Z Wei. This is the progress bar flashed. Z Yang grinds. If he does not need a washing machine to change into a hand wash, will it rise more? Forget it. There are washing machines that have to be hand washed. Diligence is diligent. That is, the brain may not be very good. After getting the clothes, Ziyu came out and sat quietly on the sofa outside. He thought for a moment. He was just divorced. He should be sad. So he started to stay. Axe said, "You are like this. We are not convenient to go out to eat." Z. Wei shook his head. "Don't bother. I'm not hungry." Axe sighed and sat down opposite him. "What happened to you two?" Z. Tao also wants to know what happened to him and his third child. How did he get married? How did you get divorced? How come to the sister home to take off your pants for the night? These ones, Aches, you know better than anyone else. Ziomo's heart wrinkled and said, "Probably I'm too annoyed and Gare can't stand it." Axe said, "He was spoiled from childhood. His temper is a little bit. You have worked hard." Z. Tao really didn't think that the three princes were spoiled, but this is the dream of the second prince. The three princes will feel at ease. I and he are two people in the world. Zhao paused and said, "Inferiority. I'm different from you. My family is very ordinary. I have been very frugal. I can't learn those exquisite life. This should be in line with the second child's mind." Sure enough, Axe tweeted, "What kind of exquisite life is he? It is a waste of extravagance." Ziwei whispered, "Gal said that his money is not spent. It is my family, not worthy of him. I can't finish it." Axe didn't have a good air. There is still a lot of money to spend at the end of the day. He only knows how to eat, drink, and play during the day. He knows the value of the money. Where do you know that there are people? I can't eat rice. Zenran is hurt. Axe looked at him like this, very distressed. He just because of these things quarrel with you? Z said, "I'm awkward, and he manages too much." Axe said, "If he is bad, he should have a personal control." Z. Wei shook his head and said, "In the end, it is because I'm not suitable for him. Our concept is too different. I'm really not so poor. I just think that money does not need to be spent. It should not be spent. It should not be spent completely, down, blindly. It will become a prisoner of money." Z. Tao's words in this heartfelt room are enough to say 3% purple progress. He didn't dare to look up, afraid that snickering was discovered. Axe very much agrees with what he said. He said, you are not suitable, but you are not worthy of him, but he is not worthy of you. Xie. Aha, you are right. Axe asked him again, what are your plans for the future? Xie Tao coveted, Gal doesn't like me to go out to work, so I quit my job after I got married. Now I still have to find a job again and rent a place to settle down. Axe said, you don't worry, you can live with me first, wait for the work to stabilize, and then go to another house. Xie Tao quickly said, this is not very good. Axe said, what's wrong? Even if you are not a lover of Gal, we are still friends. Xie Tao's head turned and said, I can't live in white, I will pay for your rent. Axe's eyebrows are all gentle, my house is empty, and many people are not wasting. I can't live in white. Xie Zhen urged, but I don't have any money yet, I can only owe it first, but I will cook for housework, and will not give you trouble. Axe's eyes lit up, will you cook? Xie's Ialo is a little nervous, only some home cooking. Axe said, that's great, I don't like to eat outside, and I don't want to ask people to do it. It would be too convenient if you would cook. Xie Tao said, it may not taste so good, it will be very good to cook. Axe said, let's do. You don't want to rent anything, as long as you are in a good mood, you can make a meal. Xie Zhen got up and said, then I will go to dinner. Axe said, I will help. Xie Tao quickly said, no, I will do it myself. When Axton got down, he didn't even bother to come over. He didn't dare to look at Xie, especially when he wore his shirt. His straight legs were as white as snow. To eye-catching. Xie will cook. He lives for a long time. He will not starve to die. He doesn't hate cooking. He can prepare a hearty dinner for himself, and for a long time. He is the best reward for him. Xie quite liked the kitchen of the second prince. The cleaning was very clean and the decoration was very simple. There were some, and there should be no. He fry a few dishes and put on the table. Axe, a submarine fish, has a handful of terrestrial vegetables. Under this taste, he was surprised. It's delicious. Xie glanced at the flashing progress bar and smiled. I can eat it. You are too modest. Axe said, very delicious. I have never eaten such a dish. The seabed people are fascinated by sashimi, which can be the opponent of the big food empire. At the end of a meal, the purple progress bar reached 13%, and Xie Zhen was in a good mood. Axe looked at Xie Tao and whispered, no wonder Gare will marry you in desperation. Xie Tao did not hear clearly. He asked back and said, well. Axe smiled and said, nothing, take a break early, see you tomorrow. Xie Tao nodded. He didn't think he had a chance to sleep. He had more dreams. He understood it earlier. The time in his dream was decided by the dreamer. He said that overpass. It was overpass. Ziyu Gang is still packing the table. The picture is turning. He is buying food in the supermarket. Axe asked, is this hard bone thing delicious? He took a potato. Ziyu took up this jump. He said, it's delicious. There are many ways. Axe looked at the price. This potato is cheap. Zio smiled and said, it has a large output and is practical to eat. It is a very cost-effective crop. Axe thought, if the crescent can be so cheap. Xie Tao pretended not to hear. Well, Axe said, nothing, we are eating potatoes tonight. Okay. Xie wanted to buy some beef stew and eat it. When he thought of himself as a diligent person, he gave up the idea and planned to make a salt and pepper potato block directly. Sure enough, Axe who ate pure potatoes praised, it's really delicious. Xie Wei silently added a sentence to him, it is cheap. He is not a joke, Axe, but he is very emotional. The second prince is not stingy. He is too big, with Li minimum Kang Sheng. It seems that after a lot of days, Xie Tao is cooking for the second prince every day. It is a home-cooked dish and a crop with a large yield on land. On this day, Xie Tao baked a sweet potato for Axe and tasted the sweetness of honey. The second prince said, it's delicious. Xie Tao said, this is a sweet potato. Red sugar has a high sugar content. It is estimated that there is also a filter for the dream. He actually cooks very general, but in the dream of the second prince, it has become a food expert. Whatever is a dish, Axe said, or you will do it. Xie Tao is not hungry at all. Watching Axe eat. Axe looked up at him. Don't you eat? Zitao has been eating for a few days, where will he be hungry? He looked at X and suddenly said, you and Gar are brothers, but they are totally different. You have more wealth than Gar. Why do you live so economically? In fact, Zitao felt that she should not ask, but she would like to ask. Xie Xi, who is in the dream, is unclear, but in reality X is the prince of the empire. He stands at the peak of power and profit, but he still saves, and even laughs at his brother. Axe actually answered him, the only way to have a concept is to know the value of every dollar, to realize the real life, and to be practical. Z. You live. Born in the royal family, surrounded by flowers, the princes born with golden spoons are born with no human suffering. Is such a person suitable as the chancellor of the empire? Is it suitable for taking charge of people's livelihood? Will you think about making a blessing for the people? Not suitable. So X walked out of the flower cluster, put down the golden spoon, lived a life of restraint, and was a down-to-earth. Zizao smiled. Axe said, I'm going to clean up the dishes. Z. Tao said, nothing, I will come. When he got up, he took the plate on the table, and X went to take it, and the asterisk touched each other. X a glimpse. The scorpion is deep as human's brains are all people's livelihoods, and they have forgotten what the messy ethical relationship has until Axe held his hand. Zitao looked up at him. Axe looked at him and whispered, Colin, with a bang, the plate fell to the ground. Zitao is very sure that she has not let go, but the plate is broken. He bent over to pick up the plate. He was more certain that his fingers were not cut by the pieces of the plate, but they still bleed. And it doesn't hurt at all. Be careful. Axe was so distressed to pick up his fingers and help him stop bleeding. Zwei. The two men's actions were very close, but Axe not only did not let go of Zizen, but instead held his waist with one hand. There was a hot flame in the squat. If I'm earlier, at this moment, the door slammed open, and Gar's voice sounded, don't you be at home, I haven't eaten yet. He pushed in and saw two people who were behaving. One is his brother and the other is his partner. They are very close. His lover seems to be embedded in the arms of a tall man, and his neck is like a kiss. Chapter 57. Lost Atlantis 28. This is confessed to him in front of the three princes. The three princes angered. What are you doing? Zitao was shocked, and he wanted to get the third child to suddenly appear. Is this not the dream of the second prince? So why are you dreaming of such a situation? Dreaming and having to go with yourself. This expression of Zitao is very in line with the shock of the scum male after being raped. He has been caught a bit embarrassed by this wave. What is this with his big scorpion? Wait, he and the third child have been divorced. He also caught a ghost. The three princes in the dream are 100% arrogant and unreasonable, so he exploded. Well, just got divorced and found the next home. Looking for my brother? He suddenly appeared, and the second prince also stunned, and for a while he never recovered. Zitao was so stunned that he was shocked. This is not all your dreams. The three princes are mad. You don't know who he is. The second brother. You know that he is my partner. Do you know that I'm stiff with his honeymoon? You even have your own sister-in-law. You still not a person. It was broken at the end. The second prince returned to God, and his eyes were all awkward. He said, no, I didn't think he did. No? Three princes said nothing. You both are close together, and his mother is not what I think. What are you going to do? Do you want me to see you engage him, and see you guys there? Second prince couldn't listen. Stop. The three princes were even more fried. You still have a face to let me shut up. Are you still my brother? You don't know how much I love him. You don't know how much I gave up with him. You turned out to be. The second prince is still losing money. He said, Gal, just misunderstanding. We have nothing. The three princes have apparently lost their senses. He turned his head and looked at Zitao. The deep hatred of love is even more excessive. No wonder you always make me angry. No wonder you always suspect that I'm suspected of me. No wonder you are doing everything I have to sing against me. You already have an idea. You seduce my brother. Zwei. Really fucking. I don't know who to kill. The third child came again with a sentence. You are not shameful. The Words did not come out. The second prince slapped the past and beat the three princes to face point. The second prince looks condensed. You are enough. The three princes squinted and looked shocked. You hit me. You beat me. The second prince's eyes flashed, seemingly regretting, but the words were firm. You don't cherish him. Don't hurt him anymore. The three princes stunned for a while, and angered and laughed. You still said that you have nothing. You still said that they are misunderstandings. But, very good. You people, very good. The last four words are gnashing. He slammed his head and did not return to the door. As soon as he left, the room suddenly fell into the silence of the dead side. Xie Tao has no experience in this area at all. I don't know what to do. Axe is very entertaining. A look of despair. If it is not a dream, Zen really wants to hurt him. Very abusive. Look at his brother's ex-husband, but also got caught by the younger brother. This future is really bleak. Pursue. Lose your flesh and blood. Give up. The pain of the heart and bones. Unfortunately, this is just a dream, or a dream he made himself. This makes people feel bad. Heaven is still alive. This is self-abuse. You can be honest. Xie Tao thought for a long time, and finally got a clue. He got up and said, these days have trouble you. I found a new place. Don't bother you. He is going to leave. Should it be okay? It's too strange to see the two brothers making troubles like this. Of course he doesn't feel that he is going. Axe hurriedly said, don't. Xie Tao stood in front of him. Axe screwed his eyebrows. His voice was low, and his emotions were so extreme. Don't go, Xie. When he stood still, and did not dare to look up at him. Axton got down and finally found a similar reason. It's so late. Let's stay first. Xie Tao did not know where he could go, and nodded. It was still early to sleep, but there was such awkward thing Xie Tao intentionally avoided, so I went back to the room first. Before he closed the door, X whispered the words that Ge said, don't go to your heart, Xie. When he looked at the 15% purple progress and had a bottom in his heart, he wanted to stop and say, X, didn't open his eyes and didn't say anything. Xie paused and eventually turned back to the house. They look like this. The barbecued pork wipes the tears. The two people who love each other have a lateral groove that cannot be crossed. Xie. No expression. Love. Charcoal Bayo Deo. X loves Colin. Colin appreciates X, but there is a gare among them. Xie took the cat's head. You know a lot. The pork boiled bag knows a lot. Are you waiting for X to bear up? Dare to push down dad? Xie it seems that I have to take time to wash the cat, especially the small head. Dirty. In the middle of the night, Xie's door rang, and X's voice came low. You stay at ease. Don't toss. The fingerprint lock of the door is updated, except for us who can't get in. Xie took a bit of it, and didn't say anything. Axe whispered again. I'm sorry. What does this sentence mean? Xie is not allowed. The next day, Xie Tao did not mention the matter of leaving. He pondered it, and thought it was good. According to the logic of the dream, he and X are mutual affection. He should go sensibly, and he is emotionally unwilling to go to meet the said point. Sure enough, the purple progress rose to 15.3%. Last night, when God was in trouble, the atmosphere of the two changed completely, and the previous harmony became strange. Xie didn't dare to look at him, but X had been secretly watching him, looking at him with that repressed, increasingly hot line of sight. When Xie Tao looked back at him, X avoided the sight of it. Xie Tao quickly made a look of sorrow. As a result, the purple progress has risen to 15.4%. This rally is actually very ugly, and it rises very slowly, but it rises desperately, as if I saw the feeling that Axe tried to suppress, but could not hold it. Xie Gang was a little distressed by him, and remembered that this was his own dream. You are happy. In a blink of an eye, and at dinner time, Axe is not at home. Xian habitually went to the kitchen, want to make dinner. In advance. He was speechless when he opened the refrigerator. Dreaming. You can do whatever you want. Yesterday, the refrigerator was full, and today it was nothing. All the ingredients were swept away. What is even more amazing is that the soy sauce seasonings are gone. This is too obvious. Let him go out. to buy. Zita knows that he has something to do when he opens the door, but God implies that it is so obvious that he can't open the door. Xie put on a coat and prepared to go to the supermarket to buy some. Just opened the door. The plot flutters. The three princes did not know how long they had been outside, and they saw him when they came out. Xie can't guess. Can't guess. The second child's dream. He really can't guess. The three princes changed their previous madness, and the opening was, sorry, Colin. The three princes in reality did not bother him, and the three princes in the dream did not want to forgive. Three princes sincerely said, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong, Colin. I love you. I really love you. I'm just impulsive. I did not expect you will promise to divorce me. I thought. He shook his head. I'm fainting and will be separated from you. I regret very much. These innocent people are really unhappy. Xie waited for the follow-up story. The three princes continued. Colin, let's reconcile. I will listen to you all the time. What do you want me to do? I don't spend money, don't waste, and don't make you angry anymore. Don't leave me. I really know that I'm wrong. I know that you and my brother have nothing. I'm driving you out to let you have nowhere to go. I know that my brother has taken over you. I know there will be nothing between you. You love me, right? Please, come back. As long as you come back, I can change anything. The third child said that he was really eager to cut. Xie looked up and saw the pale prince without any surprise. He was carrying a shopping bag in his hand. It seemed to be going to the supermarket to buy a bunch of ingredients. When he came back, he saw this scene and heard what the three princes said. He looked at Zitao, and the empty eyes seemed to have lost the soul. He seemed to believe that Zitao would forgive Ga, and that they would be together again. And he is only their brother. One should not meet them again. Cannot disturb their brother. Perceived Zitao's gaze. X's mouth was raised, and his smile was full of bitterness. Xie then actually felt that the heart was stabbed. Silly X. Why bother? Never let go of a dream. Xie took a deep breath and looked at the three princes. We are divorced. The three princes squatted, and the second prince was stunned. Xie simply said, Gal, we have nothing to do with it. We said it when we got divorced. We are not suitable. It will not be good to be together. The three princes looked desperate and hurriedly said, are you arrogant or not? You are punishing me, right? You still love me, right? No. Xie then mailed the railroad. From the moment we divorced, I will not love you. So straightforward to say clearly. The two stupid ex-princes are paralyzed. Xie looked at the second prince. His eyes trembled and licked his lips. I'm sorry that I have not met you earlier. Axes. Deadly Scorpion suddenly lit up. The shopping bag in his hand fell to the ground and strode forward, holding Xie's wrist. Colin. Xie then did not open his eyes. It is embarrassing. If you meet you earlier, I will definitely choose you. This is confessed, or in front of the three princes to confess to him. Sure enough, the purple progress rushed to 16.66%. Successful. Zitao just breathed a sigh of relief, and I saw a prompt in the lower right corner. The dream is coming to an end. Please prepare to leave in advance. Woke up just dreaming of good news. It's really a dream. Xie quickly left the dream and came out of the palace of the second prince. The second prince woke up from his dream and couldn't return to his heart after sitting on the bed for a long time. It is a dream. Reality is much more cruel than dreams. Although Colin did not marry the third child, it was the third heart. Axe's fingers pressed on the temple, and I don't understand why I fell in love with my brother's sweetheart at first. Sight. A dream is the second prince. Zitao is quite unexpected, but this is a good thing. In reality, he has little contact with the second prince. He can hide from him and never meet him again. He can save a lot of money. Necessary trouble. Xie slept for a day, and when he woke up, the three princes were frowning at him. Xie then was shocked. The temple, His Royal Highness. The three princes reached out and tried his forehead. You are too weak. He is not weak, just staying upside down. Zitao got up and actually got dizzy. Maybe it was not eating all day. Hungry. The three princes held his waist and asked, what happened? Zitao's stomach made a noise for him. Hey, starved to death. The three princes whispered and smiled. Is you forgotten to eat even if you sleep? Stupid. He said that he actually picked him up and walked straight out. Let's go. Take you to eat delicious. Zen was shocked and quickly said, His Royal Highness will let me down. 3. Princes said, you are almost hungry and you are still on the road. Don't move. Be careful. Let go. Let your asterisk blossom. Well, it's really a little scared of him. When he just gave up his struggle, he listened to the 3 princes and said, 2 brothers? Zitao turned her head and saw the second prince standing upright. This moment, he thought he was still in a dream. The second prince squatted and his eyes fell on Zitao. Zitao's demeanor, there is a thin blush on the face and there is still some shame in his eyes. Very embarrassed but slyly leaned in the arms of Gar so close. 3 princes said, this kid has no strength. I will take him to dinner first. The second prince did not say anything, but only slightly let go. Although Ziwei feels a little shame, but she does not want to make extra money, since the second prince has already finished the process. It will, and many more. Ziwei fixed his eyes and saw that the progress bar that had turned green had turned back to purple, and the full amount of 16.66% also fell back to 16.1%. Poisonous. Z is panicked. Isn't it locked after this full amount? Can you go back again? The author has something to say. Ziwei, happy not. Zitao pulled out the 50-meter knife behind him. Chapter 58 The Lost Atlantis 29 Why does he explain to a man that he and another man are innocent? Zitao did not expect it to be like this. The green progress bar will actually change back. After all, the 5 princes and the 6 princes were locked, and the green progress bar did not change, so he decided that the second prince was green and safe. Which one wants the second child to not take the usual path? The love that is given can be recovered again. Zitao did not dare to let the 3 princes hold. He struggled. Give me down. Please let me down. The voices all helpless. The 3 princes raised their lips, reassured. I'm not tired. I can hold you in this small physique. Who cares you are tired? Zitao's mouth pumped and said, I was working night shift last night, so I only slept for a day. Although I was hungry, I couldn't walk. Especially he was a fishtail, and he could wrestle in the water. Exclamation mark. Said that this basket is actually said to the second child to hear. The translation is, I and the 3 princes have nothing to say. The 3 princes just came over. Please don't think too. After explaining Zen and full of sorrow, why did he explain to a man that he and another man are innocent? Why should he prove to another man that he did not engage with another man? Going to the bottom, all blame X. If he had designed such a world of sand sculptures and made such an idiot mission, he was so unlucky. A certain level of quasi world. Qinzhen is vying to see the river. What? Jiang slanted his head, and a sword put a devil in front of the nonsense into a candy gourd. Nothing. Qin Jie struggled to see the public enemy of the world, and remembered the words of Yan Zhe and Jiang Laoxi team brushing the task. No fun at all. When Jiang Zi was summoned as a doll, he could not see the good feelings, but now he is in the quasi world, so he saw the one. The old evil worries. How come red rain? Which soul is killing? Zitao's explanation played a role. Falling to 16.1% of the purple progress quietly. Mimi rose a little bit, becoming 16.2%. The 3 princes reluctantly put him down. You fainted. Don't blame me for not holding you. Halo. You a big ghost. Z glanced at the purple progress and gnawed his teeth. 3 Highness, I don't go out to eat. The 3 princes raised their eyebrows. What? Zitao did not see the second prince, but all the words were handed to his apex. It is too wasteful to go out to eat. I can do it myself. Simply eat it. I thought this time, the 3 princes' red progress will plummet. Who knows, the third is very interested. You will cook. Zizan believed in the evil. I want to hold the man's heart and hold the man's stomach first. Zitao said, the restaurant at the guard office is nothing to eat after dinner. I often work night shifts, so I will cook for myself. The 3 princes' eyes brightened. You have to cook what? I want to eat. Ziwen's heart spit. I'm so hungry, and I have to wait for you, my uncle. The 3 princes remembered again. Or next time. This time you are too hungry. Let's go out and eat. Zen remembers the second prince and dare not go with him. Not so hungry. I have a crescent fruit in my house. Just eat a piece. The three princes are really interested in the food that Zitao has done. He asked, can you really? Zitao understands that she can't open this large-scale cowhide sugar if you don't give up, your highness. Stay with you. The three princes are beautiful. You are so powerful. You will cook. It is impossible to go, and it is feared that it is necessary to eat empty food. The second prince listened quietly. His heart was smashed, and he thought of the dream he had made. It turns out that Colin really cooks. He spent a long time with him in his dreams, and he was even more sympathetic. In the end, he even gave up the third child to choose him. But in reality, the second prince's eyebrows wrinkled and wanted to leave. Z when he looked at the purple progress bar that fell to 15.9% and was anxious. A little patience. Don't arbitrarily take back the things given. Zitao looked at the second prince and politely said, is the second hall used dinner? One prince. The old three immediately said, the second brother must have eaten. The second prince quickly said, not yet. Tao's position is very reasonable. He is just a small guard. He is the two princes in front of him. He invited the natural person to ask another. He pretended to be a guest. I will not cook much, just as I reason. It's offensive to say that, but you still have to ask for it. Do you want to try it? Three princes said. The second brother, of course. The second prince's thin lips and his lips finally showed the usual look of laughter and laughter. Well, the third child is so expecting. I'm also very curious. Three princes. Tao said, the two of my highness waited a little. I will go and prepare. When he stepped on his forefoot, he heard the two brothers quarrel. The voice of the youngest is all angry. What are you leaving behind? The second child also restored a careless tone. You can leave behind what I can't. The third child, Colin is cooking for me. The second child, he looked at him. He also invited me. The third child didn't have a good air. You are a prince. He can see it rudely. The second old asterisk is here. You are also the prince of the prince, and little Colin is just forced to be arrogant, and I have to pay attention to you. The three princes were bombed, and the second prince was not embarrassed. Zitao is full of black lines. Cannot wait to kill. Hey, is it hard that he really wants to die? There are two lives in the barbecued pork roast, and with the effect of fatal wounds and painlessness, it seems that it doesn't matter if you die. If the number 2 face is dead, is the chapter 47 The Lost Atlantis 30 Send exudes the stench of the maker. It is not difficult to collect garbage. It is very scary to collect 1 million tons of garbage. Zitao didn't even have the concept of 1 million tons of garbage. He couldn't imagine what it was like. This gang task sounds a lot like Yugan. The difference is that people can move out of the mine. And what about him? What do you want for 1 million tons of garbage? Smoke yourself. Zwedi was a little angry and not discouraged. Compared with the love of collecting 6 princes, 1 million tons of garbage is really nothing. He just finished the meal, and there are some household garbage at home, but he really can't figure out how to collect it. Do you put these at home? Still have to touch it? Xie tried it one by one, and the system panel did not give any hints according to experience. If the collection is successful, it will give a progress reminder, but now there is nothing. Obviously it is not the right way. Ziyan grind. Can't collect the asterisk made by myself? Or is this garbage too little? It is possible that the garbage is already his, and the collection is repeated. If it can be repeated, then he can collect 1 million tons of garbage. Zwedi went out to find garbage. The sea people are much less harmful to the environment than the land people. Their diet is very simple. There is no complicated cooking method, which in itself greatly reduces the production of domestic garbage. Their clothes are also specially made. Most of the common mermaid is a shell, and there are special uniforms for positions. The uniforms of the royal family to the guards are made of a special fabric that is extremely hydrophilic. This fabric is extremely durable and does not require cleaning, and it also avoids the production of some household waste. Clothing, food and shelter, said the first two to talk about the latter two. The residences of the Undersea Kingdom are all spliced because things like thickeners are basically unable to withstand the long term soaking of seawater traveling, is very different from the mainland. The tail of the mermaid is much more reliable than the human legs. They swim faster in the water than humans grow their wings in the sky. As long as they have enough physical strength, they can swim faster than most transportation point. Even if you don't have enough physical strength, you can domesticate large fish, which are much faster than horses. Besides, the airships used by the nobility, etc., are also very powerful in energy. It is actually adding water directly. Although the conversion machine is very expensive and not easy to promote, this technology is zero damage to the environment. The people of the sea and the sea get along well with each other. It is a perfect symbiosis, but it is unfortunately broken by the land people. The **** on land, dumped on the seabed, causing huge pollution and immeasurable follow-up risks. Xie Xi checked the information. The pictures alone are shocking. He wants to complete this task, not only because he wants to clear the quasi world, so he can hope to do something. Even a million tons of garbage is just a glimpse of the entire ocean. In order to save time, Xie Tao took an airship out of the king. He had stayed in the kingdom before, and he saw all the dreams and beauty of the underwater kingdom. When he came out of the kingdom, when he came to the sea where the land was soaked, the whole person was stunned. What the picture shows, I'm afraid, that even 1,000th of the reality is not. The mountain-like garbage, the pungent stench, and the turbid sea water. Thank you for your mouth and nose, but unfortunately not very useful. He felt the stinging from the skin, but also with a distracting itching. Big brother, don't go inside. A young voice rang, holding Xie's end. He turned to see a little mermaid. She had beautiful red hair and blue eyes, and the white face was full of childishness and innocence, as if the little princess who begged the sorcerer in the fairy tale. Xie Tao took a step back, and the discomfort on the skin was much lighter. Thank you. The little mermaid smiled at him and said, Big brother is a foreigner. Why come here? Xie said, I have a friend here. I want to see him. The little mermaid's eyes lit up. What is his name? I can help you find him. Deceived. Such a little girl. Thank you very much, he confessed. No, he will come soon. This way, said the little mermaid. Well, my brother, don't get too close to it. You will get sick. Xie Tao nodded. Thank you, I will be careful. The little mermaid was relieved. She shook her tail and said, I'm going to get the crescent fruit. Big brother, goodbye. Xie Tao knows that this is the subsistence of the underwater kingdom. He said goodbye to the little mermaid. Goodbye. The little mermaid smiled at him and turned his tail and turned away. Xie Gang raised his mouth, but unfortunately the smile disappeared behind the little mermaid. Ordinary mermaid is not wearing clothes, so the whole back is exposed. The white skin like tofu has a large piece of ulcerated surface. It is like a torn beautiful claw on the tender body of this petal, leaving a shocking trace. Xie Yuxin is tight and calls, you. The little mermaid turned his head again. Is there a big brother? Xie Hao paused and whispered, your back hurt. The little mermaid is a little embarrassed. It's ugly. Mom said that when I grow up, I will buy clothes for me. I can't see it when I block it. Xie Tao's heart was like being acupunctured. He went forward and said, this hurts. He actually knows the answer, so he can't ask. If he asks half. The little mermaid said, big brothers will return to the bottom of the sea as soon as they see a friend. This is not good. If you have a long time, your skin will be sore. Xie Hao paused and said, wait a minute, I will help you with the wound. The little mermaid was surprised. Is the big brother a doctor? Xie Well, he is certainly not a doctor, but there are therapeutic potions in his props bar, and some trauma can be easily cured. Xie said, I can help you cure, but it hurts a little. Who knows that? The little mermaid actually said, no, it will be bad. No need to worry. Thanks. To the heart, there is a kind of pain in the breath. No trouble. Xie Tao took out the healing potion and carefully wiped her on the festering face. Don't be afraid, just a little while. The level of this healing potion is very low. Xie Xi saw the description when he bought it. The note is very clear. The injury is painful, the treatment is painful, and whoever makes you lower cannot buy a better potion. Zitao has never used it, so I don't know how much pain it has, but the notes are written like this, and the pain is definitely painful. The syrup was applied, the wound healed at a rate that was visible to the naked eye, and the little mermaid only slightly frowned. Xie Wei asked, is it painful? The Little Mermaid smiled and said, it hurts a bit, but now it doesn't hurt at all. It's so comfortable. She was happy to turn the circle, like a kitten who only wanted to catch her tail. Zitao's heart is getting heavier. If it is not adapted early, how can a delicate child have such tolerance? The Little Mermaid is very happy. She said sincerely, thank you, big brother. You are so good as Prince X. Is the second highness? Yes, it is the second prince who treats the crescent fruit as a subsistence allowance and supervises the execution. The second prince had a very high reputation among the people. At first, Zitao thought that it was earned from his face. Now he understands that he is truly supported by practical action. Compared with what the second prince did, Zizen was too insignificant. He shook his head and said, this is nothing. Go and get the moon fruit. The Little Mermaid swam happily. Xie Wei quietly followed up, and when he arrived in the town, his heart was even more together. The ocean is very large, and the land on the earth far exceeds the land. The mystery of the ocean is also more than that of the land. It is like the China that Zitao has lived in. The vast territory and the small population are poor. Not all land is suitable for people to live in, and not all oceans are suitable for mermaid. The mermaid is very strict, and there is a great reason for the disparity in power. The king is in the deep sea, where the sea pressure is huge, and the ordinary mermaid can't live at all. The irony is that these can't reach the deep sea, only madly eroding the shallow sea, frantically bullying these most vulnerable mermaid. The most suitable sea area for these mermaid life is the place closest to the land people, and these places are places where land people are willing to put garbage. They don't want to migrate. They have nowhere to go. In the face of pollution originating from the land, they can only bear it. Zitao has truly realized the anger of the Guild War. Anyone who saw this scene saw that the compatriots had to suffer such pain. Who could hold back the anger? Who could hold back the grievances? Who would not want to punish those culprit? They were just living in a calm life. Why should they get used to the poisonous seawater, get used to the skin being corroded, and get used to this endless rubbish? Ziyan left her eyebrows and returned to the garbage dump. There is a protective cover that barely separates the *** from the town, but the infiltrated seawater still hurts the town, so I can imagine how it will go. Zitao is not afraid. Big deal is poisoned to death. Zitao closed her eyes and went straight in. It was like a needle-like sting that spread the whole skin. His fishtail had scales on it, which was a very hard protective layer. There was a sharp tingling, and he could even feel the scales falling off. What the *** is this? What kind of monsters can be produced by these garbage that cannot be processed and piled up into mountains? The pork roast is distressed and dead. Dad, are you okay? The pain is slow and not fatal, so it can't be painless. Zitao was born and hard, and his eyebrows were very tight. The barbecued pork was anxious to turn around him, taking small claws to peel off the dark sea, but unfortunately could not help. Zitao finally came to the front of the garbage mountain. He sighed and the hot water flowed into his throat. Like drinking sulfuric acid, he eroded the internal organs. Finally, there was a hint in the lower right corner of his line of sight. The current collection of more than 10,000 tons was collected. Zitao immediately confirmed. Sure enough, in order to trigger the task requires a sufficient amount. The base of 1 million tons is too large, and dozens of kilograms of garbage cannot reach the counting standard, so it cannot be collected. After Zitao collected the collection, a reminder popped up. The item bar is full. Please clean up. Xie. He has a total of 3 props bar. Can put down 1 million tons of garbage. It is superimposed. The same category can be superimposed, although these things are varied, but now they are all rubbish, so just vacating a prop bar is enough. Zitao thought about it, called the barbecued pork bag. Help me a favor. The pork roast bag is crying. Dad, you are going to lick yourself. It's too bad, and you can help him without pain. Xie Wei shook his head. I'm fine. You can help me apply these healing potions to the mermaid in the town. The pork roast stayed in the bag. Xie Wei asked, can you do it? The Barbecued pork noodles quickly nodded. Yes, Xie. Tao patted its little head. Go ahead. The pork boiled bag flew away with the potion, and Xie Zhen also vacated a prop bar. He once again confirmed that it was like a miracle, and all the garbage that had been dyed into asterisk 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 in the whole sea disappeared. Z when he looked at the prop bar, where there was a bunch of black lacquered things, he looked at the details: name, garbage, point grade, none, point details. Please dispose of it if it is produced, and discard it. And it is the stench that originated from the manufacturer. The bottom right corner of Zitao's line of sight finally showed the progress of the sideline mission, which is very ironic. Green, 1%. With so much garbage, there are only 1,000 tons. What is the concept of that? 1 million tons. There are still 100 endless garbage dumps. What makes the scalp more numb is that a billion tons of asterisk 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 produced by a million tons compared to a few billion people is just a slap. Zioma's heart is wrinkled, and the pain in his body is not felt. When the barbecued pork bun comes back, there are still some healing potions. It is anxious. Dad, I will give you a medicine, Xie. Tao didn't want to waste the potion. I just wanted to say that I was dead. He squinted and saw a new progress bar on the mainline mission. White. Whose is this? The big prince or the fourth prince? Are they nearby? Zitao used a bottle of therapeutic potion and treated it a little bit so that she was not bothered by stinging. In the next moment, a faint cold fragrance came, wearing a blue uniform, and the slender man came out. He looked condensed. Who are you? It is the fourth prince. He just saw the picture of all the garbage being cleaned up in one breath. Zii stood up straight and didn't know what to explain. The four princes came over, and the eyes that fell were unfathomable. Maybe I should ask, are you human? Chapter 48. The Lost Atlantis. 31 did not lie, otherwise I killed you. Fortunately, Zitao used the number 1 face before going out. If he used Colin's face, he would be busy. The two chicken eyes in the palace were not yet flat, and they provoked one. He was afraid to swing. Don't want to brush up the progress in this life. Although the number 1 face is used, the situation is somewhat troublesome at the moment. The words of the four princes are very intriguing. The people at the bottom of the sea are also human beings. He asked him to question the identity of Zitao. After all, an ordinary person can't raise his hand and get such a pile of garbage without a trace. How can I explain the scene just now? Zitao looked at the four princes and said, I'm Jess Hall. The four princes moved down and saw the clothes on his body. The guard of the palace, Xie. Tao's light blue uniform wearing a guard's body, although it has been changed by the sewage, can be distinguished by careful observation. Xie Tao gave a ceremony to the four princes. I have seen 4 of my royal highness. 4. A moment, the surrounding water shrank a little, and Xie Zhen felt a cold and murderous murder. The four princes raised their hands and grabbed his neck. His hand was cold, and the cold aroma came from the nose, and it was discovered that it had some bitterness, like the smell of a herb. Zitao was caught in his throat, but he was fearless. He looked up at the four princes and his eyes were calm. The four princes tightened their hands and their voices were low. Who are you, Xie? When he had difficulty breathing, and the face rose thin red, and both eyes were uncontrollably filled with water vapor. His face was born with a passionate feeling, and this appearance with his fearless expression is so tempting to the extreme. The four princes narrowed their eyes and loosened their hands. Don't lie, or I will kill you. The last sentence is said to Xie Zhen's ear. Xie Zhen has no doubt that he will immediately ask if he is suspicious. His life. The four princes who lived in a simple way not only did not get sick, but also groaned. Zitao said, I'm the guard of the palace, named Jess Hall. If there is a half sentence, my highness will take my life. The four princes asked, what were you doing? Where did the garbage go? Xie Tao said very straightforwardly, I can't tell, but suddenly there is more power, so I want to try. The four princes stared at him. What ability? Xie Tao said, it can eliminate garbage. If he said this, he would say that he would be considered a neuropathy. What kind of asterisk ability? Eliminate garbage? How can anyone have this ability? The four princes saw it with their own eyes. When he saw him coming out of the isolation hood and watching him stand in a dirty sea, he saw that he just reached out and touched it, and the disgusting garbage disappeared. I have actually seen that I have to believe. In listening to these words, Zitao is very calm. One is that he is very confident about the identity of number one face, and secondly, what he said is not all nonsense. He did inexplicably get a special ability to make the garbage disappear, although this is not in the props column, but disappeared in the eyes of others. The highest realm of lying is the 7-point true 3-point leave. Zitao did not understand before. Now the boat is stepping on more, but I don't understand. The four princes watched him for a while, and a pair of dark grey scorpions were like searchlights, as if they were to be seen inside and out. Zitao's frankness reveals some timidity and uneasiness, and the emotions are in place. This is also the advantage of the boat stepping on more. In the world of love, to the left or right, that does not act to die. Zen learned a good play. The four princes finally released him. He was still expressionless and his voice was cold. Can you eliminate the garbage, Z? Yusong said with a sigh of relief. Yes, as long as you touch it with your hand, you will not see it, but there are limits. If it is too small, it will not work. 4 princes said, follow me, Z. Tao quickly followed. The four princes are really sick, and their health is not good. Just speed up, go to the 100-meter sprint, and get the championship. Although Zitao used a potion and wore a uniform, but the fishtail was outside. It was corroded by the sea and was injured. He originally had this physical quality. Even if he didn't hurt, he couldn't keep up with it. The four princes got down and folded back. Give me your hand, Z. Tao is not clear, but because he could not afford the mysterious prince who was indefinite, he had to hand it out. The four princes held him and took him out in the next moment. The reason why I use flying is because the speed is too fast and the word is too weak and weak. He didn't have to work hard, but he was also squeezed by the water coming from the face. Fortunately, his ability to adapt is very powerful. If it is ordinary cosmetic surgery, now his face is deformed. The four princes, your warm and gentle look on weekdays are really outfitted, and this picks up. The third child can't compare. Finally, I arrived at the destination. When I stopped, thank you for taking a breath. The wound on his tail must have cracked and it hurts to die. The four princes glanced at his tail and said nothing. Zitao can't take care of it because there is a pile of asterisk in front of him. The reason why the pile is used instead of the mountain is because it is a sea. All the asterisk is in the sea. After all the spread, the land is very wide and continuous. For example, it's like a lot of rotten corrosive objects floating in the air somewhere on the land, and even the air is dyed into a dirty, dead grey. This is shocking, but the seabed is often looking at these. I have to live with them. Four princes said, remove it to me, Z. Tao had already guessed it. He was so happy. Zen calmed down, closed his eyes and swam inside. When he was about to walk in, the four princes shouted at him, wait, Z. Tao turned to look at him. Well, the four princes began to unbutton in front of him. Z blinked his eyes and couldn't keep up with the brain of the uncle. Why, if you don't agree, take off your clothes. The four princes pulled off their uniforms and even took off their tops to reveal a **** body. He not only had a dime relationship with the sick, but also trained very well. Zitao's man looked envious. The four princes who were naked in the body did not feel uncomfortable. He came straight and wrapped his uniform on Zitao. The four princes are tall and have long clothes. Thanks to the mermaid, because of the curvature of the tail, it is a shortcut. At this time, the uniform grows a lot on him. Zitao finally understood. He said, nothing. The four princes swam to the bottom and stuffed the fishtails all in. Zitao said, Your Highness, I have an injury on my tail and will give you dirty clothes. The four princes swam up, and there was no emotional ups and downs in the cold scorpion. Go, if you lie to me, this is your morning, said. To put his coat on his head. You are so powerful, you can't afford it. Zitao swam in such a stupid way, because with experience, he held his breath and saved the internal organs. But even so, the hand was unobstructed, and the skin on the back of the hand festered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zitao is not a masochistic. Even if he is not dead, he is afraid of pain. He quickly ordered to collect. The progress bar of the feeder task has risen to 5%. This pile of garbage actually has 40,000 tons, but he collected it very thoroughly. Not only the garbage was gone, but even the irritating seawater was purified, but the wounds on his body could not be recovered. The four princes frowned and floated their. Xie Tao looked back at him. His Royal Highness, I didn't lie to you. This ability to put in this world is really against the sky. It can't be explained by logic. The four princes did not seem to believe in evil. He took the hand of Xie Zhen again. Follow me. Xie Tao did not have the opportunity to speak at all. The humanoid was flying very fast and rushed out in a blink of an eye. The pork boiled bag was hung on the collar of Xie Tao and was blown into the bowl by the seawater. It called out, "Stimulate the stimuli," and stimulated Xie. If you are not afraid of the stuffing, I really want to take it out and spank. The four princes took him to a garbage dump. Xie was very happy. The four princes took him to finish the task of the spur. They squatted back and forth for a night, and Xie Tao collected a total of 330,000 tons of garbage, and the task progress rose to 33%. The four princes finally stopped. He looked at the clothes on Xie Tao and said, "Go back, Xie Tao has not collected enough, but he has no say, he can only follow it honestly." The four princes entered the palace as a trail and took him directly back to his palace. There was no one in the temple, not even a servant. The four princes approached him and ripped off the clothes that had worn out his body. Because it was wrapped too tightly, Xie Zhen was not hurt, but the left hand that was bare outside was very miserable. After so many runs down, the back of the hand was bloody. The four princes frowned slightly and said to him, "Wait, Xie." When he floated in the temple and waited honestly. Not a little longer, the four princes came back. The cold aroma on his body was heavier. Xie saw that he had a small box in his hand. When he opened it, the smell of the medicine came out, and the smell of the four princes was generally the same. Xie. The four princes had leaned down and carefully applied medicine to his hands. The effect of this medicine is surprisingly good, but it is applied. Xie Zhen's hand is not painful, and even the wound is slowly healing. A great medicine. The four princes painted his hand and half squatted to the ground and applied medicine to his tail. Xie Tao looked down at his demeanor and was a bit embarrassed. The four nobles, all of them are fans. It is really invisible. After the medicine is good, Xie Zhen is also full of this faint cold aroma. I don't know why Xie Zhen's heart has a thought. Is it because the scent of the four princes is often used? Why do you want to wipe it? Is it the garbage in the shallow waters? Xie Tao asked him. Why is the four holes there? The four princes got down and answered the question. This medicine has a side effect. When the medicine is effective, it will be weak. You should lie down inside, wait for it and go back. When Xie Tao just wants to talk, he feels that his body is being pumped out of strength, and he can't even stand upright. The four princes were not surprised, hugged him directly, took him to the house, and settled on the bed. Xie Tao did not expect that this side effect would be so strong. He is not only weak, but even his fingers cannot lift. The four princes said again, "Don't worry, if the effect is retired, the wound will be gone. You can recover as ever, thanks to Xie. I thought that I couldn't even speak hard." The four princes looked at him and whispered, "Do not use this ability later, and don't approach those garbage dumps." Xie Tao thought that he had got it wrong. He said with difficulty, "Why? Those asterisk hurt so many mermaids. Isn't it protecting them?" The four princes coveted, and the sound had no temperature, because it is useless. Xie Xi. The four princes looked at him and said slowly, "Garbage can be cleaned up, but as long as the land is still there, the new garbage will soon be born. Your ability is really interesting, but unfortunately useless. The garbage is disposed of, only it will make the land people worse." In the last sentence, Xie Zhen heard the hatred of the bones. The voice of the four princes was a lot gentler. "Resume. I will help you with the leave at the guard office." Xie Tao looked up at him and found that his grey scorpion was deep, and it was the death of the grave. The four princes left. "Thank you for a while." Before returning to God. He inadvertently turned to the lower right corner. The main line task has a new color on the progress bar. Black 8%. How is this going? The only remaining prince is the big prince. How did it suddenly appear? And it has risen by 8%. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49 The Lost Atlantis 32 is still the other way. The progress bar of the main line task has 5 colors, representing the green of the 5 princes and the 6 princes. The 3 princes and the second prince are full of dissatisfied red and purple, and now there is another white and black point. Because the information panel is transparent, the white color of the progress bar is also conspicuous, and will not be seen. White is the 4th prince, and the black can only be the big prince. It's easy to understand, but why did the big prince's progress suddenly rise by nearly half? 80%. This is a 50% love. He didn't do anything. He didn't even see each other. How did he love half? Zitao stared at the progress bar and looked at it for a while and changed her mind. Maybe the white one is a big prince? When he cleaned up the garbage, the big prince was present and the progress was first made, but immediately after the 4 princes came out, he mistakenly thought it was the 4 princes? This 8% of the black that suddenly rises is the 4 princes? Even the 4 princes, this increase is very inexplicable. Before they were indifferent. The last medicine has leaps and bounds. I can't figure it out. Unfortunately, the barbecued pork can't be too far away from him. Otherwise he would like it to go to the big prince to inquire. Zitao can't think too much. After the drug effect came up completely, he even stumbled his head. After closing his eyes, he actually took a nap. When I woke up again, it was evening. Zitao did not panic. Colin's face was already taken early, and he had to go home for 2 days. He was really afraid of the second and third, and for the time being, did not want to see the 2 neuropathies. Zitao had a little activity, and was surprised to find that his wound was all good. There were some traces on the fishtail. It is estimated that the scales recovered slowly. This medicine is really amazing. Zitao feels that some technologies on the seabed are much more powerful than on land. He had just left the house, and the mermaid waiting outside said, "His Royal Highness has told you that you can leave if you wake up. There is something going out under your highness. You can't send it to you." Zitao quickly said, "It has been very disturbing, and I dare not bother." After a while, Zitao left the palace under the 4 halls. Zitao was thinking about the black progress bar. He secretly went to the palace of the great prince and found that the diligent prince of the prince did not come back in darkness and was working overtime. Is the black progress bar really his? Xie waited for a while and didn't give him back. He could only give up first. His death time is not long. You have to complete the sideline task. Yesterday, 4 princes helped, and Zitao collected 330,000 tons of garbage in one breath, and the branch task reached 33%. I thought this was a very difficult task, and now it seems that it is not difficult, as long as you can easily complete it. Zitao got up and went on to find rubbish. He passed the original town, remembered the little mermaid, and wanted to see her. Just walking to the edge, he felt the tingling. Zitao looked at it, and his heart sank. He had disposed of the garbage yesterday, and has already collected the 10,000 tons of garbage into the props bar. At this moment, the same place has become a garbage sea. The barbecued pork roast said, "What happened? Dad, are we in the wrong place?" "No mistake. Here is the town." The words of the 4 princes are in his mind. The garbage can be cleaned up, but as long as the land is still there, new garbage will soon be born. So, this is new garbage. Made so much garbage overnight? Zitao's head creaked. He thought about the billions of land people and thought of their huge base. Even if everyone only made a little garbage in a day, multiplying by billions would be terrible. Just disposing of the garbage will indeed make the land people more intensive. With a connivance, people will only constantly break through the bottom line. Zitao collected here and went to several places I went to last night. Without the 4 princes, his own speed is very slow, and he is still panting, but fortunately he remembers the road, or is more troublesome. Zitao went to chills, and the more I saw, the more I felt the mood of the guild war. The garbage was cleaned up, and it came out overnight. Zitao can clean up with one button. What do the people on the sea have to rely on to clean up? When Zitao cleaned up the third pile of garbage, the cold voice of the four princes sounded behind him. I didn't say it. Let you stop using this ability, Z. Tao turned back and looked at the four princes. Is it cleaned up before the highness? Is it? What does Zitao still do not understand now? The four princes will say that, and it must have been experienced long ago. These garbage hurt so many nationals. How can the royal family sit back and ignore it? They must be organized to clean up the garbage. But as the four princes said, it is useless to clean up, and soon there will be new ones. On the contrary, because they can be cleaned up, the land people are more and more fearless. The four princes laughed, and they were all ironic. Zitao asked, you have been ill in the palace because you used the medicine. The four princes are indeed sick and devoid of disasters, but they are really recovering from illness. Zitao can be instantly eroded by one button, and it is hurt. The four princes can only use ordinary methods to clean up the garbage. The damage will only be greater. The medicine can treat the wound, but it has the side effects of fatigue. Four princes. I dare not think about it. I can't imagine how much the seabed people paid in order to clean up the garbage. It was hard to clean up. In the face of the sea that was once again filled, what a desperate heart was born. The four princes said with no expression. So, don't do this useless work anymore. Z's throat is tight, and the mouth is full of bitterness. The four princes looked at Zizen and whispered, you have a flaw in this ability, Z. Tao did not respond, and did not quite understand what he meant. The four princes licked their lips, smiled and paranoid. Lang talent is the biggest garbage. Why not let them all disappear? Z Yuxin stunned, and had a cold sweat on his back. Let's go. The four princes pulled Z's hand. I will send you back. Don't use this ability anymore. It can't help anyone, but it will bring you trouble. Z. Tao heard his words. He had a hot chest and held the hand of the four princes' backhand. Can His Royal Highness take me to land? The four princes are slightly embarrassed. Z said, I have never been to land. Can you take me to sea? The four princes asked the eyebrows. What are you going to do? Zizen Shensheng, with his way, he still applies to him. The four princes twitched. He didn't ask again, holding Zitao's hand. The shore is very hot, and if you can't stand it, it will be closer to me. After that, he sprinted out with a very fast speed, and thanked Zizen for thinking about the sea level. Zitao certainly knows the taste on the shore, but he will not stay on the shore for a long time. But there is nothing to temporarily bake. After a while, they went out of the sea. Thanks to the hot air in the breath, the whole chest was hot. He gave the pork roast a look. Although the barbecued pork bag doesn't know what dad is going to do, he knows this look. This is what he wants to look around. It flew high, and after watching it for a while, came back and reported, no one on the beach. Z rubbed his eyes and the barbecued pork bag hangs on his neckline. The four princes asked him, what are you going to do? Zitao said, actually, I lied to my highness before. My ability is not to eliminate garbage, but to collect it. Four princes frowned. Collect? What do you mean, Z? Where he opened the props bar and looked at the 550,000 tons of garbage. He sighed with a sigh of relief. Like this. He poured out all the asterisk in one brain and piled it all over the land. This scene is amazing. Countless asterisk from the Pandora's box, madly piled up on the beach. The entire coast is full of piles. The land is not in the sea. These garbage piled together is a giant mountain, a shocking garbage mountain. The four princes looked at them slyly and could not return to God for a long time. Z when he looked at the progress bar of his own quest, and as he took out the garbage, the progress fell from 55% to 0%. I was busy all night last night and this evening, but he didn't regret it at all. Zitao said, it is useless to clean up the garbage, then return the garbage they have discarded to them. Indulgence will only give birth to greater evil, and proper punishment will let them see what they have done. The four princes ignited the flame of hope in the grey scorpion that was still dead in the grave. His voice trembled and he couldn't speak. Z when he whispered, I understand the spirit of my highness. Know that you hate the land people. Know that you want to kill them. But war is the worst way to solve the problem. In the end, it is only the losers. You love you. The people must not want them to jump from one fire pit into another. The four princes slammed into the ground, and the thin lips became a line. Zitao looked up at him. Can I help you? We will return the asterisk 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 to create public opinion on land. Let them think that they have angered the gods and spontaneously converge on their own behavior. This is the best solution that Zitao can think of. War can't solve the problem. It has intensified the contradiction between the people of the sea and the land and will only cause both sides to fall into the catastrophe of life. The people at the bottom of the sea must have thought about this method, but they couldn't do it like Xie Xi, collecting garbage easily and returning easily. Only this kind of instant behavior is the most incomprehensible and most inspiring. The four princes finally came back to God. He twisted his eyebrows and whispered, "This is just a cure for the symptoms." He said this on his mouth, and the white progress bar on Xie Xi's side rose to 13%. Xie Zhao smiled. The four princes don't open their eyes. Go. Your skin should be hurt in a while. The air on the shore is really deadly to the mermaid. Xie is really uncomfortable. The four princes held Xie's hand and took him back to the sea. The sea was wrapped up and Zitao was comfortable. He heard the voice of the four princes in his ear. Don't allow yourself to collect garbage, and you are not allowed to release the garbage alone. Zitao looked up at him. Four princes, this is a secret. Don't tell others. Do you know? Xie Zhao smiled. Is your highness protecting me? The four princes trembled. You don't know the land people. If you let them know your abilities, you will only be imprisoned for life. Tao, this landman certainly knows his compatriots. He found that these princefish were very cute. Thank you. Well, listen to your highness. The white progress bar slammed to 16%. Zitao is funny and doesn't dare to laugh. Is this one too pure? Isn't it that the big designer is actually pure? Okay. Zitao took back the idea and he refused to believe. X is a dead metamorphosis. There will be no mistakes. The author has something to say. Jiang Laoxi, I did not listen to my explanation. Chapter 60 to the Lost Atlantis 33. Why the Big Prince's dream would be like this. In the past few days of Colin's vacation, the two princes and the three princes also sent greetings. Second prince, little Colin, is it troublesome at home? I need to find me, if I need it. 3 princes, are you done? Don't be lazy at home. Translation. Is over the word. Come back soon. Zitao unified reply. Thank you 2. 3. His Royal Highness, no matter what matters, will go back as soon as possible. After the head fell a smile. The heart of the second child and the third child are together. If you are not really busy, you have long been rushing to swear. Zitao has been here at the four princes for a few days. At first, the prejudice against the four princes has disappeared. Some aspects of the four princes are similar to the six princes. They all like one person and do things by themselves. Some places are similar to the five princes. They all have the enthusiasm for being close to people. If you think about it, you will have similarities with your second child. At the same time, his love for the people on the seabed is no less than that of the second child. His sensitivity to danger is no worse than that of the oldest. Their six brothers have their own characteristics and are similar to each other. Well, this is a soul of a person, and it will be normal. Zitao's spur task was finally completed. In the ups and downs, collecting garbage can be much more secure than collecting it. As long as it is full of 1 million tons, even if it is poured out, it will not reduce the progress, and it will show that it has been completed. A few days after he and the four princes rushed, the four princes said, yes, you should not use this ability for the time being. They almost ran across the ocean bordering the land and returned all of the rubbish. This has happened all over the world, and the land-based society has caused turmoil. The people arranged by the four princes also began to launch public opinion, condemning the damage caused to the sea and criticizing the act of self-destruction. Land people also know a little about the seabed, but they have very little contact with each other. And many people will be suspicious nowadays. This garbage dump has turned back, making the land people realize that their neighbors on the seabed are getting angry, and that the garbage piles appear so fast, so abrupt and so large, all let them feel the mysterious power of the seabed. Zitao did not come up with ideas. In politics, there are professionals on the seabed. I know how to seize opportunities and shock people. Seeing that the holiday is over, Zitao should also leave from the four princes. The progress of the four princes is not so good. It has risen to 16.6% in the past few days, and it is almost full point. However, Zitao has a good example of a car, can't be scornful, and get along very well with him. On this day, they returned to the palace, and the four princes yelled at him again, "If I'm not there, I must not pick up rubbish, do you know?" Zitao heard all the ears, but he knew that the four princes were worried about his safety, so he nodded. "Know it, follow the orders of His Royal Highness." The four princes smiled. "Sit down, I will give you medicine, although no longer put asterisk 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 on the land." Zitao insisted on cleaning up the heavily polluted areas. Anyway, the asterisk 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 can be superimposed. His empty props bar has nothing to put, just for the benefit of the ocean. Let's go. Think of the cute little mermaid. He hopes that they can swim happily in the water instead of being covered with scars. The four princes also accompanied him and gave him a special set of clothes, but unfortunately Zitao wants to collect garbage must be touched by hand, so the left hand will still be injured. The four princes carefully gave him medicine, but for a while, Zizen felt that there was no strength. Four princes said, "Go to the house and sleep for a while." Tao did not see him outside, confused. "Okay." The four princes always held his hand and took him into the house by the water. This time he actually hugged him. Wen's eyes are slightly awkward and somewhat surprised. The four princes looked straight ahead, but the throat was rushing. He said, "Sleep." There are a few steps from the outside to the inside, and he has been put down because he is struggling. Forget it. Too lazy to care about that much. When slept for a while, and when he woke up, his hand had recovered to his original condition, and there were no scars at all. Then he heard a conversation outside. The barbecued pork was also sleeping, and when he woke up, as soon as he moved, the kitten yawned and went to the outside to look at his eyes. It is the Great Prince. Zitao's ears stood up and curiously moved over and thought about whether or not to go out. The black progress of 8% makes Xie very concerned. This must be from the Big Prince, but he and the Big Prince have said a handful of words. How suddenly rose so much? The more I don't understand, the more curious I am. And Zitao has gotten together just stepping forward. I heard the Big Prince ask, "What kind of garbage do you do?" Four princes said, "You should not ask this, big brother. Just use this incident to let the land people converge." The Big Prince paused and didn't even ask. The two men were silent for a while, and Zitao almost thought that the Big Prince had left, but he did not want him to suddenly say, "Is the sixth child attacked? Is it the person you arranged?" Xie. His ears are higher, and he wants to know who did it. In fact, Zitao also suspected the four princes before. He did have enough motivation. I witnessed the suffering of so many people, and the four princes hated the land people. Unfortunately, the people of the sea have always been conservative in their wars, and they always owe a fire. If the sacrifice of a useless prince can be exchanged for the peace and prosperity of the seabed, the fierce warfare may not hesitate to start. But after getting along for such a few days, Zitao knows that the four princes will not do such a thing. He does not need such a fire. If he does not care that the war will bring more disasters, he has already fought with the land people. The four princes smiled and said, "I just want to let the land people die, but I don't want my brother to die." The Big Prince did not say anything again. The four princes said, "The old five are not quite right these days. You." The words were not finished. He changed his mouth. "What?" Zitao was very curious and wanted to know what happened outside. The barbecued pork packet was broadcast in time. The Big Prince was pale and almost fainted. What happened to the boss?" The four princes supported the Big Prince and tweeted, "You also pay attention to the body. This is a few days without sleeping. The government can't handle it. You can't keep up, so sooner or later you won't be able to hold it." The voice of the Great Prince was dumb and said, "The recent sleep is not very good." Four princes said, "You are sleeping for 4 or 5 hours a day." "No, I'm used to it." The Great Prince said, "Just always dreaming." The four princes did not think too much. He said, "A proper rest is necessary." The Great Prince responded and suddenly narrowed his eyes. "Who is there?" Tao was deliberately coming out. He was stunned and brought some confusion. The big prince saw him at a glance and stopped. Xie Tao also saw him and immediately said, I have seen the Great Hall. The four princes walked over to him and asked, what is better? Xie Tao said, go back to the temple, it's okay. I don't know if it is Xie Zhen's illusion. He always thinks that the four princes deliberately separated the prince's sight. The great prince quickly returned to God. He gently pressed his temple. You are busy, I'm going back. The four princes were in front of Xie Zhen. Big brother should pay attention to the body and rest well. Xie Tao is certain and sure the four princes are indeed deliberately separating him and the great prince in this way. He can't even do the salute. The big prince nodded and seemed to look at Xie, but after all, he said nothing and turned and left. Xie Zhen said nervously, I suddenly came out, would it be too rude? No. Four princes took his hand and looked at it carefully. After confirming that there was no scar, he looked up at him, but you have to be farther away from the main hall. Xie Zhen's doubts in his heart, of course, do not appear on the surface. I'm a small guard, I will not have an intersection with the Great Hall. The four princes stared at him, still not assured. Don't let the big brother know your ability, Xie said. This is the secret of me and my highness. I will never tell anyone. The four princes nodded and explained. The big brother has some psychological problems. His natural emotions are missing, so he is very cold and strict. He only considers the pros and cons of doing things and does not consider feelings. If you let him know your ability, you may become him. The chips in your hands, Xie. Yi. Lack of emotion? The four princes said. Well, I don't know any feelings. Love friendship includes family. Xie blinked and his heart was full of doubts. If the emotional disorder is, what is a black 8% progress? The four princes saw him swimming and shouted, no curiosity. Xie Tao returned to God and quickly said, not curious. The four princes raised their lips and sighed. Everything is safe, do you know? Xie Tao was still very moved. He nodded and said, yeah. The four princes looked at him and stopped talking. Xie Tao was aware of it and asked, what else is your command of your highness? The four princes got down and suddenly said, I don't want to inherit the throne. Xie Tao is more confused. He does not understand the direction of this topic. The four princes coveted, and the voice was lighter. My mother-in-law will not care for me, so Xie Yan's eyes, well, who knows that half of the four princes stopped again. He smiled. His eyes were extremely gentle. Nothing. Wait a second. In short, he will protect him, and protect him for the rest of his life in the most famous way. Although Xie Tao was puzzled, she did not think too much. He is a big brain, and I don't think I will know someone who wants to marry him for a week or so. Leaving from the four princes, Miss Xie, who is absolutely not close to the big prince, went to the Grand Prince Palace. How could it not be close? Must be close. Seeing that the progress of the mission is almost full, how can he not go to the big prince? As long as you get this, you can leave the world. Xie Tao put on the reserve face and dive in without much trouble. The big prince is still in the study, and there is also a personal fishman who is reporting to him. The great prince is really dedicated. He clearly has a strong eye, but is still strong. What is even more admirable is that he is tired of this point. His words are still clear, and people can't feel that he has the slightest sleepy. Xie Tao secretly looked at it as a servant. The big prince is born with a lack of emotion. If you just look at it, you can't see anything. At most, I feel that he is calm, and he is doing things decisively. The black progress bar must be him. Why did it suddenly rise to 8%? Xie Tao thought of what the big prince said to the four princes. He said that he often dreams recently. Is this the key point? What is dreaming about? Xie Wei is not allowed. The old man of the mermaid finally left, and the big prince pinched his eyebrows, and he finally showed some sleepiness. Xie Wei watched as the prince was tired, and fell asleep on the desk with one hand. Did you really sleep? Xie Tao cautiously blinked the pork roast. The kitten flew out, swayed the big prince for several laps, and came back. I breathe evenly. Really sleep? Xie Tao waited for a while before he came out. He was very light, afraid of awakening the big prince, but the big prince slept more than he did, and he didn't mean to wake up. He is not sure if he will succeed in dreaming. After all, is it just a small dream? Will he dream? Do you dream of him when you dream? but the opportunity is in front of you. Still have to give it a try. Zitao used dreams. Congratulations. The successful use of dreams is about to enter the dream of Randy Atlantis. Xian's eyes are bright and successful. The great prince really dreamed of him. It seems that this 8% of the mystery of the progress have to go to his dream to find the reason. When Zitao opened his eyes again, he was a little embarrassed. This is the dim sky, the gloomy castle, the heavy asterisk scent that can't be swayed in the air. The man's low voice sounded, "Young master, it's time to have dinner." Zitao looked up and saw the filthy smile of the darkness of the butler Randy in the lips. Zen was shocked. What happened? It is the butler Randy. This is a world of love to the left or right. He won't admit his mistakes. This is a junk game that he has died many times. In the end, he still wants to die. He will never forget his life. A curious barbecued pork bun called back Zen's mind. Dad is getting smaller and the clothes are beautiful. Master. Scene. Who is in love to the left or right, is a slender teenager in a Chinese costume. Zitao has come back to God. This is a dream of the great prince. But why is this in the dream of the great prince? Sure enough, the same soul. The big prince has the memory of the housekeeper Randy. Zitao thought about the ending of the punctual world, and suddenly the scalp was numb. When he is finished, he will not be fancy in his dreams. Chapter 50 Lost Atlantis 34 Butler Randy 039 S Love. In the world of love to the left or right, Zitao was very good at the end. Not only torn the face with everyone, but also to pretend that he was the demon summoned by Sane in order to die. And finally he was given 3 metamorphoses to Chad. Dead. This is a task. I thought that I would never experience anything related to that world. I never imagined that the dream of the great prince turned out to be the memory of previous life. This is how to do. How much did Randy remember? If it's before the noisy, then it's okay to say that it's a dream. He's a glimpse, and he's wholeheartedly to him. Maybe he's collecting all the love. But if it's a noisy, he clearly remembers what he said to the housekeeper Randy. But it is a maid. What is the qualification to get my love? Either a monster, that is not a ghost, or a servant of low status. How can I love you? He is eager to die. And he really said a lot of words. Zen's fearful warfare can only hope that the big prince did not think so much, at least did not think of the last stunning secret. Randy smiled very softly, but his face was too white. The twilight was not a little bit shiny, and the thin lip shape was fascinating. The color was really faint. He whispered, "Young master, not eating dinner is not enough." Tao wanted to respond to him, but found that he could not open his mouth and could not speak. He tried to move his body and found that he was even stiff in his body and could not move. What's happening here? Young master obeyed. Randy sneaked a kiss between his forehead and said, "I will take you to dinner." He said that he reached out and hugged him, carefully placed in his arms. Zillion couldn't turn his eyes. He could only let him be at his mercy. Randy held him carefully, as if holding a fragile porcelain doll, fearing that he would break him with a little effort. Zitao can feel his care, but he can also experience an indescribable horror, as if he is really a porcelain doll at this moment. Randy hugged him to the restaurant. The decoration in the old castle was still gorgeous, but the light was very dark, and the swaying candlelight made everything unreal, as if there were ghosts at any time. He never imagined that one day he would be scared by the dreams of others, not afraid of ghosts. He just smashed this scene, and also smashed the man who killed him many times. Randy put him on the high back chair, carefully helped him to put the napkin on, and gently lifted his arm, and placed it next to the knife and fork. Unfortunately, Zen couldn't move. The arm had no strength, and he couldn't hold it. "Leave the knife and fork." Randy went said, "Son, wait a minute. I will go to serve you." Randy will do everything for himself. It seems that the castle in this dream is only his own. Zitao didn't want to wait. He had to wait. He couldn't move at all. After a short while, Randy came back. He had a silver tray in his hand and a semicircular lid on it, which was quite normal. Zen has some doubts in his heart. He can't even talk. Can he really eat? Randy has put the tray down and whispered, "Let you wait, Z." When he can't speak without speaking, and even the eyes can't move, can only listen silently. Randy didn't want his response. He had a gentle smile on his handsome face and opened the plate lid with his white gloved hand. Zitao's line of sight was fixed and he saw something in the plate at a glance. The pork roast wrapped in a small note. What is this? Wow. Internal organs. Z. Wary. It's really internal organs, and it's asterisk internal organs. Randy, who took out this dark dish, still smiles and whispers, I'm waiting for the young master to dine. Z. Wary. Who wants to eat this kind of thing? Randy's eyelids are drooping, and the twilight is extremely gentle. The young master will eat, and I will go to give you the heart of mankind tomorrow. Z. Wary. Who wants to eat the heart of mankind? The barbecued pork packet was frightened and hung in the neckline of Zitao. He whispered, Dad, the big prince is terrible. Z. Tao also said that even if he dreams, he does not want to experience the taste of the heart. Randy is a well-educated housekeeper. Every move is elegant and decent. Even if he is cutting her asterisk internal organs, he still maintains a perfect movement and a decent smile. People can't help but think that it is a top steak. That is just a hot steak fart. It is raw viscera. Randy forked her asterisk piece and put it on Zu's mouth. Z. Wary. Don't kill. Randy's voice is full of pets. The young master, you can't eat it. Doesn't work if you don't eat. But who wants to eat this kind of ghost thing? Randy is helpless. I don't like animals. It's not good for me. I don't have to prepare some human hearts in advance. Z. Tao is really powerless to vomit. I don't have to say such amazement in the tone of this child. Randy whispered to him, would you like to eat first? If you don't eat at night, you will feel uncomfortable. When he said that he had sent the asterisk things over, he would put it on Z's mouth. Zitao didn't know where it came from, but he could move. He pushed the fork away, and his voice was dry. No, Randy. Stunned, the fork in his hand fell. The mass of raw meat stuck to the gorgeous carpet. Shocking. Zitao doesn't know if he is doing it right, but he would rather get out of this dream than eat raw viscera. Because of this resistance, he seems to finally be able to control his body. He moved and looked up at Randy. Randy's dark scorpion flashed, and then the morning star lit up like a dark night. His voice was too excited. Young master. Z. Yan's eyes moved, and some stiff roads. Lan. Randy hugged him. His cold lips fell on his neck. Almost mad. You finally woke up. You finally came back. Z. Tao looked stunned, and could only passively hold him. Randy has always been calm and heavy, and there are few times when he is out of control, but now he is out of control. He held Z's arm very hard, as if a little loose. Z then would turn into a wind and fly away, as if this is a beautiful dream. Always wake up to face despair. Zin's heart was tight, and he felt that the big prince's 80% was full of thoughts, including all the words he said at the end point. So this dream is a continuation of the quasi world. What happened after he left the world? When he left, Sane Hall was definitely dead, and the housekeeper Randy still did not give up trying to resurrect him. Zitao couldn't talk about it before, because his body itself is a dead body. With such a thought, Zen's back is all cold sweat. Sure enough, it is a neuropathy. Normal people can do such a thing. After Zitao thought about it before and after, he finally got a clue. He followed the rhythm of the dream and said, what happened to Randy? As soon as he spoke, he felt the cold liquid slipping into his collar and he cried. Z where he couldn't see it, but he was a little bit surprised. If Randy is still there after he leaves the world, then he is obsessed with the love of death, and he can't imagine how painful and desperate he is. What is certain is that there is no possibility that Scene will survive. He carefully takes care of a corpse, and how bleak and lonely it is to spend a day in the castle like a grave. What? The asterisk is going on. Z Weddy made a stunned look and asked him softly, what happened? Perhaps this is Randy's not. The experience of the last world is mapped to the world, which makes him suffer from emotional loss. The appearance of Zitao evokes his sporadic memory, entangled him in the form of dreams, bothering him. Is it possible to collect all his love, as long as he unlocks the knot of his last world? The housekeeper Randy is undoubtedly deeply in love with Sane Hall. However, the great prince is repelling this memory. Is it okay to let him accept it? How can I accept it? It must not be such a tragedy, and should give him a more complete result. Z Zen still has some embarrassment in her heart. The last world can be more than Randy. The second prince and the three princes are also there, and they will also have the memory of previous life. And what kind of endings did Axel and Gare in the past? The butler Randy is so miserable, and the two are definitely not much better. Zitao does not know. In fact, Lian Jiangablik does not know for a while. But when the soul returns to the body, he will know. Point right now is a dream of the great prince. Zitao does not want the two, and first gave this dream to the end. Point he asked. Randy's body stiffened, and the mood calmed down. He loosened sane. His face was still pale, his throat was still dark, but he was no longer as lifeless as before. Point he whispered. Nothing. You will be back. I will not let you take any harm. Randy did not want to say more. Zitao did not dare to stimulate him, only nodded and made tired appearance. Point this visceral, he is not killed. It is better to go to sleep. Point Randy was all in his heart, and immediately felt his exhaustion and asked, where is it uncomfortable? Zitao said, some tired. I want to go back to the house to rest. Randy said, I will take you back. Zitao quickly said, I can go by myself. He said that he stood up, moved his legs, found that he was stiff and died, and he took a step back and shared his feet. Point Randy's nephew whispered softly, you just woke up and didn't adapt. I'll hold you. Zitao was really unable to call this body, so he nodded and answered. Point Randy picked him up and sent it back to the bedroom. Point Z where he didn't sleep after sleeping in bed. Thinking about it, it was a bit glaring at the candlelight. Turn off the light, Randy whispered, and when he said nothing, he put out the candle, and the house instantly fell into the darkness of reaching out. Point Zitao still didn't want to sleep, but he barely closed his eyes and pretended to fall asleep. Point Randy stayed for a while before getting up and leaving. Point Ziyan didn't feel a little sleepy when he was in the sky. His body was still stiff. He wouldn't bend his knees when he walked. How strange and weird it would be. Point Randy pushed in and saw that he just hung down and said, the young master is hungry. Go to breakfast first. Zen really felt hungry. The viscera last night made him fall into his appetite. Today should be a normal meal. Point Randy took Ziyu to the restaurant and put him down to go to the restaurant. Point the plate is open and the hot fried lamb chops make the index finger move. Finally, I was able to eat normal meals. Zitao was very pleased. His fingers moved, and he could not hold the knife and fork. Point Randy's twilight flashed and whispered, I will help you. Ziyan waited and watched him cut a small piece and handed it over. The pork roast yelled, Dad, that's the heart of the person, still braving the heat. He fixed his eyes and looked at him. Point there is nothing to roast lamb chops. It is a heart that is bright red and bloody, as if it was just picked, braving the strange heat. What happened? What he just saw is a normal food. It is a delicious roasted lamb chops. How do you suddenly become a heart? The barbecued pork said, hey, it's terrible. He shrank into the arms of Zitao and became a small hair group. Point Zitao couldn't take it anymore. What made him feel incredible was that he actually thought of his heart as a roast lamb chops, and the air was still full of coke and fragrance, which made people move their fingers. He snorted the kitten in a quiet manner, and the kitten yelled, thanking him for seeing the roast lamb chops and recognizing that it was the heart. Point why is this happening? Should he eat this in Randy's dream? Zitao looked up at him and accidentally caught the suffocating sigh of his eyes. Zen reacted, yes. Scene Hall of the Last World used magic to pretend that he was a devil summoned. Point so now Randy is testing him. The author has something to say. Please eat the viscera in the future. Point you are so old fashioned. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.